didn't catch the question. Yeah, dead man walking. Triage. Maybe it's Russian triage. Shove him in a basement, see if he gets better. And if he doesn't, he doesn't.
And extort money from him in the meantime. Nice. Raver.
Hey, Mockers, did you happen to see the interview video? I believe it's from War Gonzo. Dimitri may have been the one to translate it, of two Russians complaining about how they were spit on and called murderers when traveling through the Moscow region.
I certainly did, yes. I mean, how terrible for them.
Marcos, did you read the tale of woe from Margarita Simian?
I heard that she was a bit unhappy.
Oh yes, right. That's my tale of woe music I was putting on. So Russian Today editor-in-chief Margarita Simeonan, Simon Yan. I'm going to call her Simon Yan just to really hopefully annoy her. She reported that a drone fell near her house for the second time in a week. So she complained that the drone had fallen near her house, and yeah, it falls loudly apparently. I want to tell you, quote unquote, at 3:30 you wake up only having time to fall asleep. So she shared this on Russia One, her TV
You should
channel.
go to bed earlier.
I think she should. Yeah, so she said the terrorists who seek Russia's refusal from the special operation will not succeed. Well, maybe third time lucky, hopefully. If she's had two in a week, hopefully Budanov's got the coordinates and all that. This is good news, but she's horrible. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I like this. I hope they get a bit closer next time and actually hit her house. Falling near the house is okay to wake her up, I suppose. Bit of an alarm call. Maybe she has to get up early to get into the office to spout nonsense. So yeah, maybe a few more of those. Maybe those. Yeah, be great. Michael.
Hey, Shaggy. I had another question I want to ask. If you've covered it, my apologies. I really want to just know. It just seems like the drone and missile attacks from the Russian side last few days has been a little quiet. If I'd missed one or if I'd missed them, but it just seems like some of the really hard, like I think it was Cherniv back on the 19th, but haven't heard much on that front. That's great news, but didn't know if we've had any reports of those over the course of the last couple of days you might be able to elaborate
on. Yeah, I'm still catching up. Any ideas, Marcus?
Sorry, no, I was sending a message in the background. I'm a terrible person as well.
Michael, repeat that one. Oh, Raver.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any missile attacks, but I heard that one of the caliber carrying frigates is currently out in the Black Sea. So maybe they're just trying to do something with the so-called blockade, or maybe they're getting ready for a missile attack. I don't really know, but after that last big one, they may be in a period where they have to restock before they can go back into baby killing mode.
Yep, that's my thoughts too. Again, no news on that front. It's good news, obviously, but hopefully we will have no news for a long time. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll have another dig out as well. Nothing's come across. I've got a few lists, and they normally say something about that kind of thing. And I've just had a little scan. I can't see anything on that, so I'll keep an eye on that and keep everyone informed. Tim, hello. I can see you there.
Cut in, if you don't mind. I just wanted to cut in and say I'm going to go and have the rest of the afternoon off. So thank you very much, Sir Shaggy and Tim. I feel thoroughly privileged, and I'll get right on that. Ta-ra's, everybody. And of course, if there's any major booms, you know I'll be back.
Ta-ra, lovely. Get yourself have a nice little nap. No more coffee before that nap. Maybe have a little bite to eat. Some carbohydrates help with naps. Nice bowl of pizza, nice bowl of pasta, and then a little conch out, and you'll be fine. So yeah, just swapping now with Tim is going to be coming up for the next short stint, 3 hours, lightweight. Just joking, Tim. Yeah. So there we go. All right then. So let me pull some news up. Since there's no hands. So I read a little bit of news about translations. Oh, Tim's got his hand up. Tim.
Yeah, sorry, I was just good afternoon, everybody. Just a quick mic check.
Working
Very
fine.
fine, very fine.
Fantastic. I was just going to follow up a bit on what Michael said and what Raver said. My statistics on the calibers they're capable of producing are several months old, but I've not had any fresh ones. The most recent estimate I've seen is they are able to produce 40 caliber missiles a month. So the exact number of Shahed drones they can produce, I don't know. So they're coming from Iran. There's also, I think, there's an assembly place in Rostov Oblast somewhere, I think. But the calibers, it's quite a sophisticated system. They're not capable of producing it in great volume. And the interception rate from the Ukrainian side, it's not as high as Shahed, but it is actually pretty respectable. You know, the Ukrainian side do report every few days, do report intercepting a number of caliber missiles. So yeah, they're not capable of mounting and sustaining serious strikes with this particular system, would be the color I would add. Thank you, Shane.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that bit of info. Yeah, I did see some stats saying how many they could produce, and it doesn't seem to be an awful lot of them. I was a little bit disappointed last year, so late last year, kind of September, October wise. I used to follow kind of various estimates of how many they had left, and I was thinking they were getting quite close to running out, and then suddenly they that kind of information all dried up, and they seem to have a lot more than I thought, and some of the reports I was watching thought they would have, and they had the ability to make some, which we thought with the sanctions they've managed to stop, but apparently they managed to circumvent some sanctions and stuff. Tim.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They are circumventing the sanctions. Particularly the guidance systems and the silicon elements of these missiles are made in the West. I think they're quite heavily French. I seem to remember reading that. I think they've got a lot of French stuff in them, which even the French are no longer happy to supply. But of course, these companies never seem to smell a rat when their order book from Tajikistan goes up by 4,000% just as Russia invades Ukraine, right? They don't seem to see this as any kind of abnormality in the course of their business, apparently. Well, anyway, that's what we're expected to believe. So yeah, there was an incorrect assumption that they had a stockpile of these kinds of systems, and that stockpile would run out, and because they had so much Western gubbins in them, they wouldn't be capable of producing any more of them. That assumption was incorrect. They are circumventing the sanctions. They are substituting parts with cheap Chinese rubbish. It's probably why they can't hit a barn door with these things, but they don't really care about that. They just want to hit something. And so it was revised that they can produce them in two-figure numbers a month. 40 a month was the best estimate I saw. And you see their pattern of strikes reflecting this ability, right? So you have nothing for a while, and then you have a reasonably intense few days of strikes, and then nothing for a while. But they're not keeping up the kind of constant withering shock and awe style fire that I'm sure they dream about at night. So yeah, good news and bad news, really. Sucks if you're extremely unlucky and in Ukraine, and also sucks if you're Russia, because this is a bit of a kind of it's all a bit of a wet fart, really, isn't it? But it does, they do some damage. They do kill some people, mainly civilians, but they can't inflict the kind of shock and awe that I'm sure they would like to. Jackie.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So, do you think we can have the hope that this winter there won't be as many strikes as there was, well, by these types of missiles that they used last winter on like critical infrastructure, like thermal power plants and all this kind of stuff, because they literally kind of haven't got as many and can only produce a few. So this winter might be a little bit less missile than last winter, or is that just I'm getting my hopes up too much?
Well, I mean, they are able to make them at a trickle. So they can, as I said, they can make 40 a month. This, I think there've been a number of game changers. Well, there've been a number of changes in dynamics since last winter. The Ukrainians have got a lot better at air defense. They've got more air defense systems. They have become a lot more resilient. So there is the Department for Critical Infrastructure, for example, has new leadership. Our friend Alexander Kamashin, and his focus is, keeping the lights on, keeping the infrastructure running. They've learned a lot about how to deal with this stuff, and let's not forget that last autumn winter, very intense Russian attacks on Ukrainian electricity infrastructure did not succeed, right? Not only did they fail to cause power cuts of significant duration, the Ukrainians adapted to it really, really quickly. When I was there in kind of late January, early February, everybody had a generator, right? So the previous time I was there was in November, and everybody was desperate for generators, right? Because I was driving a Pajero with 4 generators in the back, that were on their way to Luhansk Oblast administration, and I was told by the governor of Luhansk, one of his political officers, that if anybody tries to take these off you, if you're stopped by policemen and they try to take your generators, get me on the phone immediately, because organizations do have orders to confiscate generators in civilian ownership. So he said, if that happens, you tell them that these belong to Sergei Haidai, and if they don't pay attention, get me on the phone, and I'll tell them what the score is. So there was a slight atmosphere of not exactly desperation, but there was an atmosphere of, yeah, this is, we're facing quite a serious crisis here. That crisis was overcome, and when I got back in January, February, everybody had one. And so you went to, the power did go out. The power did go out for a couple of hours every day. But as soon as that happened, you heard the sound of 1,000 lawnmowers, and everybody took a generator outside, fired it up. It didn't matter who you were. You'd be a private house, you could be a restaurant, you could be a corner shop. You would have a generator that would suit your power, that would satisfy your power needs for a few hours while the boys got the electricity back on. So the resilience of civil society really kicked in, and the strikes just, people just stop caring, right? Because if you're a private person sitting in your flat, you've got your power bank, you've maybe got a gas cooker anyway, your food in the fridge, it'll last a few, it'll survive a few hours. It doesn't really matter if the power goes off, and people just put up with it. And talking to ordinary Ukrainians, it was like, yeah, power's off again. Can't talk for too long, need to conserve my battery. But beyond that, it was not like they were running around like headless chickens, like where's the electricity, and everybody who needed it, it had a generator anyway. It didn't even interrupt the nightlife, such as nightlife is if it ends at 11 in the evening. But yeah, it was a wet fart, really. The campaign failed, and now they seem to have stopped doing it. It's the Battle of Britain all over again. You stop shooting at their power stations, and you start shooting at their civilians instead. And we all know how that worked out for Hitler. Raver, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, so my thoughts on this are kind of complex. On the plus side for Ukraine, like you said, there's a lot more generators, although I don't know how much that helps with heating elements. And hopefully the GUR has been able to round up most of the spies providing targeting data, and there's much better air defense. But at the same time, these power plants are big. They don't move. and they're easily targeted, and a lot of them are located fairly far away from areas that may be otherwise given better air defense because of their importance, things like government or supply depots and whatnot. So I expect to see, at least initially, Russia once again to try to go after these thermal power plants, if any of them are in fact back up and running, to try to knock them out, because a dead Ukrainian from cold is just as dead as it is from high explosive.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Raver. And this is something that our friends in our Western listeners might not appreciate about how energy works in many parts of the former Soviet Union, especially urban areas. Is there's often a system called district heating, which is where you have a combined heat and power plant. So you have a CHP plant. It can be any sort of plant. It can be it can be biomass, it can be nuclear, it can be coal, it can be gas, whatever. But not only does it supply electricity to the surrounding industries and homes, it also supplies hot water. This is why you see in Eastern Europe quite a lot. You see these massive, great big pipes going along the side of the road. A lot of them are buried now, but they weren't always. They would, as when they were built, they were often, just piped down the side of the road. Those are taking hot water to tower blocks, and that's where your hot water comes from for your heating and for your washing, your laundry, etc. So it's actually it makes for a more vulnerable system, right? Because people often, kind of 70-80% of people in urban areas don't have, they don't have gas boilers in their homes. They don't have electricity boilers in their homes. They don't have central heating in the same way as we would understand it in the West. They might have a heat pump. Old people who live in older properties probably have a wood stove. That's in Estonia here, that's a fairly common method of heating. But yeah, if they can take out the local power plant and it's a CHP and it's in an area with district heating, then it's going to get really, really chilly until they're able to get that switch back on. So that's a very good point, Raver. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Raver. So I was just typing in a little message there. Tim? Right. So, yeah, I've been excited today about more information, or a little bit more information about the cardboard drones. I like those a lot. They remind me of well, they're actually a little bit better, obviously, than the little paper planes I used to make as a kid. But yeah, I think they're brilliant. What do you think of those, Tim? The innovation of those.
Wasn't that an Australian idea? Didn't they come up with this one?
Exactly, yeah. It's Australian company that produced them, and they're all flat packed and sent a load of them to Ukraine. Very nice.
But they're making them locally now.
They put them together locally. So they're sent from Australia, flat packed from the company Australia, and then they're put together quite easily in the UK. Just slot them together. They look very much like the paper planes, well, more like styrofoam planes actually. What I used to buy flat packed in the UK when I was a kid, and you just slot them together. Obviously a little bit more technical than the ones I used to use, but basically the same principle.
And what's their battlefield role?
Kamikaze. So they carry between 3 and 5 kilograms of payload, i.e., boom material. And then they go between 40 and 120 kilometers, depending on the size of the payload. So yeah, handy gadgets.
And is this an Australian Army thing, or were they made specifically with Ukraine in mind?
I'm pretty sure Surrey is going to be able to tell us all about it. I think Surrey.
Sorry, Shaggy. No, no, it wasn't. I was just going to comment on some of Tim's discussion that I probably heard the end of it, just with regards to the energy situation as I understand it in Ukraine. But if that's off topic, then let me know.
Oh, please do go ahead.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you. I was just going to challenge perhaps. Admittedly, I think I only probably heard the last 3 or 4 minutes of your discussion. I found that interesting, and clearly you've got experience by being out in Ukraine. It's for our charity. we've had probably differing feedback from Ukrainians that we know in our community, and also from the Ukrainian aid organisations we partner with in Ukraine, and I probably saw this firsthand when I was out in Ukraine for most of April, in that they were explaining to us that across Ukrainian media, the chief executive officer of Ukrenergo, I probably smashed that that pronunciation, the national the state electrical company CEO, gave quite a lengthy interview to Ukrainian press. I think it was around late June, something like that, whereby he spoke of the susceptibility of the electricity infrastructure to further Russian attacks on their infrastructure. From the interview, he suggested that they have only repaired about 60% of their electricity infrastructure. They're still dependent upon financing plus hardware to be sourced from across Europe, and on that basis, I believe that he said that they are asking consumers to save electricity now. They are looking to clearly prioritise the economy and industry throughout this coming winter, in expectation of what he suggested could be a worse winter for consumers in terms of power outages, should the Russians provide some type of effective attack and campaign upon their electrical infrastructure. And as much as I agree with the cities and major towns, certainly were able to recover, probably, as you said, by around February. I understand that, I mean, Kharkiv didn't have street lighting for most of last year, and only the street lighting was being put back on around 4 weeks before I went out to Kharkiv in April. And certainly when I was going through the deoccupied zone with the aid group that I was working with, I think is a different story, certainly in the rural communities, whereby they were still out of power, were not connected to power for those few people that were remaining in many of these horrifically damaged areas. So we've already started our winter campaign with regards to providing more generators, because we do know that there are significant requests coming into our organisation from just recently a internally displaced people's camp of 3,000 people in just outside of Dnipro. We get daily requests really from people saying, look, they have family and friends in areas that have not had their energy supply reconnected, and they are asking if we can help source them. So we certainly have a concern as a charity, based upon our feedback from our partners on the ground, that yes, certain areas are able to bounce back with regards to repairing the energy infrastructure. But my understanding would be it's by no means countrywide, and indeed the CEO of the state electricity company is warning about potentially potentially a worse winter than last. So I just wanted to give my feedback upon my experience and how I understand the information that we're being received from our Ukrainian friends. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for that color. Sorry, stands with Ukraine. My point wasn't so much that that Ukraine is now invulnerable to this kind of this kind of attack. The point was at the start that it didn't succeed last time, and the Russian capability to mount such sustained attacks with the necessary precision is that much less this year, because their stockpile is gone and they're basically firing what they can produce, which is not very much. My second point was that the degree of resilience is very much higher. It's very much higher. And okay, so you see some slightly odd things, like you mentioned street lighting. Yeah, when I was in Kharkiv, there was no street lighting. Zaporizhia was the same. It was really quite eerie, walking around a city at night that was unlit. It's really quite a creepy experience. But ordinary people are much more resilient. The In rural areas, again, yeah, that's a challenge. I've not spent a huge amount of time in rural Ukraine and smaller places, so you're probably better placed to comment on that than I am. But the feedback I've been getting is that people in rural areas are a bit more attuned, a bit more accustomed to this sort of thing. So I mentioned earlier on about the heating situation. People in cities are reliant on district heating to quite a great extent. People in rural areas, they will have wood-fired heating, possibly gas-fired heating. And so, and just as their lifestyles, they're kind of a bit more used to slumming it as well. We have that here in Estonia as well. I've got a country place in the middle of nowhere, and it's quite common in Estonia for trees to fall on power lines, and for you to lose power for a few hours while the boys sort it out. And people have generators. You shut the fridge. You do without electricity for a few hours. Sometimes it's out even for a couple of days if it's a serious one. And people in the countryside are generally used to that, and they have alternative sources of heat, alternative sources of power, and it's kind of not a huge issue. So I would imagine Ukraine is broadly the same. They're used to utilities just being a bit ropier, and so they're not going to lose their watts if the power goes out for a couple of days. Would you say that's fair? Sorry.
Yeah, I think that seems like a valid point with regards to certainly perhaps the rural areas. Yeah, I can imagine that being less of a robust situation with regards to their experiences. But it's I just wanted to, and I just wanted to convey to the audience, to the listeners, as we try to convey on our social media channels, that we're taking keen notice of what the state electricity company is talking about, and in that regard, whereas last year we sent out literally hundreds of portable gas cookers, we feel that we need to do the same. We need to carry on with this, and we are still carrying on with the purchasing of robust generators, albeit that cannot, they can really only sort of, they're about 3.5 kilowatt Honda engine generators, which are really robust but can actually provide some kind of support. So I guess I'm just a little bit nervous about the potential of Russia to impact the infrastructure again, but I certainly hope for and concur with what you're saying, is in that one would hope that the Russian campaign, if they do target again, probably starting, we would perhaps assume from October, November, that they aren't as effective, and the increasing amount of air defense systems that Ukraine are receiving are able to mitigate that as much as possible. But thanks for responding. I appreciate that.
Not a problem at all. Thank you very much. Sorry stands with Ukraine. I'd not followed you before, but I'm now following you, and looking forward to hearing updates on your feed. Thank you very much. Rayo, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give Suri some supporting fires. But people need to remember that the people that are most likely to be affected by this are going to be kids and the elderly. They're much more susceptible to hypothermia and the loss of heating or power in the wintertime than a healthy adult. And who's left behind in a lot of these cities? Elderly and the kids. So it's not just going to be about heating. It's also going to be about making sure that they have, calorie dense food to eat. So like he was talking about gas heaters, a warm, healthy, calorie dense meal can be the difference between life or death when you're really, really cold. And a lot of these old Soviet apartment blocks that people live in were never very well insulated because they had district heating. They had heating, all the heating they could handle. They would open their windows in the wintertime. Well, without that district heating, all that concrete turns it into a giant ice box.
Absolutely, and this is where this kind of thing is where the kind of micro end of the aid delivery spectrum really comes into its own, right? But I kind of use one of the trips I made as an example. The generators I mentioned, which we delivered to the administration of Luhansk Oblast. This was at the absolute height of the power crisis, and they sent out a request, along the through the aid network, saying, "Look, we need 3 diesel generators. We need indoor lighting. We need gas lighting. We need." They had a couple of slightly odd requests as well. They wanted those tea lights. They wanted those little round white candles, and they also wanted a coffee machine and a whole bunch of coffee, because they didn't have a coffee machine in their office in Zap. And so the aid organization took the call. That took the call was Blue Yellow for Ukraine, and I ended up driving for them. And we got there a few days later, and they got their generators, they got their tea lights, they got their gas lighting, and they got their coffee machine, because they didn't have a coffee machine despite sharing. I think they were sharing an office with a major aid agency, and they didn't even have a coffee machine. And nobody else was going to do that. And I think this is why I think the smaller aid agencies are so important, right? Is that okay? So people will get stuff eventually. Luhansk Oblast would have got a generator eventually. Somebody would have given them the generator eventually. Little old lady living in the middle of nowhere, say she needs, I don't know, adult nappies or whatever. She'll get them eventually, but she would have to go through either a large aid agency or the government or some, very unwieldy organization in order to get them. Whereas, Bob and his Land Rover, who's delivering stuff, can get there very quickly and can be very adaptable, and he can ensure that people get stuff far more quickly and on a far more reactive basis than perhaps a larger, clunkier organization. So I know loads of you, our listeners, do support smaller aid operations who promote themselves over Twitter. I would very, very strongly encourage you to keep supporting those organizations, because I've seen it personally. Surrey Stands with Ukraine has seen it, done it personally. It does make an absolutely enormous difference, and they do totally rely on just people on social media chucking them a tenner every week. So it makes an absolutely huge difference. So please do keep doing that. Sorry, you're up.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, that's. I just sort of echo that. For us, we've found that the most critical thing for us as a charity here in the UK is two things really. One is listening to Ukrainians first and foremost, and I think perhaps we're a little bit guilty of that sometimes in the West, where we make assumptions of what's needed. So having close ties and relationships both with the Ukrainian community that have moved into our area, about 150 families since February of last year, and thus through them working with trusted aid partners on the ground, of which we undertake really robust due diligence on before we agree to partner with people. But once we do, and we have that trust and we see the evidence of where our aid, both in terms of direct funding to support the local economy and sending physical aid, is critical. But also, it's critical for us to have the trust of the Ukrainian community as well, in that we are who we say we are, and we act with integrity and professionalism. And I hope that the myriad of wonderful, independent, small organisations that abound on social media, we do benefit from being nimble and having quick decision making, which I guess is contrary to the larger organisations such as the UN, Red Cross, etc. So yeah, I'd just like to echo that. If you get the trust and you look through the feeds of these independent small organizations and you can see evidence of achievements and delivery, you can make a big difference to areas that perhaps do not always receive the aid that potentially they need and deserve. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Surrey. And one of the ways you can do that, of course, is by donating to the Maria Report. We are a 501c3, so if you are in the United States, you can donate and receive a tax credit. If you're not in the United States, your mileage may vary, so please check what your local tax law says about that. But nevertheless, you can still donate. We partner with a number of generally smaller organizations on the ground in Ukraine, who are subject to quite extensive due diligence as well, in line with American charity law. We also have various members of the team who are in Ukraine quite regularly, including myself, including our friend Oklahoma City Ryan, doing various things. Ryan at the moment, I think what's he doing? He's sourcing food. I think he's sourcing tinned food, Shaggy, isn't he? Something like that.
Yeah, he's a Tim food specialist and Mr. Protein as well, so he does great on that.
Mr. Protein, there we go. So he's busily doing that. Not only does it have a direct effect on the ground, it also helps us keep the lights on, helps us get our special guests on the show, helps us keep Ukraine front and center of the Western political mind. Our work with the Ukrainian Veterans Administration has been particularly important with that. We've been assisting them financially and practically with their lobbying efforts, particularly in Washington. Turns out it's jolly expensive to send a bunch of people to Washington from Europe. Who knew? You have to get on a plane and it costs loads. So we've been helping them with that. So what we do here, your donation to us, it is fully transparent. It is in line with American law, and it does make a difference both on the ground and at a high political level. So we do encourage you to trot over to MriyaReport.org, set up a regular donation or make a one-off donation, and we will ensure that it goes to great effect in Ukraine's struggle to free herself from Russian aggression. Foo Fighter Puppy, you are up, sir.
Hi, this is Robert. I'm located in Florida. And one thing I wanted to just briefly mention is the Squirrel has mentioned in the past that $2 billion was found in the review of the accounting for the Pentagon. And it seems like we're getting extremely close to that deadline where the money is not being spent. So if that is the case, it's really urgent that we get the message out to the White House to make sure that that money is spent in time. To your knowledge, is that correct?
I thought it was 6 billion was found in effect down the back of the sofa due to accounting errors. Are we talking about the same one guy?
Yes, I heard 2 billion and then 6 billion, so I don't know which is correct.
Yeah, I think it was 6.2. I think is the figure that I've read in quite a lot of places, CNN, Reuters, Guardian. So yeah, I think it's a big chunk of change. But carry on, Tim, answering that if you got an answer.
Yeah, I was just about to say you've caught the British invasion here, and we normally have, well, at different times of day, we usually have a lot of people who are very knowledgeable on American politics, namely Americans. But unfortunately, I have very, very little to add on this topic because I don't really understand how the American budget system works, I'm afraid. So I've got no comment on that. Maybe if we've got any politically active American friends loitering down in the listenership. Oh, I can see a few of them. Mentioning no names. Alan.
Yeah, I was going to say, just pick on them.
Randy,
I mean,
here we go. Here's Randy Mott.
oh, brilliant.
The Lord Chief Republican himself. Randy, you want to answer this one, please, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, there were two different things. The $6 billion was a reevaluation of the accounting value of the aid already donated, and it freed up $6 billion additional under the authorization cap. First, the money's authorized and it's appropriated. So they had $6 billion that they could spend with an appropriation approval from Congress. I guess they would, and they could use. And I think they did use part of that in one of these shipments. I think that then they also amount authorized. I believe it's $2 billion they have that they're authorized after all the spending to date that hasn't been spent. And they have until October 1 to do something with that, which I anticipate they will do. Even if it's non-controversial things. Well, maybe what they should take, they're asking more money from Congress. They should probably take the $2 billion out of the request that they've already made, and they would look better to it'd be better PR. Because you shouldn't be asking for $40 billion if you've got $2 billion in the bank, right? So I think, my opinion would be they should ask for 38 and use the 2 for purposes they were going to use the part of the 40 for. But I don't know what will happen. It's Washington, and it's and everybody's everybody is out of town at least till next week. And Washington's the only city in America that takes vacations like Europe. And so in August, everybody's gone.
Thank you very much, Randy. Now, I understand in the world of American federal budgets, even $6 billion is a minor rounding error. But can you talk a little bit about how this kind of excess came about? Like what caused this space on the budget?
Oh, well, I don't know about the $2 billion. I don't know. I imagine that is a residual from the $6 billion that they found. So they had $6 billion more authorized left in the authorization after they did the accounting adjustment on the value of the equipment. And so they spent part of that. My guess is they spent $4 billion of that 6, and they've got 2 left. And that's where the 2 comes from. I mean, if nothing else, they should send over plane loads of tourniquets. There's a dozen things or 2 dozen things that are needed. It shouldn't take very long.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Loads of tourniquets and medical equipment. These are the things that the troops need on the ground. They need lots of stuff, but yeah, those type of stuff. Any news on the Lend Lease? Because I know the Lend Lease got set up. I don't even know if it's been used yet. Because that's another way of getting stuff to Ukraine.
Yeah, I've heard nothing about that. If it's going on, it's going on apparently pretty low profile somewhere.
Yeah, because Tim will know about this. In World War II, that was really, really crucial. So when I heard that being set up, I thought, that means Ukraine are going to get everything they asked for. But it hasn't actually turned out that way. So
yeah. When you Brits paid it back, you paid for a lot of schools and highways in the U.S. in the 50s.
Yeah, I think Tim, am I right? I think we finished paying for that in the late 90s to the US. I think there was some debt that took 50 years or something. I think I vaguely remember something in the late 90s. It was a bit of a celebration. We paid off some debt to the US, the war debt.
Yeah, it was the late 90s that was finally paid off. But we defaulted on our First World War debt to the United States. So I think we were kind of in the doghouse over that one. It's kind of a it's ingrained into the British political consciousness that the UK has never defaulted on a debt, which is absolutely true unless you count the debt from the Great War, which was quietly defaulted on during the Depression, and really annoyed Uncle Sam. But the Second World War debt was not. Yeah, I think it was the late 90s that finished paying off.
Oh, brilliant. So we never defaulted on the debt, and apart from the ones we did. Perfect. I like that.
Exactly. You know,
James. Oh, sorry.
90% of the time we never defaulted.
Okay, excellent. James, welcome.
Hey, I never knew that, Tim. That's really interesting. But that's only shortly after the First World War. It didn't give the debt enough time to deflate or inflate, rather, did it? So I mean, the remaining debt from the Second World War by the 90s was piffling.
Yeah, it was. It had deflated by about 80 or 90%, I think.
Is there any news on
inflated?
Sorry,
deflated. It will be deflated.
Yeah, no,
sorry, James.
Inflated, so thus reduced in value. I always forget which way around it was. Is there any news on Verbove or the advance? That I haven't been checking the news for that today.
The advance around Robotny area, are you talking about?
Yeah, well, Verbove is to the southeast of Robotny, and there's kind of a dual thing going on. I mean, it's kept hush hush so far. I'd love to find out if there's any open source declared information by the Ukrainian government.
I've just pulled up the deep state map at the moment. I mean, they were making progress towards Robove along a certain road, which is not actually on this map. So the bulge that's appearing there, or the salient, I'm not quite sure the difference between the bulge and the salient. I think the bulge is a bit bigger than the salient. Yeah, they're making the Ukrainians are making headway towards Verbove. So they're widening that bulge salient thing to make it wider. Apparently, it's about 12 kilometers. Where's my thing? Yeah, it's about 12 kilometers from Robotny to Verbove, and that look at deep state map, and it looks like that salient is around about 6 kilometers wide at the moment, which makes it really quite difficult for the Russians to bring in reinforcements to cover that whole stretch. That's quite a bit. Plus, a lot of the roads there are kind of mainly north to south. There's a couple of east to west ones, but everything there is obviously under fire control and whatever. So yeah, they're making steady, not slow, but steady progress is the phrase these days.
Yeah, thanks, Shaggy. Always useful to know that. I mean, what we do know is that the Russian Telegram channels are going completely apeshit about this. Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, they're not happy campers. They're complaining about being not being supplied very well. There was reports of a mutiny. I think it was about 40 or 50 soldiers allegedly kind of beat up their commander and surrendered to the Ukrainian armed forces. So that doesn't sound very good. Apparently they were hungry and out of ammo. So yeah, as we know, an army marches on its feet. On its stomachs, and they weren't getting any food. So they beat up the commander, and there are some reinforcements being sent by the Russians to that area, but they're getting targeted by Ukrainian artillery on the roads they're using to try and come through. So there's been quite a few bits of video and stuff of little mini columns and UFVs and stuff like that getting toasted by the Ukrainian artillery. So yeah, it's looking in that particular area. It's not looking brilliant for the Russian armed forces. They've been attrited quite a lot. Artillery seems to have gone down a little bit as well, basically because of Ukrainian counter battery fire in that area. I think they chose it's been reported that they chose that area because it would be an area where you could suck Russian forces into that area, into the middle there, and do away with them. So as the Russians kind of move troops from other areas on the southern line, they get thinner, which may cause holes in those lines. So yeah, just the continuation of the attrition of Russian forces in the southern group is going on. Not big huge territory gains, but definitely quite big movements in material losses for the Russians in both men and materiel. Does that help a little bit? Oh, sorry, Tim.
As it's as oh god, it's as Malcolm Nance said, the other week. This is not a drill. It's a steam press, right? So this is constant Ukrainian pressure all the way across the line, and with a view to wearing down Russian capability, keeping Russia as busy as possible in as many places as possible, and waiting for the right moment to make a push in a particular AO, rather than making a race to the coast, which is instinctively what I would have done. Thankfully, I'm not in charge of the Ukrainian army. I don't think a former lance sergeant would quite cut it. But yeah, so it's very much it's kind of a steam press. It's not intensely focused in any particular area. The Russians, for their part, are reported to be fighting back. There have been reported offenses along, in the kind of Kupiansk to Kremina line, around Svatove. That's kind of around the Bakhmut AO, as well as Avdiivka Donetsk, kind of in western Donetsk, and reported offensives in western Zaporizhia as well. But nobody seems to be reporting any Russian successes in those areas either. Elsewhere along that southern line, I heard it said that the Ukrainians are generally in the vicinity of the second line of Dragon's Teeth. Is that correct, Shaggy, or was that Twitter nonsense that I read?
No, that's the report. They've gone through the first line. There was an intermediate line around the north of Robotny, but that went a while ago, and they're now coming up to the second line. I've pulled up Chuck's map, so I can read a few bits out from that if you want.
So that particular report about the Dragon's Teeth was the Robotny, the Robotin AO. It wasn't along the line more generally.
Yeah. I think the Dragon's Teeth are a bit further a little bit further south than that. So south of Nova Prokopivka, and a little bit further south. What I'll do is I'll dig out my maps from yesterday and stick them up in the nest for you.
Do you want to take us through Chuck Farrer?
Yeah, I can do that. So looking at Chuck's map, he posted this about 20 hours ago. So it's dated 1650 ETC on the 27th. So we'll start around Verbove. So there have been artillery strikes by Ukraine on supplies and trucks on the O. This is the road, the 081450. If that means anything to anybody, that's a road that goes northwest of Brove up there. Also, drone. I like his little drone icon, the drone dropping bomb icon, north of Verbove. So Russia is fighting from paired defensive positions to the west and south of Verbove. So to the south sounds very good. More Ukrainian artillery strikes along that road that goes from the northwest to southeast. It goes through Verbove, which is that road I just mentioned. So artillery strikes there on artillery and on concentrations of troops. There's been some drone strikes on key terrain in the vicinity of Hill 166. I like hills with hill names. That reminds me of Vietnam a little bit. But Hill 166. Yep, some stuff there. So if we move further to the west, there has been Russian artillery strikes on Ukrainian troops just north of Nova Prokopivka and south of Verbove. There's some Russian airstrikes there as well, and some Russian drone drone strikes as well, just north of Robotny. But the Ukrainian armed forces have done UCAV strikes. Oh, these are drone strikes as well. They're all around the place. Chuck's got quite a lot of drone strikes. So some Russian armor was destroyed on the road. So the road from goes through Robotny. This is the T0408. It goes through Robotny to the south. It gets to Nova Prokopivka, and then makes a right, which is to the west, and then starts heading for about a kilometer, and then starts heading south again. So more Russian armor has been destroyed on that highway. So that highway is being used by the Russians to reinforce its front lines. But as some armor has been drawn up, it's been hit. Ukraine artillery have targeted Russian command posts and troop concentrations south of Nova Prokopivka, and also in south of that, along that T0408 road, is a very, very important what is it called, logistics road for the Russians, and also for the Ukrainians as they come down and liberate the territory. So around Ichenkovy, and between Ichenkovy and Solodka Balka, so along that road, and even further south than that, there's been Ukrainian counter-battery strikes in Pishnivchi and Nove. That's easy to say. It's only 4 letters. Along that, kind of along and to the east of the T0408. So the T0408 is the principal ground line of communication for the Russians heading north, and that's kind of it. Just going around the whole map. There's your update from Chuck from yesterday.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sir Shaggy. The really comprehensive update there. James, your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks, Shaggy. That was really useful. I don't know if you're reading all of that from Chuck or from various sources, but there's stuff in there that confirms what open source information, what the Ukrainian government has released so far. But I think what's most interesting is what your enemy is doing, right? We know there's been confirmation that the 76th Guards Air Assault Division troops have been spotted or killed, ideally, around Verbove, however it's pronounced. And they were moved down. They're previously up around Kupiansk in the northeast, around near Kharkiv, assaulting Ukraine positions up there. So the fact they've moved them around, they've also moved down VDV, their special forces, to this salient, because the Ukrainians are making, for the enemy, worrying moves, and I think that's the most revealing thing of all. Thanks.
Yeah, one of the things I spotted as well on the deep state map. So just to the west of where the fighting is going on, there's the 11th Squad Bars. Now I think Bars units, are they those units which stop Russian troops from going backwards, or is that something else? Any ideas, Tim, or anyone?
I beg your pardon. I was tweeting. Could you say that again?
Yeah, looking at the deep state map, one of the little red squares on there, it says the 11th Squad Bars, and I thought Bars units were those troops who used to to bar the Russians from retreating. So I was wondering if they're deployed there. I don't know what bar stands for. It doesn't say. But anywho, let's go quickly back to James, and then I see Latin's got his hand up.
Yeah, I'd have to Google that. I don't know. It could be a Soviet army expression.
But Bars is it's a Russian. It's an acronym for a Russian reserve formation.
Okay, so it's not like a unit that bars troops from coming back. I misunderstood that.
Those are going to be irregular formations who just, Chechens, I would guess, who are happy to shoot their own fellow soldiers.
I think to correct, I think they're mostly university based, so they're UOTC type organizations, I think.
Okay, brilliant. Let's go to Latin. Latin, welcome.
Oh, hey, Shaggy and Tim. I'm in the car. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, 5x5.
Okay. Since you were talking about drones, I just thought I'd chime in for a moment on some observations. I know this has probably been discussed already, but the attack that was announced yesterday, the drone attack on Kursk, on the airfield there. The latest I'm seeing on that is it's kind of interesting. I think we have to give it some time to see what actually went on there. Tyler Rogaway from the Drive posted some high-res imagery that they got, and seems to show no apparent damage to the airfield itself. Of course, we know that if they were using lighter, shorter range drones, like some of the attacks we've seen when they, for example, when they went after one of those airborne early warning A-50s a while back, that wouldn't necessarily damage the surface of the airfield. So we have to wait and see, I think, with a little more information on what this was. When the Ukrainians announced it, the first thing I noticed was that they said that one of the aircraft they damaged was a MiG-29. That piqued my interest right away because the Russians don't fly a lot of MiG-29s. They do have a few and some variants, very few though. But what was interesting is that that base, Kursk, did used to have a MiG-29 variant based there, MiG-29 SMT, modernized version of it. Those were out of service and stored outdoors as of about a year ago. It was about a year ago, maybe September-ish, that we saw satellite imagery of that seemed to indicate that those aircraft that had been stored outdoors were now were just gone. They had been moved. The imagery that the Drive is sharing this morning seems to show in the revetments what are some clearly Su airframes, so presumably Su-35s, maybe Su-27s, but there are definitely a couple of MiG-29s there, which is interesting. This is slightly off of the topic of the attack itself, but if this might be the first visual confirmation I've seen of the Russians returning those MiG-29 SMTs to service, which I think says a lot about their sustainability right now. The Air Force's inventory and their ability to maintain operations. Because again, those aircraft were withdrawn from service and at least a couple of years in open air storage. So that would give us a pretty good indication that they're short on aircraft, and that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Can I? Sorry,
Carry
Jim,
on,
can
Tim.
I just jump in? I see. We've lost Jim. That's annoying. He had his hand up, and I cut him off there. Can I just ask? This open air storage, number one, sounds like a pretty horrible idea for any piece of equipment. If you're storing something out in the open, it suggests you're not going to use it again, and you're just going to cannibalize it for parts. But if they've basically withdrawn this airframe, what parts can they cannibalize? So this does strike me as a symbol of either carelessness or desperation, as you say, right?
Yeah, I mean the Russian MiG-29 force, where the MiG-29 is a pillar of Ukrainian air defense, fixed wing air defense. For the Russians, not so much. Sukhoi really took over as the main provider, and the Air Force began to really withdraw a lot of its and not upgrade its MiG-29s, the Russian Air Force. So the fact that, the imagery I've had a quick look at this morning, and I zoomed in on it, and it's definitely a couple of MiG-29s there. They could be those SMTs that have been brought back. They could be earlier variants that are still kicking around. Russian naval aviation has some upgraded. It's a much more modern variant of the MiG-29 that they operate. But overall, the numbers of it in Russia are very low. For the Air Force to be bringing some back into service or shuffling some around does indicate a shortage of more advanced types like Su-30s, Su-35s. Not surprising in the least, especially given what we know about production, which I'd be surprised if they're producing more than 20 aircraft of that type a year. The MiG-29 is out of production. It's available for export as an upgraded variant, but the Russian Air Force hasn't bought any of those. So it was just an interesting kind of sidebar to this bigger story of the attack on Kursk.
Yeah, good stuff. Sorry, I was just in the middle of a bit of orange juice there. Yeah, I mean, we've heard about the Russian Air Force. It's the one force that seemed to have still had a lot in stock and wasn't used as much as many people thought it would be used. We know about the reported lack of pilots that they've got, and they were kind of digging digging at the bottom of the barrel of that. By the look of some of those pilots, they were getting out of retirement either voluntarily or being volunteered. But this is really interesting if they're actually running out of planes as well, or at least having to shuffle them about. What do you think, Martin?
Well, when they made that initial move, that what the satellite imagery about a year ago seemed to confirm, which was the movement of those stored airframes. I mean, I think a lot of us that follow the aviation scene in this conflict, that was something that I thought of right away. I'm sure others thought the same. That what are they going to do with those? Are they going to try to bring them back? Because they were a relatively modern. It's a far more capable variant than what the Ukrainians fly. Put it that way, because it was an upgrade they did around the late '90s. Much better radar and longer range missiles. It's a much more capable aircraft. That said, I've seen zero evidence of Russian MiG-29s being used in over Ukrainian territory. They may be trying to avoid that to avoid friendly fire incidents, which I imagine would be pretty easy, given what we've seen from Russian surface-to-air missile batteries. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, generally, is there probably a problem with the Russian Air Force maintaining its tempo of operations? I would put money on yes. They weren't set up for or being prepared for a conflict of this duration and intensity before Putin decided to launch his adventure, and he certainly didn't think they would have to be doing anything like that. So combination of number of pilots, spares, the whole supply chain thing, logistics, and the fact that the Russian Air Force has a lot of modern airframes and newly manufactured versions of older Su-27 based aircraft, but they're still flying a lot of their older aircraft. And for them to be mounting the combat air patrols, which have to be pretty much constantly up in the air, in different sections of that very long front with Ukraine, it's been more than a year. So we hear a lot about the issues with the Ukrainian Air Force and fatigue on their on their airframes, but you can bet the Russians are encountering a similar problem.
That's very good news. I was a bit worried about the Air Force still being maybe up to being quite powerful, the Russian Air Force. But if that's going downhill as well, that's a jewel in the crown, really.
Well, they're no pushover. Let's put it this way. I mean, we have to take all these things, and it's like the rest of the Russian military. But I'll just throw my 2 cents in here on where we stand with the Russian Air Force. And we saw some numbers last week from Ukrainian military intelligence that indicated that the Russian combat aircraft availability is about 450 aircraft right now. That's a lot lower than, that if you look at open source and pre-24 February. Again, not surprising. But they can still pack a punch, I'm not discounting them yet. I think they're getting hurt. They're really feeling, especially on the human side of it, they're probably really feeling this pace of operations. But they can still do a lot of damage. I mean, unfortunately, that's just a question of sheer numbers, if nothing else.
One of the things. Sorry, Shaggy, please do go on.
No, I was just going to say, I wasn't saying that the Russian Air Force was about to collapse in a moment. Just chipping away at it, chipping away at that crown jewels. Is how I put it. Tim,
I think one of the things that I think I've noticed. I'm not an Air Force aviation guy, so one of the things I think I've noticed is that the most striking thing about the Russian Air Force during this particular war is its absence. Right? We were very, very strongly expecting to see an air war that will be over extremely quickly, and Russian air power playing a decisive role in their invasion in the same way as Western air power, particularly American air power, played dominant roles in both Gulf Wars, just as an example. And that didn't really happen. And despite the Ukrainian Air Force being, comprehensively outclassed. I mean, they can't. A Ukrainian pilot cannot expect to survive an encounter with a Russian pilot, right? They are flying aircraft that are a generation older. Despite being comprehensively outclassed, the Russian air power doesn't seem to be playing a particularly big role. Is that overly simplistic, Lata?
They're playing a role. They're just not playing the role that that we expected. They're certainly not playing the role that they could be. Look, I'm one of those people that, and when I remember I started chiming in on the space, talking about aviation more than a year ago, I was one of those people that had followed the procurement and development of the Russian Air Force through the, assuming, well, they're trying to add the U.S. Air Force, and they're going to, so then therefore we can assume that the next time they're committed to a really large conflict, they're going to look like, or at least try to emulate the U.S. Air Force. Nothing could have been farther from the truth. They showed that they weren't able to mount combined operations with different types of capabilities to the same extent. I think they're having trouble probably maintaining the tempo of operations, although to be fair, Western Air Forces with budget cutbacks over the last few years probably would be facing similar challenges. Where they are right now is that their more advanced stuff is still sitting back. One of the numbers that was encouraging from the second part of the numbers that I was just mentioning, that Ukrainian military aviation, military intelligence released a few days ago, was they gave a number of approximately, if I, off the top of my head, if I may be slightly off on this, but about 22 Tu-22s, which is one of the main Russian bomber types for delivering cruise missiles. That's a very encouraging number. And as Shaggy said, exactly that this slow attrition, obviously it's not Desert Storm. It's not what we'd like to see, what the Ukrainians would like to be able to deliver. But the use of different types of drones to slowly attrit the certain Russian capabilities anyways, has potential, definitely has potential. And I think this Kursk raid, we have to just wait and see a little more. All this open source stuff, I know Chuck's been doing some analysis now. We have this imagery that's coming out from the drive. It's all good. It's all contributing to the bigger picture of what happened there. But I'm holding right now to the idea that it's possible that they may have launched a mass raid of smaller drones that could easily have caused, relatively minor damage, even enough to knock an aircraft out of service for a while. And that could really still affect them. Remember that in the Russian and Soviet maintenance philosophy in their Air Force, field maintenance is emphasized far less than in the West. Typically the way they would do it in Soviet times, and I think for the most part in Russia they still do this, is if an aircraft has a problem that can't be fixed or will take a while to get fixed, they just send it back to the factory and get a replacement. So they don't have as many replacements right now. The factory's not producing. We don't know how much the sanctions are affecting production or quality of production. They may have an image of a couple of brand spanking new Su-30s out of the production line, but we don't know to what extent the sanctions have affected the systems in that aircraft. I think there has been an effect. So anyways, just a couple of thoughts on where the Russian Air Force is now. The main thing is they're still not jumping in, right, Tim, with their more advanced stuff. We've seen them kind of poke their head out a little bit. They'll lose an Su-35 or Su-34 here, and then they're risk averse, and we continue to see that.
Well, I guess it's because they just don't have a doctrine on this, right? You look at Western Air Forces, the U.S. Air Force, Royal Air Force, did Gulf 1 and 2. The Italians, the French, the British did Libya. US has been doing Syria. I think the UK has been doing Syria as well. Like, we have quite very, very well developed doctrine on how to deal with enemies that may not be able to oppose you meaningfully in the air, but do have very significant ground-based air defense capabilities. That was certainly true of the Iraqis, particularly the Republican Guard. And it did, the ground-based threat did change U.S. Air Force doctrine, right? You read the after-action reports from Gulf One, and a number of airframes they thought would be decisive, they had to rewrite how to use them, particularly A-10, right? They decided actually the flying tank concept, it's not sufficiently survivable to do its job as originally designed, so we're going to rewrite the doctrine on that. So we've done this recently. We've dealt with ground-bound enemies who have a lot of GBAD to throw up at us. Russians, they've never really done that. I mean, unless you count Afghanistan, right? So we do have an information advantage, a doctrinal advantage over them, and this perhaps would explain their caution.
Yep, there may be a lot. I think that's definitely one of the reasons. There's for whatever combination of reasons, over time they just didn't. I mean, at the end of the day, that doctrine is great, but you have to put.
Did we lose Latam?
Yeah, he's just yeah, I can't see him now. Oh, there he is.
Really pushing the equipment and the crews, and being honest about the results and learning from it. That.
Sorry, Latam, you're breaking up, cutting in and out. I think you're about to lose reception.
Around the house. How's that?
You came back in the last half a second.
Okay, let's give it a try. How's that sounding right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I went into a bad part of the house. Just to give one quick example of Western tactics, and the one that I think one of the ones they seem to have had a lot of trouble emulating is the suppression of enemy air defense. And we continue to see a steady stream of images. Analyst Guy Plosky just shared one a couple of days ago of an Su-30 crew, I believe it was, with a mixed loadout that included KH-31 anti-radiation variant missiles. We've seen that image many times. I don't see that capability reflecting on the ground. I don't see them taking out, and what would be their prized target, of course, would be the Western surface-to-air missile systems. And I see no evidence whatsoever that they're taking any of those out. No doubt, we all know that if there was even a hope that they would be showing off the video, and they would at least be claiming it. And we're not getting that. So, they never had the dedicated units that train specifically in that role. They just built the weapon. And I think there was a lot of that in the Russian Air Force pre-24 February, that if we just build it and kind of look like the American Air Force, then we can do it. Yeah, we can do Desert Storm. Yeah, no problem. I really think there were a lot of people there that thought that. But they have shown over the last year and a half. And that's not something that they're going to be able to do anytime soon. Therefore, I don't think that they will be a decisive, they could throw themselves into the battle, their tactical aviation. But at what point do you do that? Because they know they'll lose a large number of their crew and aircraft if they do that, especially every day that another Western surface-to-air missile system arrives in Ukraine. So at what point would they be willing to do that? They've held off this much. Could it be in this potential breakthrough that we're starting to see south of Robotyne? I don't know. At some point, somebody higher up might say, but we've had a number of moments like that, right, over the last year, and they didn't do anything. So I don't know.
So interesting what you say about kind of making it look American. It kind of reminds me of Chinese military equipment. 20, 30 years ago, it looked very Soviet, right? Often it was a Russian. It was just a knockoff, a direct copy of whatever Russian thing was happening. But particularly going back to the Brezhnev era, it was when the Soviet Union was seen as this kind of irresistible force. Then the Chinese military looked a lot like the Russian military, and now all their stuff starts, looks American. It's like, no, we don't want it to look like a BMP-2. We want it to look like a Bradley. Make it look like a Bradley. But when you pop open the bonnet, you just think, well, what on earth is this? Anyway, just a silly aside. Thank you very much, Latam. James, thank you very much for your patience. You've been waiting a long time.
Yeah, no worries. Just driving through Zhytomyr, actually. It's a military town, provincial town, west of Kiev. Just interesting to see, how life goes on a lovely summer's day. But yeah, really interesting to hear from Latin about Russian air power and the disappointment it's been to military analysts and the Russians themselves. I mean, thank God, right? I mean, it's just annoying for me that I could have saved 10 years of existential angst from 81 to 91, worried about the Red Dawn and the Russians coming. If we only knew they were this shit back then, it would have been a lot less stressful. But yeah, interesting. Is it all down to their kit, or is it down to the training and the motivation of the pilots? Latin, is there, bravery takes a large part in flying a fast jet, does it not?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, as far as bravery, you only need to look at their what they did in the Great Patriotic War. The one where they were fighting actual Nazis. There's no lack of courage and determination. I think if they ever had to legitimately defend their country, they would step up. Deep down to a man, I think a lot of them probably know this is all bullshit. This particular fight. As far as equipment, it's really not bad. They have a long history of developing pretty good combat aircraft. Generally speaking, it's a bit of a stereotype, but generally speaking, cruder and tougher than Western kit. That is a very general statement, but it does go back to their early, to at least the Second World War, when they really started producing their own stuff in large numbers. But you look at something like the Su-35, their most modern fighter. We'll put the Su-57 aside because that's a little bit of a showpiece and a propaganda piece, in my opinion. But the Su-35 is a solid multi-role fighter by any standard. You put a determined, well-trained, and motivated squadron of pilots behind some of those, and I think they would be able to hold up in a modern war anywhere. But now there's obviously other factors at play right now.
And I guess they had another advantage during the Second World War in that they had large amounts of the best British equipment that American money could buy, right?
Well, that is repeated a lot in the West, and there's a counter to that in Russia historically, which is to deny it or really ignore it. Overstating it is, I'm not saying you are overstating it, Tim. I often hear people and historical analysis overstate it. It was critical in the first couple of years of the war, for the Russian war, 1941 on, that it really saved them then. But towards the end, and once they moved their factories to the east and started developing or producing some excellent designs of particularly assault aircraft, what they call the assault aircraft, kind of a earlier version of a propeller version of the A-10. Imagine that, and excellent fighters. Once they ramped up production and they were producing them by the tens of thousands, then they were, they contributed a lot to their own victory.
Yeah, I'm being slightly facetious, of course. But thank you very much, Latin. James, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Latin. The Russians could produce kit and can now, clearly. I mean, the Sturmovik was the famous one. They've made almost 40,000 tank killers in the Second World War. I mean, just for comparison, I don't think the Americans made more than 10,000 Mustangs. So the Russians did make a lot of kit, still make a lot of kit, but it still goes back to the other stuff, right? Training, motivation, tactics, and corruption, I think, is a big part of it. I mean, how many of those Sukhoi 35s are actually airworthy, would you guess?
It was 450, the number, wasn't it?
Well, that was total. I think that was total combat, total fixed wing combat aircraft, and whether that included the 22 strategic bombers that were listed as well, I'm assuming that was separate. But yeah, overall, that brings the numbers, and that's just number of aircraft that they have available. How many are they able to operate on a daily basis? That is a good question. Again, that factors like pilots and logistics play a big role there. But I think, let's wait and see for the next few days if this breakthrough. I guess it's too early to call it a breakthrough yet, but if this push that the Ukrainian forces are beginning to develop and work on, if that really does turn into a breakthrough, I'm going to be watching very carefully what the Russian aviation response to that is. I have mentioned on a couple of occasions a historical comparison that I think is relevant, that I'm very familiar with, and that is the Argentine Air Force and Naval pilots in 1982 when the British landed, when they finally landed, which I believe was 21st of May 1982. They knew it was go time. They knew at that point. I've listened to many of their interviews with those pilots, and they knew at that point, okay, this is it. This is what we trained for. This is now the moment has come that we have to show what we can do. Knowing full well that they were up against very sophisticated surface-to-air missile threats and air-to-air threats, and knowing full well they would lose quite a few of their number. Regardless, they pushed through with their attacks. Anybody can Google it, check YouTube. You'll see the video that was shot on the ground of these guys running these attacks, and it was courageous if nothing else, right? I'm not talking about the greater sovereignty thing. Okay, I'm not talking about that, but just on what individual airmen were doing for their country at that moment. We haven't seen that from the Russians. We simply have not seen that kind of determination to go after the Ukrainians. We've only seen that kind of sticking their head out a little bit and then pulling back right away as soon as there are any losses. Are they going to do it now? I mean, pretty soon, if I'm reading correctly, the people who look at the bigger picture and the ground war, maybe go time sounds like it's getting pretty close. They've put it off for more than a year and a half. But if the Ukrainians really are going to be doing a drive towards Melitopol and then maybe eventually towards the Sea of Azov, sounds to me like, I don't know, that sounds like if you're in the Air Force, it's like, okay, we got to throw ourselves into this battle now. Try to stop that, unless they just don't care.
Oh, yeah, I mean that's a very important point. The story of the Argentine Air Force and naval aviation during the Falklands War is a story of extraordinary gallantry and extraordinary determination, and a story of a certain level of, shall we say, a certain learning curve when it came to countering air threats from the Royal Navy and the Army. Yeah, absolutely, we haven't seen that from Russia, and it's a very interesting point. James?
Yeah, thanks, Latin. A useful point regarding the motivation. I mean, a lot of these flying officers are going to be better educated. They're going to have money. They're going to have friends and family in the West. I would posit that they're less likely to want to lay down their lives for a probably lost, unjust war. Getting fighter pilots to risk their lives is going to be harder than the average drunken Mobic. I'd hesitate to say. The other issue, I mean, I think going back to your point, I mean, if this really is a breakout, and it looks like it certainly is going to be a positive tactical situation for Ukraine, then if we know that the Russians are moving their best troops down from the Kharkiv front, the 76th Airborne Division, by the way, is often talked about as being the best trained, the most elite paratroop division unit in the Russian army. They're based in Pskov. Their original plan was to take Tallinn in 24 hours, by the way, Tim. You're probably aware of these lads. They're also responsible for the massacre in Bucha. These guys are Putin's shock troops. They're his SS. They're committed, fanatic, however you want to put it. If they're putting these guys, if they're moving them almost 1,000 kilometers around that front to get to Verbove to defend against the Ukrainians pushing through, then it's getting risky for them. It's getting touch and go. And that's when you have to have air power, right? If you've got originally a 10x advantage over the Ukrainians, I mean, it must be still 5 times as many frontline fighters. If you're not pushing those fighters towards the contact line, then then it's never going to happen. Would you agree, Lassen?
This is, sorry, James, just to clarify, this is the VDV.
Well, the 76th Airborne Division is the paratroop regiment based in Pskov. I think 7,000 or 8,000 people. It was originally tasked with taking the Baltic states, but they were moved. They fought in Chechnya. This is a Guards regiment. They've been fighting since the 40s, and they were in Bucha. They're Putin's assault troops, and they've been moved around. There's been reports of sightings, captures, whatever it may be, of 76 Guards around Vrobove and Robotny, and they were up around Kupiansk and Kharkiv. So they've been brought around, and these are lateral reinforcements. The Russians don't have any reserves, right? They're having to take their elite troops from the northern front down to the southern front. Is a big problem.
Well, the 76th is a VDV formation. VDV is all dead. Like they had 40,000 guys, and they're all dead as far as I know. And the people now fighting are either not the OG front, the OG combat arm VDV, or their replacements. I think they're all dead. That's what I've read. Latam, do you know any better?
30% are probably dead. When they're still the best the Russians have got as far as I understand.
Absolutely. They're the best dead ones the Russian has. Sorry, I'm being facetious, James. Latam.
It's probably worth repeating. We've talked about it before on the space, but when we talk about what ideally Ukraine would be doing in the air right now, they're not capable of because of numbers, simply the air force that they were before 24 February. And what the Russians appear to be unable to do right now is this idea of combined air operations. And it really is a complex thing. When we talk about it on this space about what Desert Storm looked like in the air, you can't emphasize enough the complexity of that kind of operation, the numbers and the variety, the different taskings, the different types of aircraft that are involved in making a big operation like that happen. And this is probably really simplifying it down, but you'd be looking at things like the airborne early warning, the big eye in the sky, kind of big picture, watching over the operation, coordinating. You're talking about jamming of enemy air defenses, attacking enemy air defenses, suppression and destruction of enemy air defenses. That will look like specialized fighter units that carry anti-radiation missiles and jamming equipment. Again, emphasis on specialized units who train for that, and that's what they do, and not just do it in a silo, but train working with other units in that sort of thing. This whole thing has to be, it's like an orchestra. It has to be practiced. The strike package, which can involve many different types of aircraft, the aircraft that are actually going to deliver precision guided or unguided munitions. Bombers can play, strategic bombers can play a role in this. They did in Desert Storm. The Americans were using their B-52s. Aerial refueling, combat search and rescue of downed crews. It's such a complicated thing. The Russians on paper have these capabilities, but they haven't shown us that they can do them. They will not have gained the ability to do them, especially in the middle of a high intensity war over the last year. So that does kind of leave them with some unpleasant options, because what they could do is try to do it, try to make that big operation happen in a particular area, anywhere where they maybe think they're threatened and they really need to stop the Ukrainians. But I'm not sure they can. I really don't think they can do it. And so if they do it and without enough practice, they can't do it to the extent and as well as, say, the U.S. Air Force would do it, then that means that there's going to be a lot of losses and less chance of it being successful. Otherwise, the alternative is to do things piecemeal, which is the way they've done it, to send in
a strike package of a couple of Su-34s with 2 Su-35s giving them top cover, maybe a jamming helicopter, and let's hope for the best. Let's see what happens. Well, that particular scenario, that one I just described, most of them were shot down, and they tried that in May, I think. We haven't seen a lot of that since. There are real threats. The Ukrainian pilot who passed away a few days ago, Juice, one of his last posts that he did before he was killed was showing the Russians launching or delivering extended range bombs from an Su-34, so from a strike aircraft at high altitude and probably far back from Ukrainian defenses. He was complaining that, and rightfully so, that the Ukrainian Air Force doesn't have the capability to intercept the aircraft that are doing that, because they sit far back and at high altitude. And they launch these are the bombs that have the little swing wings that pop out. I don't think they have a guidance system. If they do, there's very few of them out there. Most of the ones I've seen, and I've spoken with tons of people in the back channel, nobody believes there's definitive proof that these things are actually guided. But they certainly are able to extend their range, and they kind of just lob them in the general direction of the Ukrainian lines. And if they hit civilians, we all know they don't care. That kind of thing can go on. They can intensify that kind of campaign, but it's very inaccurate. It can kill a lot of people. That's a sad thing, but it inaccurate in terms of actually hitting a high priority target. So honestly, if maybe my guess is that something like what's happening south of Robotyne, if that was a Western Air Force facing that, they would have already thrown quite a bit into that to try and slow it down. The fact that now we're looking at it potentially moving to a next phase through a second layer of defenses on the ground and another urban settlement around there shows that they're not doing much from the air. Probably they're still using some of their less sophisticated aircraft, maybe some of their helicopters, but it's not a full-on effort to really slow the Ukrainians down. I'm not seeing that yet. I'm watching for it. If anybody sees evidence of it, a video or whatever, please share it, because I would love to see that, and at the same time hope that it continues the way it is.
Thanks, Latin. Well then, yeah. So, well, if we've done with that a little bit, I was going to get back to this information about these cardboard drones for you, Tim, and everybody else who's watching. So up in the nest, what would that be now? 1, 2, 3 posts back. I've put a few articles regarding these cardboard drones. Some stats about them. I've just moved again. So yeah, they can fly up to 75 miles, deliver a payload up to 3 to 5 kilograms. They pootle along at 60 kilometers an hour, which is really quite slow, which is quite good, because a lot of air defenses and things like that don't like things that fly slow. They're kind of more geared to faster flying things, from what I understand. So they have a little bit of trouble with small things. So another source says 75 miles is the range. So it kind of depends on the payload, whether they're carrying 3 to 4 kilograms or not. They were originally made in conjunction in Australia. Australian company in conjunction with the Australian Army under a 1.1 million Defence Innovation Hub contract. I think this was signed last year, about July last year. So yeah, they're great. They're kind of launched from a little ramp. Reminds me of my gliding days, because I used to get hauled up in a glider by a winch, and these ones seem to get hauled up in a similar way, not quite the same way as my glider was. It's on a little ramp with a bit of string, as you would do with a cardboard drone, and get hauled up in the air.
Is that like a rubber band type thing? They're pulling it back and firing it like a catapult.
So I had a look at that. So I don't actually know if it's a rubber band or not. I saw this piece of string. It stretches out. You can just make it out in one of the pictures that I put up in the nest in that thread. The string kind of goes a bit further along. Actually, in the background you can see it's further along. So it actually looks like a piece of string. Actually, same color as a piece of string. So it might be a bit of wire string or something like that. I don't think it's a literal catapult, i.e., with an elastic string. But I may be wrong. I may be wrong on that one. But yeah, they kind of get helped into the air and then just pootle along. Yeah, so they cost. Where's my other little thing? Yeah, they cost. Okay, that's in Australian dollars. We don't really want that, do we? They cost between 670 to $3,500 US each. Can be flat packed, and they were flat packed, and a load of them don't know how many, but they were flat packed in Australia and then shipped over to Ukraine around about March this year, actually. So probably been doing a bit of testing with them and stuff like that. So yeah, very cheap. I mean, if 16 of these drones costed an average of, even if it was 3,500, took out all the aircraft and equipment that they're reported to have took out, the 5 aircraft and the S-300 and the Panzer anti-aircraft defense system. I mean, yeah, 16 of those at $3,500 each, taking out $322 million worth of Russian equipment is a very, very good cost to effect ratio. I can't think of a better one than that, actually. That was really quite good. Maybe some of these little grenades that get dropped into a nice spanking new Russian tank is as cost effective. But yeah, very, very cost effective. Brilliant. So there's your little update, Tim.
Thank you very much. And this is one of the potential. This was the buzzery around the notion of drone swarming to an extent. The phrase drone swarming became a kind of big meme about 10 years ago, and every defense related politician on the planet was talking about drone swarming, and the press got very, very excited about it. And I spoke to some friends of mine who are in the drone manufacturing space in the UK, and they say whenever they try and sell a drone to the MOD in London, the first thing that the assistant junior undersecretary for drones says is, does it swarm? Is it a swarming drone? So they've obviously, they've kind of learned these words. And the theory behind that is you can overwhelm enemy air defenses by sheer force of numbers if you have a sufficient number of things flying at them, which is sound, I guess. The meta theory to this is cost, right? So if you have a load of drones that cost, as you say, £3,000, and it's a 20,000, it's a £20,000 missile to shoot it down. You throw enough drones in the direction of that defender. Not only are they going to expend all their missiles, but on a longer time scale, they're going to start to run out of money, right? So they're going to start to, they're going to be expending expensive things to shoot down cheap things. So somebody's got to blink, and it's going to be the one who's spending more money. Now, this was the logic behind the Shahed, the Iranian Shahed drone. It's very cheap, it's very crude. It has a lawnmower engine or a motorcycle engine or something like that. It drops a big bang somewhere in the vicinity of a target, and it costs a lot of money to shoot it down. That was the theory. But the issue with this is when it comes to the axis of tanky versus NATO, is we outrank them economically by several orders of magnitude, right? Russia has an economy about the size of Spain. Iran's is even smaller. There is such a profound economic imbalance that they can fire these things at us all day. We can shoot down every single one with the most sophisticated with the most sophisticated, expensive, spiffy missile that we can manage, and they're still going to run out of money before we do. What is interesting, though, is it does work the other way around, right? So Russian capacity to manufacture air defense systems, particularly missiles, is very, very limited. They do have a bit of a capability gap when it comes to light to medium, right? So kind of man pads up to Rapier. they have a bit of a capability deficit. They're fine on heavy ground-based air defense, S-300, S-400, although they are they're not exactly flush with missiles, but they do have a bit of a capability gap at the lighter end, and they will run out of stuff, and it will be very painful. So if the Ukrainians can throw enormous numbers of very cheap munitions at them, unless unless they take loads and loads of gun-based systems out of mothball and start using them, that's another interesting feature of this war, by the way. The other way around, this concept of cheap drones, very expensive to shoot down, therefore victory, it starts to become very, very real, right?
Yeah, definitely. It reminds me of back in the day in the Cold War. I think one of the main reasons, or one of the big reasons that the Soviet Union kind of broke up was it was trying to keep up with the arms race with the US and basically run out of money. Would that be a good summary?
Well, I would say it's more fundamental and holistic than that, in that the Soviet economy ran out of steam towards the end of the Khrushchev era, and never really recovered. The 70s, okay, the 70s was pretty crap for everybody, but it was fatal to the Soviet economic system. And another thing, interestingly, that was fatal to the Soviet economic system was the end of large-scale repression, right? And this is what people often fail to understand about the Soviet Union, is the Gulag system was economically necessary, right? It was the Soviet version of unemployment. And we know this because not only is it logical that's what it was, simply because in a society where everybody is guaranteed a job and cannot be removed from that job, how do you discipline labor, right? How do you make people work where there's no threat of unemployment and destitution? The answer is you threaten to make their lives a lot worse by sending them into the Gulag system. So that's their version of unemployment. And the unemployment figures, like the number of people in Gulag, very closely mirrors the performance of the global economy. So when unemployment spikes in the West because the economy is crap, then Gulag numbers spike in socialist countries as well. So this was economically necessary, but the end of widespread repressive policies like that during the Khrushchev era, towards the end of the Khrushchev era, it meant that the labor discipline was simply no longer there. People simply didn't have any incentive to work anymore. And this really was the death knell of the Soviet system, because the socialist idea doesn't work unless you come down on the lazy really, really, really hard. And so that was kind of it. And of course, the arms race with the US didn't really help. The Soviet Union was already spending enormous amounts of money on military equipment even before that. It was unsustainable even in a normal economy, never mind a socialist one. And so that kind of pushed it over the edge. But the fundamental problem was that with the best will in the world, you cannot plan an economy that complex, and you cannot guarantee people the labor rights they have and maintain labor discipline. It's just, people just don't work like that.
Okay, thanks very much for that. You caught me mid-cracker. Yeah, brilliant. So earlier on today, Mock has brought us the news that a Russian in Hodar was injured when a drone flew through the window. And I'm looking at a video of the said drone not flying through the window. The video cuts out just before it gets to the window. But it's definitely zooming in on this window. It's a squat little building near some high-rise building. It's Astria Intel. If you wanna go to that, in fact, I might as well just retweet it on my timeline. Yeah. So to my little kind of naked trajectory eye, it might just hit just underneath the window. So some of it might have got through. It might have got through. Depends on, I guess, where the camera is mounted relative to the payload. Normally the payloads are lower than the camera. So yeah, in this digital age, we get to see these things really quite quickly. So from a report this morning of this happening, we're actually seeing we can actually see the video from the drone targeting this. Can't see the guy, but targeting the window that it reportedly hit and did some damage. So that chap's apparently in hospital. Yeah, so amazing. Yeah, as I say, in this modern age, get these pictures really quite quickly. We'd like a few more. There was also I've stuck that on my timeline. I've attached it to a thread. So the other day I did a thread when that S400, sorry, got obliterated in Crimea. So there was a little report out today. So there's a satellite image out today that I found, which shows the destruction afterwards, after a satellite's gone over. So I added that to that same thread. Yeah, a couple of pieces of equipment in a zoom in that I did the other day of that strike from that drone, which was filming it rather nicely for us. There was quite a few pieces of equipment, various things. One launcher I think I spotted, another launcher I think I spotted as well, in that area. So sticking those two photos together and overlapping them, yeah, it looks like a couple of bits of equipment did actually get absolutely splattered, including that S400 and something else as well. I don't know whether it was the launcher that I was seeing. It seems to be in a slightly different position to the southwest of where that launcher was. So all the other equipment that were in that zoomed in shot that I posted the other day have been removed. So yeah, go and check that out. It's quite good in the era of as we know, as in the era of satellites. Whenever we can purchase these images from these satellite companies, just as private individuals. Obviously, the really detailed ones are still only for the military, but lots of obsequious people. Some of them actually put their hands in their pockets and buy some of this satellite imagery to bring to us. I can see Bull Terrier has his hand up.
I just had a quick question for you, Shaggy, before we move to Bull Terrier. Sorry. S400, is that real?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
is that a real thing? Because I remember it was one of those pieces of equipment that, like Su-57, like T-14 Armata, it was announced and everybody made an enormous fuss about it. But it is actually a real system that's on the battlefield doing things effectively. It's not one of these kind of Russian, hey, look at our big fancy new thing.
Yeah, no, it is. You may be thinking of the S500. I think they've managed to build one S500 from reports.
Oh, the new one. Okay.
Yeah,
right. That must be what I'm
exactly.
thinking of.
Yeah, exactly. So the S400 definitely, definitely. I think its price, if you're buying it in Russia, is reported to be $200 million. But the export version is $500 million. A bit of a markup that they've put on the export version. Right, Bull Terrier.
Oh, hi everybody. I want to apologise in advance for the lack of detail, but a few days ago, I think it was like 3 days ago, I saw a report that some rockets had been launched against a target in Russia from within Russia. Was that right? And is there any information about that?
I don't remember any rockets. The only rocket the only missile I know that's been fired in Russia that stayed in Russia was the one that hit, allegedly hit Prigozhin's plane. But I don't know any rocket on Russian within Russia. Anything, Tim, or anyone on the panel? I don't remember hearing that actually, but I haven't been on the space 24/7, so it doesn't.
I got nothing.
Yeah, I don't know, Bull Terrier. I'll have a little dig around and see any keywords I can search for, or any more details that you heard. Was it kind of MLRS rockets, or are we talking missiles?
I'll have a look back. I didn't make a note of it at the time, but I was quite surprised. And no, well, all right. I'll look back on my timeline and see if I can find some details.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, happy scrolling when I try and do that on my timeline, and Chuck, when I was trying to go on Chuck's timeline to find that map of up near the north area, Krasnodar. I can't remember the name of the place. Anyway, I had to scroll all the way back to the 13th. So I hope when Chuck comes tomorrow. I think he's probably due. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Tuesday tomorrow. So he's normally a Tuesday and Thursday kind of guy. Hopefully he'll have a nice updated map from up there. That'd be quite good. All right, I can see somebody requesting. So let me just sort out this request. It's Declan. Let me drag him up here. Press that button that doesn't work, and then press the next button. Oh, he does work that button. Maybe Elmo's fixed a few things today. Declan, welcome. You managed to speedily, and your hand goes up. Excellent, pretty perfect. Carry on.
Good morning. How is everybody?
We're good. I'm eating crackers.
Splendid. I'm not eating crackers.
Crackers. We're jumping around to a lot of different topics here. I just wanted to revisit one quick thing. The Ukrainian chap that went down, I didn't hear about that. What was his complaint that he said he could or couldn't do? Something about altitude. It was a aircraft that we lost.
So if you're talking about Juice, Juice was involved in an accident between two training aircraft. I think it was the L-29 or something like that. Two training aircraft. So these training aircraft are two-seaters. So three pilots unfortunately died in that accident. We don't know the full details of how it happened or whatever. We can speculate. Maybe Latin's got some news.
We do, because Latam came up with his hand up. So Latam.
Yeah, so I can answer the question about the particular post that Juice made a few days ago, about a week ago. Do you want me to just go?
Please. Yeah, I just need the 30,000-foot version. No. Well, no pun intended.
It was. Well, it was pretty high up where the aircraft was releasing this weapon, but this is the extended range modification of the standard FAB series of general purpose bombs that are from the Soviet era. Most of the ones we've been seeing are kind of in the 500 kilogram range, and sometimes people refer to them as Russian JDAMs. I don't think there's any evidence that these adaptations that we've seen images of so far on aircraft and on the ground, we've seen fragments of them, have any kind of guidance system. I haven't seen any evidence of that, but they do have these little wings that pop out just like a JDAM ER that give them a little bit of flight. Gives them some aerodynamic lift, gives them more range once they're launched. What Juice was pointing out was that the Russians, he said, on a daily basis are releasing these weapons from out of the range of Ukrainian ground-based and fixed-wing air defense. He, as a fighter pilot, he, as a MiG-29 pilot, was saying, my radar and the weapons that I have on board can't reach where these guys are launching from. And they're aiming supposedly at Ukrainian troops, but of course these weapons are imprecise, so they also can easily hit civilians. I hope that helps. That's what he was describing.
Okay, I'm trying to piece it back together because we're about 5 topics behind, and I apologize for dragging everybody backwards here. I just didn't know who was firing at who and what had happened because I hadn't heard about this story. So, okay, well, I appreciate you clarifying that. So, and I'm sorry to hear about the 3. So, but you're saying that's a training exercise, though?
It was. They were, yes. The Ukrainian official release from the Air Force was that it was a combat mission. Now, you got to take that with there's a bit of nuance to it, right?
Okay. Yeah, fair play.
They were flying.
Okay.
They were flying jet trainers. They were flying L-39s. That's not a combat aircraft. It has a very limited combat capability. If the Ukrainians were ever to commit those to combat, I would be very concerned because it would show desperation, and that's not what we're talking about here. It looks as though the two other pilots, and their ages were they're majors first of all, where Juice was a captain. So these may have been guys that were coming up from the reserves and getting refresher training. I think there's a good chance that's what that was. In Air Forces, operational training accidents are a thing. They happen, and when you push crews, and the accidents do happen for different reasons. And this is apparent, but it was not a shoot down or anything like that. I don't think.
Okay. Yeah, and we just lost one here in, at Miramar, what, 2 days ago, night landing. So stuff happens, but
Yeah, when Air Force is trained, they happen regularly, unfortunately. It's part of the.
yeah. Now to jump ahead a little bit, the 200, 300, 500 story intrigues me with the photos. I'm clear on what it was and who it was and all that. I came in on the tail end of that announcement that night, and my question is, I was there. I was actually in Nick when Crimea was taken over, and with little to no resistance. And I am just curious now, what has it been, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years? What is the temperament of the Ukrainian people in Crimea? I- Are are they being brainwashed? Are they hanging in there? Or are they confused? Are they just rolling with it? I mean, because that was a pretty huge move that they pulled. What was it, about 150 miles or kilometers, the trip, and a pretty big undertaking with huge results. But uh, it seems that they're firing more and more into Crimea, but obviously Ukrainians show a lot more compassion than Russians do. But are we, when I say we, the collective West and Ukraine, are we taking care about where we aim things, or is it just to kind of unsubtle Crimea, or what?
No,
I'm just trying to get
yeah,
a
precision strikes. Basically, the Ukrainians are doing precision strikes into our Crimea with storm shadows and drones, and a few landings as well. A couple of days ago, a bunch of Ukrainian special forces landed on peninsula in Ukraine and took out some radar installations, and then made it back out unscathed with no casualties. And I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, there were reports that there was some maybe partisan activity, maybe special forces. We don't know yet. Anyway, somebody definitely anti-Russian forces went into the barracks and dispatched a bunch of Russians in their barracks as they slept. But with regards to kind of how the Ukrainians are prosecuting the war in Crimea, they're not just bombing it indiscriminately. They're not Russian. So all the things that we see going boom are military targets in Crimea. So the Ukrainians are very much looking out for not hitting civilians and purely either military targets or dual use things. For instance, like the Kerch Bridge. When it goes up, that could be used by civilians and the military as well. Definitely not targeting civilians.
No, and I didn't think it was that far. The irony is that my ex lives in Alushka, which is, I think it's about 25 miles south of where they attacked. So I haven't been in touch with her since. But I just, with the whole Eastern, it doesn't matter. I just wanted, you've cleared everything up perfectly for me. So I just felt bad for the people of Crimea. Um, they didn't ask for it, but nobody pushed back on it either. And this looks like a pushback, and there seems to be more activity on the southern side now. So we'll see how it goes. So
Yeah,
prayers and fingers crossed. So
yeah, exactly. We keep supporting Ukraine. There's definitely partisan activity in Crimea by pro-Ukrainians. Obviously, there's a lot of reports of the Ukrainians there still supporting Ukraine. Obviously, you're going to get a few collaborators and stuff, especially after that many years. Yes, there will be brainwashing going on because TV and all that kind of stuff. The Russians are going to be big on that, trying to sell their propaganda. But the Crimean people and the people that are there are very steadfast people. So they don't want anyone telling them what to do. So yeah, we have to have to help Ukraine liberate them as soon as possible. But I can see James has had his hand up for quite a while, so I'm going to go to James now.
Yep, cheers. Appreciate the help.
Hey, good morning. Hi, Shaggy. Hi, Tim. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I think I didn't quite understand the question that someone asked about the attacks in Moscow from within, or I'm sorry, in Russia, from within Russia. And I've heard many allegations that those are drones that are being fired, but I hadn't heard any allegations that it was other missile systems that were being used. You know, maybe I could see a man pad, but I don't think I've even heard that that's happened. So there's that. And then I just wanted to say the West, Japan's not in the West. Cambodia sent some D-miners. They're not in the West. It's a global community of people who are interested in keeping the world order sort of as it is, although it can improve. But just the idea that there's the more the merrier when it comes to helping Ukraine under the auspices of the UN Charter. So yay for the West, because that's really most of the help. And NATO, yay, because that's really where a lot of the brawn is coming from. But really, the more the merrier. And I've heard it myself that it's not too late to join the party.
Yeah, I've kind of brought this up yesterday. I say it quite a lot as well, and lots of people say the West and the West supports, but we mustn't forget Australia, Japan, and other nations that are not West, more East. Well, you can probably say West. You keep on going around the globe; it is round after all. So you keep on going West, you'll come back to where you started. But yes, it's a wording, and we don't mean to discount the aid and the help that Ukraine has received by people that aren't in the West. It's just a semantic thing. James.
Yes, I noticed once I looked at the top of the globe, by which I mean the North Pole, enough I realized that the West and the East had each other surrounded.
Yeah, excellent. It does. Yeah, we're everywhere. West and the East meet everywhere on every line. Right. So I think it was Ruse, then Axel, and then Bull Terrier. Or unless you wanted to come back, Bull Terrier, because I forgot to ask you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for getting everybody excited and also for the vagueness of what I said earlier. But I definitely saw a post. I don't know. It was 3 days ago, so I'll go back and have a look.
Okay. All right. No worries. So Ruse, then Alex.
I heard you say something about these glide bombs, the Russian glide bombs that could be fired out of the Ukrainian air defense and the radar range of the MiGs. If we put this in F-16 situation, I know they have a little bit better radar, but this should be an early warning thing, shouldn't it? And it should be the since they don't have any like AWACS or something, it should be the radars are on the Patriots and other air defense that pick them up and relay the information to the aircraft, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that's what I've heard from. We heard from Zagolman the other day that because of Link 16, this communications system that F-16s are equipped with, then the F-16s themselves don't actually have to turn their radars on, which obviously might attract like the Russian version of harm and things like that. They can use through Link 16, they can use the radars of Patriot batteries and the like, RSTs and stuff like that that are on the ground. So that effectively makes the plane kind of not a radar emitter. And it
Yes,
can
but if they're out of range of the ground to air systems now, they will still be out of range of those systems, won't they?
Yeah, maybe. It depends where you stick the it depends where you stick. It'll be sticking your ground radars. I did see, well, that's going to be months. That was a couple of months ago. I did see a visualization of kind of where the radars possibly could be in Ukraine. It wouldn't, obviously not exact positions, but with circles on how large their radars can reach and stuff like that. But there's a lot of aircraft that Russian aircraft and helicopters which fly quite close to the front line. So on their bombing missions, you'll see Chuck's maps, for instance, when there's been airstrikes on there. So those, I mean, if you're standing off, if you're on an F-16, flying maybe a couple of hundred kilometers behind the front lines, you'd be able to see those aircraft pretty easily with the ground-based radar doing the radaring. I would have thought. Any air people up here? Any view? Tim, any view on that? Which would basically push those aircraft and helicopters back if the F-16s can then shoot their missiles, their standoff missiles, and then they're guided by these ground radars. Those ground attack aircraft of the Russians and the helicopters are going to be toast. Does that help, Bruce?
Yeah, so that means that basically the pilot's problem was that he couldn't link up with the Western provided air defenses on the ground, so he couldn't get a fix on the aircraft. But an F-16 would.
Yeah, exactly.
So
So at the moment, the Ukrainian Air Force hasn't got Link 16 in their planes, so they can't link up to the Western supporting the Ukraine supporting ground radars. But when the F-16s come, they will be. Plus, they'll have missiles as well, which have a longer range than currently what the Ukrainian Air Force have as well. So those two things together are going to mean that any Russian planes or aircraft that come close, not even close to the front line, within tens of kilometers of the front line, will be able to be hit by these F-16 munitions that are going to be that could then use the ground radars to home in on those aircraft. So that's my understanding of it. Right. Okay. I will get to Alex and then Christopher.
I'll wait probably. Good morning, everybody. I will listen. Wait. I thought the question was about Crimea, but looks like we've passed that.
Yeah, we can circle back to that in a bit. Alex, you go and have a coffee. You sound like you need a coffee, buddy. You have that, and then we'll go to Christopher.
Thank you, Shaggy. Good afternoon. Have you recovered from the Shagathon?
I have, yeah. It wasn't as long as I thought it was going to be. It was good. Somebody else stepped in to do some interviews and stuff. So over the last few days, I've definitely bumped up my hours a little bit. I'm enjoying it. It's very good. What time is it now? 3:30.
I'm sorry. Tell me more about this Shagathon.
Well, I normally do like a 3-hour shift, 4 till 7 in the UK. Sometimes I've done a little bit longer, but I volunteered for a 1 p.m. till 10 p.m. shift yesterday. And the day before, I was supposed to be on a 4 till whatever it was, 8, and I took over, let Mockers have a little nap. So I took over maybe around about 1:45, and then went till 8 o'clock. And today I'm on till, well, I'm going to blast you out of the waters, Tim. You're lightweight. I'm going to be on till all the way through your shift, Let's have a little look at my diary. So then, yeah, not so long to go, actually, about 25 minutes before James comes on. So I will be on with James from 4 till 7. And then I think I've got another hour with Axel until 8 o'clock. So yeah, just loving to do a little co-hosting.
Listen, yeah, I want to say I was listening the entire time, and you were doing great. I mean, I love listening to you. I love listening to you. I enjoy your sense of humor. Could I ask a jet question?
Oh yeah, shoot.
Please. So I was watching the air show that happened in Poland, and a little bit before the air show, the prime minister, I guess it's a prime minister president, he had announced that they were taking delivery of some South Korean made, I think they're what, F-850s? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Which look like they're just sort of a bit of a weaponized version of a trainer that they've been using. Is my thinking on that correct?
And F850. I don't know what an F850 is. I just had a Google and it's brought up a motorbike, so it can't be that. What's this plane again? Say that again.
I thought it was they called it an FA-50. It's a Korean made light, sort of a light combat aircraft, and I was wondering if Latin was still up, then maybe he would.
Yeah, I can't see Latin. Oh yeah, FA-50. Okay, I got that. Yeah, the Golden Eagle. I hadn't heard about this actually. I think it's a Golden Eagle anyway. Yeah.
Well, what I thought was interesting is there was an interview by Polish television of one of the pilots of that aircraft, a young lieutenant, and there was he had said that the aircraft, and he was talking about it being, if it was going up in a sortie situation, it could provide, it could take the same intelligence that a F-16 or an F-35. So in other words, the interoperability of being able to see the landscape, everybody being on the same page. And he also described the inners of the cockpit as being pretty similar to the F-16. So I was just curious about that. I thought that was interesting, and I hadn't heard about it before.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it in regards to Ukraine. I know the South Koreans are going to be replaced. Well, so Poland has ordered some of these, has got some of these. The training aircraft. So Poland, this is September last year. Poland inks a deal for FA-50 light attack aircraft from South Korea. So they're going to be used for training. So when you get trained on jets and stuff like that, you go from kind of like single piston engine planes and work your way up on different levels of complication and different types of jet before you get to your final jet. So these might be by the looks of things, are going to be training aircraft for one step below the final aircraft that the pilot's going to be trained on. But maybe Ruse's hand came up, so maybe Ruse has got some information on this. Ruse.
Well, I think this was actually in Sweden for review ship, and it's a light trainer, but there is a light attack version of it, and we pretty much did the same thing with the SK-60, which is the international number that it's a Saab 150 maybe something, and we used it as a light attack craft in Sweden for 15, 20 years or something, with slight modifications, because the pilots found out it was actually very good to go into the narrow valleys along the rivers in northern Sweden, and they just converted it, and this might be a similar thing. They just found out it was good for combat, and why not use it when there is an available design? And I don't think Sweden bought any of these, the new ones, and the Korean ones. They went for something else instead. I don't remember.
All right, thanks, Ruse. Yeah, I'm just looking at a news item from the 3rd of August this year. So apparently the Polish defense minister says that the tests of the FA-50 light combat jet delivered from South Korea have been completed and proven successful. So Poland signed a deal last year to buy 48 of these from South Korea for its Air Force and received the first consignment of them in early July this year. So yeah, testing is complete. Flights in Polish airspace have been performed by Polish and Korean pilots, and this is the last step before handing over the brand spanking new FA-50s combat jets to the Polish Air Force. Yeah, so these are a little bit of detail on them. They're called the FA-50 Fighting Eagle. It's a lightweight two-seater combat aircraft. Its basic armament is a 20mm cannon, and a wide range of airborne ordnance, including AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles, AGM-65 Maverick air-to-air missiles, and some aerial bombs with no description. So there's a little bit of information on those FA-50s, which I'd never heard of before. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Shaggy. It does.
Brilliant. Well, I would like to see some of these. Yeah, apparently these are a replacement because Poland gave a load of MiG-29s to Ukraine. They've replaced them with these ones. So they're about to go. They're about to go into service in Poland. So a good replacement. And thanks, Korea. Korea's also sent some howitzers. I mean, Poland's bought everything. They've filled up their military larder with orders for stuff. They've gone a bit bonkers, so they're ordering loads of stuff. So yeah, this is another thing they ordered that I didn't even know about. So there we go. Right, now we've got a little bit of a lull in the hand. So before I start picking on people, because if you're in the speaker slot, I pick on you if you haven't got your hand up. No camping there from me. So yeah, just to let everyone know, if you can retweet the space, it is now, what time is it now? It is 4:45 in the afternoon here in the UK, a different time where you are in the world. Please retweet the space and maybe even pop along to MriyaReport.org to make a little donation, and so we can carry on helping Ukrainian defenders and civilians who are caught up in this war of aggression that Russia is losing, but they're still causing lots of damage on Ukrainian territory. So, Alex, brilliant.
Now, I had a question if we have any update from the news. I read some, but maybe we have different ones. Can you check if there is anything interesting, new, anything we haven't discussed yet?
I
go on.
A member of the State Duma of Russia, to the extent that that means anything, that's like their kind of cardboard version of a parliament. It is to parliaments what Australian cardboard drones are to F-22 Raptors, put it that way. Has announced that the Wagner Group could or should be or will be disbanded. By which I assume he means absorbed into the Russian army. I don't know how credible that report is, but or how meaningful his announcement is, or whether it's an announcement or him just opining. But somebody in a reasonable position of prominence in Russia has said this.
Yeah, that's kind of 3 months old? No, 2 months old news. I mean, the reason for Wagner's march was the fact that they wanted to disband it, so they still made it their way. I think more interestingly, they banned to make a funeral for Wagner leaders together. They will all be buried in different places, and they're referring to, as if families want so, even though like they want to avoid like people gathering together, and they will try to wipe out any memory of Wagner, so that war on graves was not just a coincidence. It's they're afraid of that Wagner, which is kind of telling. But anyway, yeah, I think Wagner is over. They will create other ones, but all the new ones will be under Ministry of Defense. So not to lose control, I guess. But at this point, I think Wagner is not going to be the biggest problem. They will see. The biggest problem will be soldiers' moral falling and front line collapsing, and constant need for new meat for meat grinders. I think in September, basically as early as September, probably last week of September, they will go with new wave of mobilization, because
Well, they have conscription twice a year, so they have it in the spring and in the autumn. So there's always going to be a mobilization kind of thing without conscription twice a year. So there's always going to be one in.
Well,
every
they
September.
go with mobilization all the time. Like they try to coerce, and this is probably the right word, because even though it looks like they are all volunteers, but talking to them, you can understand that this is really coercion of people.
Yeah, there's people who volunteer because they want to go, and then you stick an ED on the end,
Yeah.
and there's people who have volunteered. Picked up. Carry on.
And they have different tools and many tools. One way would be, if you go as volunteer, you'll probably get lighter functions. Like, and just yesterday I was listening to a guy who, like, he had health issues, like quite serious one. He shouldn't be mobilized at all in the first place. But, they told him, okay, we can use you in supplying, and if you do not volunteer now, then instead of supply, you will end up, being at the front line in storming positions, and so yeah, they have all kinds of tools, but mainly coercion to make people sign up, and they will also try to get some of those who kind of left the country. They will try to get them too, because even if you left the country, you still depend on source of income. A lot of those people, I guess, they either had financial means to support themselves for some extended time, even though those means can be dwindling up, or they arranged with their employer that they will be kind of working from outside the country. Like some jobs allow that, but Russians will be cutting all those, like closing all those gaps. Everybody will have to go to this meat grinder.
Well, I mean, people outside of Russia. I mean, Russians outside of Russia. For instance, look at Thailand. There's a lot of complaints by about a lot of Thai people that Russians are going to Thailand and basically taking their jobs and setting up businesses. So they're not going to be forced to go back to Russia. I don't think there's going to be many snatch squads taking Russian tourists or Russians that have left the country, dragging them back to Russia and mobilizing them.
Well, you never know. You never know. They can easily, I mean, not easily, but it's not just Thailand. Thailand is probably too far, and
yeah, that was just an example. I mean, Argentina, loads of places Russian tourists go and then stay and then set up businesses.
the majority would be in places like Armenia, Kazakhstan, Georgia, you know, those places. And from there, it's, of course, those who go to Argentina and have the means to go there and kind of settle down there, they won't come back. But those who kind of are temporarily hiding pretty much in places where it was easier to cross the border, they can get back a decent number of those. Say, any problem with, first of all, financial problems, like people may have no choice. I don't think anybody in Kazakhstan would support, you know, Russians who ran out of money, right? Second, if they have issues with police, first thing they're going to face is deportation. They can collect decent number of those. Again, their employers will, every employer will now have a kind of plan, you know, to, I read the instances where, especially big ones, they are hiring people with the only purpose to send them to, you know, to this war, basically to fill plan for mobilization.
Yeah, I have heard reports that so Putin told employers that a certain percentage of their the other companies' employees had to be volunteered to go to the front. So it kind of makes sense that if those employees they've got currently don't want to go to the front, then hire some new ones and then say, hey, here you go, have these employees, these new ones, maybe.
Yeah, so they can still collect kind of decent number. The question is what to do with them, like what kind of combat force is that? It won't be combat force by any mean. And again, you know, you can fight mass with quality, but yeah, they are desperate. It's really showing that they are desperate, and that's the resource they think they have. But again, you know, it will work until it won't. But we'll see that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes in September with the conscription mobilisation, and keep an eye on forced mobilisations as well. As well.
I think what will. I'm sorry. Let me just finish. I think what we'll be seeing is more surrendering and go to prison. Already, interestingly enough, Ukrainians are reporting that many Russians who were in prison, prisoners of war, were exchanged, ended up on front line and surrender again. So it's like, it's now a cycle of Russians in this world. Anyway, I spoke too much.
Cheers, Alex. Enjoy your morning. I think it still is there. Right, War Doggo.
Hi, Shaggy. Hi, team. Hope you're doing good. Hope everybody's doing good. You earlier mentioned several motivation, right? Things that Russians that is used in order to send Russians to war. And I recall one of them that I saw on the video of Third Assault Brigade that
those are the guys, the videos from whom I've been posting earlier of their assault actions when they enter and clean the trenches and defense lines. Hardly imaginable job that they do. And there was one moment on the video where from the enemy lines, they take literally an old man from this Storm Z, or how it is called, and they ask him, like, an old man, why the heck you are here? And the overall system is of the defense lines in the trenches is built like they have many people from this, like, I don't know, less professional, less trained people, and plus, to addition to that, in the separate trench they have several contractors, and those from the Storm Z units, they are like, they need to be a bait, actually, to just to let the contractors spot from where the fire goes to the Storm Z trenches, and then they are giving those coordinates to their artillery. And they were asking this guy from the Storm Z, "You're an old man. Why the heck you're here? What are you doing here?" And he said, "You know what? I am here for my granddaughters." And he said, "Your granddaughters were killed or what?" He said, "No, I was sentenced in Russia, and the system works in a way that if the person gets sentenced, his family is like unofficially cannot get to, daughters cannot get to the university, like family cannot get the normal job. It is in the personal cases is stated that the guy is sentenced." I'm not trying to build kind of the sentiment to these bastards. I don't care any of them unless they're becoming good Russians, if you know what I mean. But in this case, he was showing that he actually was sent to this, invited, and he agreed to go to this war, just his sentence to be lifted. So there is a the practical thing he was expecting to get as a benefit from him joining the battlefield, but it turned not in a way he was expecting. This is another way of motivating people to take part in this war.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of ways to motivate them to join. Sometimes with money, sometimes, well, you join or you're dead, or sometimes you join or you're going to go to prison, or even if you're in prison, you can get out of prison if you join. There's been lots of reports of when the mobilised have got there, maybe they've been told they were going to be driving and doing supply jobs, and then when they get there, they find that they're told, "Well, you either pay me some money, or I'm going to send you to the front line." For a month or two, while they can afford the fees, as it were, to pay the corrupt commander or whoever not to be sent to the front line, they can work behind, and then as soon as they run out of money, well, off you go to the front line. No use to me anymore. So yeah, money and force, I think, are the two things that motivate people. I don't think there's many anymore that volunteer to go to the front line to help save the motherland or fatherland or whatever it's called. What do you reckon, War Doggo? Money or force, or both? Well, both those two, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Agreed. Brilliant. Alex.
Yeah, I listened that too. So they picked up an old guy from prison, telling him that his criminal record will be wiped out. He can start his work from fresh. Actually, he can be serving in police. Imagine just that, like they lie to people, and people believe in, like, a person after serving 8 years in prison can work in police. His daughters will be admitted to good universities. He can be a good dad again, taking care for his granddaughters, and all kind of any lies go with them. So yeah, even people who are in prison and you would think they have nothing to lose, turns out they still have some. They want to be good in eyes of their relatives, especially with their descendants or whatever you call them. So they have tools to kind of, but really one tool they cannot really control is Russian surrendering in masses. They can beat up their officers and surrender, or just run and try to surrender. Like, the key is not try to fight back, when they offered you to surrender. Just, just fucking surrender. You'll save your life. Especially, it is about, so some people are mobilized from, like, territory of Ukraine proper, or those DNR, LNR. They go through the heaviest casualties, and for no freaking reason. So yeah, it looks like Ukrainians are increasing that, but communication is hard. You need to communicate, and planning each case is kind of more difficult. But those who already went through that path once, it's for them, it's like common thing. They don't make too much fuss about it. Just surrender again. Because you have better chances to cross this line, and just, if you are not armed, if you are showing that you're coming to surrender, you have better chances than sitting in a trench waiting for a mortar to visit you. But a lot of people, a lot of Russians will die, and a lot of, and many of them actually are used to, you just keep going, and they are. It was quite telling yesterday. I was listening to one of those stories. The guy says, "But I can't fight. I have serious health issues." And the answer, like, do you want to hear what was the answer? The most cynical. Well, you can still, be useful for 15 minutes. And that's all that's needed, because we are sending you there to find the coordinates of Ukrainian positions where the artillery will strike. So they are using them as a bait, pretty much.
Yeah, they were doing this in the Bakhmut area during the winter, and throughout when Wagner and the Russian forces were trying to make progress in Wagner. They put Storm Z forces and conscripts and ex convicts and stuff like that. They send them out first,
and not even hiding them. So I don't know, guys. We've heard so many bad things about Nazis and Hitler troops, and look, I don't think you would see anything like that, this attitude to human, in any army or in any nation for that purpose. I don't know. I don't think even, like, which are the most populous nations? Like, I don't know, maybe Chinese are a similar way, but I doubt, they're behaving, they're like, they're Anyway, it's not gonna end up, but they are extending. Every another month they can keep it that way. They will do. So it needs to. We need to give more weapon, to end this faster, because Putin is not going to end, and he has enough servants around him to keep it going, extending the end. And it's
Thanks, Alex. I just want to welcome James to the hot seat. Welcome, James. We're gonna have a nice few hours together, and then quickly go to War Doggo.
Please do.
Thank you so much. Hi, James. 3 points on what just Alex mentioned. First of all, this whole system of relatives oppression and families being involved in all of the process, that is the practice that was there since the Gulag times, since 30s most probably of previous century, when the person is repressed and all of his all of his estate, all of his assets are being confiscated. His family is also treated to be the family of the one who betrayed the motherland or fatherland. I don't know how it was, what was the narrative, but at the end of the story, this is the practice from over there. And if you think from where the current Russian Siloviki, or how to call it, the force structures originate, they originate from those NKVD and KGB structures. That's from where the school is coming. On the thing that Russian these conscripted forces are being used to be a bait. They also are used to bring the ammo, but not in the way that you've been thinking they would be. Actually, they are used to carry the weapon during the attack to a certain point where they die, so the next team coming can pick up the weapon and continue going. So that's how they carry the weapons and carry the ammunition to a certain point, and that's another thing how they're used. And on, as you said, being non-human and managing this in a horrible way, practically they just copy pasted many things from the National Socialism, and their army is a lot. Soviet Union army was a lot copycatting the German army, but unfortunately or fortunately, Russia is the shitty Midas, as we always said, that everything what they touch and try to copy doesn't turn gold, and that is the way how they copied everything. They didn't copy the uniform, but they copied all of the things that they've been reaching out to after the Second World War, and as Soviet Union as one of the winners of the Second World War, they were grabbing everything from Europe and from East Europe and from Germany in particular, starting from the factories, finishing with knowledge and so far in engineers and so far and so on. So practically what you see is what they've been seeing and what Russians have scaled from that. That is the easy take how to get it clear. I hope I'm making myself clear. Thanks.
I think you made yourself clear. I think there's a lot to take in there. War Doggo, can I just pause for a second and do a few housekeeping things here, and just say please retweet and share this space, and the conversation that's going on now will go on until we have a guest this afternoon. And oh boy, had it. There he is, Stephen Moore, Monday, August 28th, 1400 Eastern Time, 2100 Kiev time. And he is the Ukraine with Ukraine Freedom 7, Ukraine Freedom Project leader, U.S. Congressional Leadership Chief of Staff, founder of Ukraine Freedom Project, and social entrepreneur based in Kiev. So that is upcoming. And the other thing I would just say is if you haven't tried speaking yet, welcome to anybody that wants to ask a question, or perhaps you just want to say how you found MriyaReport. But before you do that, take a minute or two to make sure that you've got the most recent version of the app that you use on your phone, and that you've restarted it, and that you've turned off at least some of the other apps so it comes up clean. So that's that. And Ward, I'll go back to you because I don't see another hand up in the air. And
James,
I will ask. Pardon?
James, can I do one more public announcement before we go back to
Oh,
Ward?
please do.
Yeah, right. So tomorrow, at what time is it? At 6:30 UTC. So that's 7:30 in London and Berlin. That's going to be 9:30 in Kiev. We got Beefeater coming back. So for his Beefeater Tower Guard segment. So he's going to be talking about rare earth elements and why they matter. So rare earth elements are these rare elements, earth elements that are used in electronics and computers and processors and microprocessors and all this kind of stuff. China has a lot of these and sells a lot of these to the world. So Beefeater is going to be covering this tomorrow. Tomorrow evening in Kiev. Early evening in London, and obviously it's going to be kind of a lunchtime-y kind of morning time in the US. So mark that in your calendar for tomorrow. Actually, I will retweet. I have retweeted. I've already done it. I've retweeted that on my timeline. If you want to go and have a look. Sorry. So let's go to War Doggo. If you've got something, War Doggo.
Well, I had a question for War Doggo, but
Yep.
I wanted to thank you, Shaggy. My horizon, time horizon, isn't quite that far out yet. Here, tomorrow. What's that? Anyway, yeah, War Doggo. I thought about you since the last time, not continuously, just occasionally, about some of the things you said last time, and I'm just interested in something more personal, and I'll share something first, but. Today I had frozen blueberries from Michigan, which I think is the best tasting blueberries in the world. And I had cherry tomatoes that were so sweet that they should probably have the sugar content listed. And I had some big Roma tomatoes that were also sweet, but more meaty and ready for a sandwich. So I just wondered what it is that you're enjoying from, from the food of the earth there.
Oh, it depends. During winter or during summer, because during autumn is non-negotiable before we had an access for the products that were grown in south of Ukraine. The everything what you can find on the market, like from tomatoes, I know watermelons. Majority of that was grown in south of Ukraine before the full-scale invasion. There was even the logistic project that Ukrainian government was very proud of. They were recovering step by step the Dnipro River, using Dnipro River as the logistics supply chain artery, and they used the barges that were supplying the watermelons from the south of Ukraine to the north of Ukraine, to the center of Ukraine. And yeah, seasonal autumn is always and there are always the watermelons from Kherson area. Beginning of summer, there are always the cherries from Melitopol area. That is like they are always famous for growing cherries, and overall the south of Ukraine is famous for its agriculture, but this agriculture was possible because of the water channels that were going from the Kakhovka water reservoir, and because of the Kakhovka Dam. With the dam being destroyed, this area is to be uh, reconsidered how in the future it might be used. And of course, that is for sure that the same agricultural value for that region is something that requires a lot of efforts and investments to be recovered. Overall, if you ask me what food I like the food that my family cooks, let's call it this way. And I find on my table mainly what my family cooks. That is why I like it. Let's call it this way. Uh, Overall, same as we eat over the globe, as you like the blueberries, the I don't know, the apples, peaches, grapes, whatever. That's all works. The specific of the modern world is that you come to a supermarket, you take one product, and you see that the no, the bananas are from, I don't know, from Ecuador, for instance. The tomato is from Morocco. The watermelon is from Portugal or Spain. I don't know. The strawberries are from Italy. So also a global supply chain is it really works that way with Ukraine European Association Agreement since 2015, if my memory doesn't fail me. Ukraine started integrating into the import-export business environment of European Union by lifting the import duties. It opened a lot opportunities for the foreign businesses, and it also created the competition with the local producers. And competition is always how to call it, is something where the consumer wins. So the variety of different products that you can find in a supermarket in Ukraine is fascinating, to be honest. Despite the war, the stores are full, and that is I would not call it miracle, but because miracle is for someone who doesn't know how hard the work is. But this 21st century supply chain routes and supply chain specifics, it works even despite fifth part of Ukraine is not livable, let's call it like this. And even if you travel from the northeast of Ukraine to whatever is possible to get because of the war ongoing to the southeast of Ukraine, you may not see many villages because all of them are turned into nothing by the war, being destroyed by Russians. And unfortunately, as I said, even fifth part of Ukraine not being available for living any longer. That's the specific. I mean, that's the reality, and that's something we're living in 24/7. Same 24/7 as MriyaReport exists. Same as MriyaReport is making these topics vocal. I really feel happy that I have the possibility to tell you these details and to give you this perspective with our feet on the ground in Ukraine. And don't forget to retweet the space, knowing that here are these discussions ongoing. Accent Love from Ukraine. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Mordago. I really appreciate your expansion of the answer because I think that that is the thing, is that ideally you'd be doing all that stuff, taking part in life, and harvest and cooking up some good food, maybe the cherry pie. I don't know what you do with cherries, but and not be doing what you're doing. And we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. We'd be just enjoying our day too. But here we all are together. I have somebody. Oh, I see that he maybe withdrew his request. But I was just going to say, I guess this is an add-on to the housekeeping. If you do request and you don't get a reply right away, it may be that we can't bring you up till you follow us. And I followed somebody, but maybe I don't see this person. So I apologize for not letting you up earlier. I was trying to do two things and contact Shaggy to say, hey, Shaggy, but I don't see that requester anymore. So anyways, yeah, Shaggy, got anything right now? I have some things.
Yeah, just a little housekeeping. Yeah, sometimes it's not our fault, so I don't apologize for it. Sometimes it's just Twitter. We can't see requests if we all follow each other. So if you follow the co-host and the co-host follows you back, that helps sometimes. But even then, sometimes we don't see requests. So if you've kind of requested and we haven't actioned it within a couple of minutes, really. If there's space up on the panel, we can normally have we have the host, MriyaReport, and then we have a couple of co-hosts, and then we normally have 9 other slots. So if you can see slots available, it means we can't actually see your request. So just send either of us a DM. My DMs are open. I try and keep an eye on them quite quickly. Sometimes, some days, I don't actually get to see my DMs for a little while. I'm a bit too busy, but I just looked at it now. There's no request in there, so yeah, just send us a DM, and then what we can do then is we'll send you a speaker request, and sometimes you might need to restart the app, not your phone necessarily, but just your app, and then go into your DMs, then click on that speaker request, and then that'll pop you straight into a speaker seat, which is a lovely way of being beamed up, as it were. That's me done, James.
And yes, so I do see a requester, somebody very familiar, who's requested, and then I go in and I find, what do I find? That that I don't see it anymore anyways, but I didn't see a way to bring them up. So I may have to drop, but let's try one more time with that, and then I'll drop and come back up. If I can't add people, then I'm not doing all the job.
Yeah, who's trying to request, and I can maybe send them a speaker invite. Is it Beefeater or G-Man? Okay, James is busy with that at the moment. Right, so a little story that I read.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking into nothing.
Oh,
I was talking into a vacuum as far as you're concerned. Yes, I see 4 every has requested again, so I'm going to try one more time.
All right, you do that. I'll just give this little bit of news. So there's a little headline in the pravda.com.ua saying that the EU lacks translators for Ukrainian military training. So we've talked about the importance of pilots being trained in English and trying to get their English up to a level. And this speaks to that actually. So this is in Germany. So the main problem for Ukrainian military training in Germany is a lack of competent translators. As the head of the EU's multinational training mission, General Martin Bonn of the Netherlands said the translators are the #1 problem. The article states that Kyiv and Western capitals provide translators who often have problems knowing the necessary military vocabulary. So the big challenge, as a quote from Mr. Bonn, the big challenge in the translation of words in a military or technical context, they're words no one uses in everyday life. So the publication says that Germany is not the only country facing translation problems during educational programs. So if any of you technical translators out there want to help, then contact your government, because there looks to be a little bit of a shortage of technical translators, and they'd be very handy at the moment. So that'd be really very good. So earlier, from this report earlier, Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Patrick Ryder said that after the English language course in September, October, Ukrainians are expected to begin training on F-16 flights at the airbase in the United States. So they look like they're going to be taught standard, what was the word? Standard American English rather than traditional UK English. Sorry, just my little dig there. I read that article from a couple of weeks ago, made me laugh. Yeah, so they'll be getting technical English training first of all, and then off they go with the F-16 training. So that would be really quite good. James.
I think I should pop down since I can't bring up the requester.
Okay. Tell me. Oh, you might have actually told me in the back channels who that was. No, you haven't. Let me know who you're trying to bring up, and I'll send them a speaker invite.
Okay, that is for every child.
For every child. Okay.
Yeah.
I
can. Go ahead.
Yeah. You do that then. Send for every child a speaker request, and then hopefully we can get them up to have a chat. Right. So I've done Chuck's map from yesterday. I've got to try and find the right tab with my news on it. There we go. All right. So this is a little bit of a tale of woe. Where's my music gone? There we go. Get me music. Oh, hang on. There we go. Get me music going. Right. So apparently, Russian state affiliated war correspondents, they released a video of some Russians moaning about the mill bloggers, Russian mill bloggers. Russian military is not very happy with mill bloggers reporting negative news. They just want positive news to be reported. Now the servicemen were stood there. I'm not quite sure if they volunteered to stand there or not, but they appeared in a video, basically telling some Russian military mill bloggers off for being all negative, and asking them not to do that because it's affecting morale. So yeah, that's not brilliant. And my music's just gone into a bit of uplifting euphoric trance rather than just a tale of woe. I should really have that on repeat. I'll have to sort that out. Yeah, so the mill bloggers are not all on the same page, as it were. They often say things are going a lot better than they are, but certain communities, especially the nationalists, what are in brackets nationalist mill bloggers, they normally kind of tell it how it is and basically complain an awful lot. And they're the ones that we get a lot of our stories, our tales of woe from, about the Russian service persons who are not fed, not given ammunition, basically sent as meat into the front lines. But other mill bloggers are not happy. So there's a bit of a battle in the information space, not just between supporters of Ukraine and supporters of the genocidal maniac that is Putin, but also red on red mill bloggers having a pop at each other, which I particularly like, red on red action. But I can see now For Every Child has made it up. Welcome.
Greetings, Sir Shaggy. I think War Dogger's gone now, but I wanted to thank him for for speaking up on what's going on in the fields with the crops in Ukraine. And if anybody here is a farmer or knows a farmer, I so want to boost all the farm news from Ukraine that I can. It's been very difficult for me to find those kinds of posts to be boosting. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot For Every Child. Yeah, I mean, I did hear. I only hear snippets of farming news from Ukraine. I will dig some more out, but I do know that the wheat harvest is supposed to be slightly better than last year. I think it was 5% better than last year, but because conditions have been better from a weather point of view. The downside of that is that also in Russia, their harvest It's supposed to be a bumper crop as well. Well, as well as all the stuff they nick from the from Ukrainian lands, which they occupy as well. Apparently, Siberia had some rains which helped them out a little bit, which is a bit of a bummer, but probably okay for the world markets. I think a lot of people have been quite surprised at the price of wheat. The worldwide price of wheat has kind of, let's have a little look at what it is now. So yeah, it's dropped down again. It's dropped another 1.3% today. So that's basically a 3.5, a 3-year low now. It's now stands at $5.85 US dollars a bushel, and this is a kind of a world price. So normally with supply and demand, if there was a supply issue, if there was a supply issue and there was too much demand, then the prices would rise as people beat each other off with sticks to try and get the grain, and producers of it could up the price and charge more. But as well as some of the harvests being better than expected, and because there is a little bit of a dip in the forecast dip in the demand for certain grains this year. Not exactly sure why, but people have got to eat. Maybe they're eating different types of things, like maybe rice instead of wheat and stuff like that. But demand this year has also seemed to fall just a tad as well. So that has put a pressure on prices on the way down. So as we know, kind of wheat prices, they kind of spiked about this time around about just before in 2001, 2002, the second half of 2001 to the beginning of 2002. Wheat prices were around about 11, spiked up above $11 a bushel, but now that's come back down to, as I said, $5.86, and that's about the same price as it was in November 2020. So yeah, about 3 years ago. Yeah, so that's something to do with food. Obviously, farmers we know are having trouble with mines and stuff like that in the areas that were occupied by Russia that have been liberated. And we've seen. I saw the other day. I think it was a combine harvester on fire, which had unfortunately gone over a mine. I think I saw another little boom with it as well. I think that was a tire exploding on that vehicle. So yeah, those vehicles are very important to have to be able to collect via vehicle. And also, remember last year the Russians stole a load of those and took them back to Russia as well. But Ukraine produces a hell of a lot of different things. As Wardogo says, there's cherries. I had got a couple of cherry trees on a little bit of land I had in Hungary, and they were great cherries. So yeah, great cherries, potatoes, and root crops, and obviously beetroot. Beetroot's very important in Hungary and in Ukraine. Everything seems to have beetroot in it. Obviously, the borscht is a very famous dish with beetroot in it. It can be had hot and cold. I actually do like my beetroot. I think root vegetables are my favourites. So potatoes, beetroots, carrots, and all those kind of things. Very good. I like my hearty food. I particularly like making stews. That's one of the things I'd like to have when I go to Ukraine, is to try their stews stroke casseroles. A stew is made in a pot on a hob, and a casserole is made in something in the oven, which I didn't know until about 15 years ago, the difference between a stew and a casserole. So there you go, for anybody who didn't know that. So yeah, I just basically put some meat in there, loads of meat in there, and just chuck in the vegetables and just cook it slowly, and that's easy. So yeah, I'd like to have a Ukrainian version of a casserole stew thing. But the varenki, these little dumplingy things, look like dumplings, look like yeah, a little bit of, I think it's kind of a little pastry, and you shove different things in there. You can get sweet ones, and you can get with cherries in and stuff like that, or you can get savory ones. So yeah, anyway, well, let's talk of food. I haven't eaten today yet. It's like 4:30, and I haven't had a sausage. I've had some crackers. That's all I've had, and lots of coffee. I'm actually looking at my cat's Dentabite snacks at the moment, thinking, wonder how they're going to taste. But I won't. I will maybe venture off into the kitchen and grab something out of the fridge. And all this talk of food just made me really hungry for every child. Thanks for that, James. What's your What's your? Have you had any Ukrainian foods? Have you tried borscht and the like?
I'm not. I'm embarrassed to say I may never be allowed into Ukraine because I don't like beets at all. I've tried them many different ways. My spouse, she's tried to feed them to me every way. And I've tried a lot of ways, and I don't know. So what can I say? But other things, the little pizza looking thing, I've seen it with the egg on it. That's what you were talking about, Shaggy. I think it was. Anyways,
Yeah,
yum.
Varenki are the things I was talking
Yeah,
about.
I
I think
think
it's called
so.
Varenki.
Yes. Yeah, I think I learned about that kind of early-ish last year, and it looked good. And I thought, anywhere I go, I mostly eat vegetarian and fish, less and less often. But I think I can eat anywhere in the world. Some places, some things I don't want to try. I'm really afraid of that stinky fruit. I think it's not the jackfruit; it's something else. But
Durian.
durian, thank you. Yes, that's the kind of thing. So, anyway, yeah, we've got that going on, and I think that you should take care of business, get some food, but before you do, have a look at the back channel, and that would be cool. And then what I'd like to do is just talk about a few stories that I found, and I'll stop as soon as somebody tells me we just talked about that and I missed it. But so is now a good time for you to eat, or do you want to wait some more?
Oh no, I'm not going to eat. I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm fasting. I'm fasting at the moment. Yeah, but durian. Yeah, I came across that in Thailand. I got within about 2 yards or 2 feet of it and backed off rapidly. That was disgusting smell. I don't know how people eat that. Ugh, horrible. Anyway, you crack on.
Oh, I will do that. I will do that. I understand fasting. The fasting thing has worked for me somewhat, and it's if I can stick to it is the question. So I think I saw a hand pop up and down. We can take hands, or I can go through a couple stories. Either way.
We'll see what Alex has got. Alex had his hand up, so we can listen to Alex, and then you go on your stories. Unless
Yeah, I
Alex
just
wants to.
wanted to say my grandma was making borscht for me, and I also did not like the beet. But she explained to me that beet is just for color, and I like the red color of borscht. And I could leave the beet and do not eat it. So actually, I liked borscht very much. You don't have to eat beet, but so the main idea, borscht is not about beet; it's about everything else. Beet is for color mostly, at least as per my grandma, who is kind of the top authority in cooking for me.
Yeah, the one thing about beets though, you don't want to get that on your clothing. That takes a while to come out. I gotta say.
It's not a
Definitely.
bad facsimile for blood. It really isn't. I mean, it just is a mess when you get it on anywhere. So it's the kind of food where I should be fully draped, like I'm going into surgery, because this is how shirts end, is stuff like that.
I've got a big beard, which acts as a bit of a bib, like a baby's bib, so that catches quite a lot of stuff. So that saves me a little bit. Although I've got to make sure I don't walk down the street with half my breakfast stuck in it, which isn't very good. But yeah, but beetroot takes a lot. It's a lot harder to get like clothes than blood. I got to say that. It is a staining thing. So yeah, you got to be careful when you eat anything with beetroot, especially if you're wearing white clothes. I would not recommend wearing white clothes and eating beets unless you really know what you're doing. And I suppose Ukrainians are well practiced at this, so they know how to do it. So they can teach me how to do that. But I will definitely wear an apron or something like that first of all, just to practice.
Well,
you crack on with your stories then, James.
Yes, so here I am. So first, back to the cardboard drones. I went out and actually did cardboard warfare because Mick Ryan had mentioned that term. He's kind of cheeky. This is one of the ones I'm sure you found, Shaggy, cheekily saying, what theorist or commentator coined the term cardboard warfare, or did I just do it? So I looked the term up, and I'm surprised that I got back a Google Scholar search rather than a regular Google search. So the top result, it was sort of in the gray literature. It wasn't in a reviewed journal or anything like that, but it was futuristic electric drones, and the cardboard drone. This is from the book. The cardboard drone can be built in less than an hour, and this was in 2019 that the book was published. So anyways, I see that there's many more things if you go into, especially including drones in here. Then oh yeah, cardboard's a thing. It's getting mentioned a little bit more often. So I find that fascinating. Any kind of improvisation, pardon me, is a fascinating thing. So just going down my list, I I'm looking forward to hearing more from some of our experts about this. There was some word out of the Vatican, and there was some question about whether it was authentic or was it modified by the Russians. But then I see video, and then I have my suspicions, and I say, well, is it really the Pope speaking, or is it Prigozhin's ghost, or whatever, or just some kind of thing? But I'm waiting for clarity on this. But apparently, in the video, it shows him saying some very nice things about part of Russia's history, how great it was, what great humanity, great culture, and ignoring all the kind of colonial activities that that had been going on in Russia, or that Russia was undertaking, these kind of colonial adventures into nations around them. And this is especially troubling for this pope because he reinterpreted a doctrine that was kind of standing in the church for a while that sort of justified colonialism. And I can't get into that. We could ask our experts, to get into that. But I thought that was, which by the way, that made him quite that much more popular in Africa because of the history of colonialism there. And so I'm really anxious to hear this. Disappointed with his words, as I think everybody is, but really anxious to hear more. And I just hope he's really got everybody's best interest at heart. And I somehow suspect that he wants to make sure that that there isn't a religious holocaust on Western Catholics that are in Russia still. So that's another thing. And then I'm just going to keep going down. I loved this. This was a recap from August 25th, and maybe people saw this and talked about it, but it was just a recap of the aircraft delivered and pledged. And so it was the 14 Su-25s, and then from Bulgaria by NATO member states and delivered to Ukraine. 4 Su-25s, MiGs, and then we get down to the F-16As. And so it was just a nice little summary of that from Oryx, which I think, as an account, that's not a bad one to kind of keep on your list. And then the other thing that I was looking at as you were talking was just about the grains. The grain harvest is coming in hot and heavy, not as big, and that just led me back to all the thoughts about the Black Sea security and how it's going to go. And really, the security has to be starting at the ports after the damage that Russian caused, destroying many, many thousands of tons of grains in the harbors, but also destroying the terminals where grain is loaded into ships. And so this is their second genocide that they're doing. They've been hoping on their TV that there'd be deaths in famine, right? They're cheering on the famine that might happen in Africa because of the reduced shipments. And so, anyways, that speaks to the nature of Ukraine's enemies and what they're facing these days. I think that's enough of that. But there you go, Shaggy.
Brilliant. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, I understand on the Pope, Catholics in Russia and stuff. I understand he's wants to protect his flock type of thing, but I'm pretty sure I'd be doing it in a slightly different way, in a more pro-Ukrainian way. Yeah, we don't really want a program starting off in Russia on Catholics or any grouping, any religious grouping or ethnic grouping and things like that. But it just seems to me that it's not a very moral stance just to protect your own. When it's known that there's kids in other groups being kidnapped and stuff like that, and just mainly speaking about Russian kids and how they're the future and all this kind of stuff, and no mention of all the Ukrainian kids that the Russians have kidnapped and taken to Ukraine. So I'm not a happy camper with that. With God's voice on earth, if you're a Catholic or whatever people want to describe it. Yeah, I'm not very happy with that. We had Rabbi Osman on the other night, and he works with he helps people regardless of their religion or ethnicity or whatever. He just helps Ukrainians. Um, I kind of like to see people like that. And like seeing. I'd rather not know. Um, that's one reason why I like debating and stuff on the internet. I don't really know often whether I'm talking to a male or a female, what religion, what color they are, what ethnicity they are. I normally go on what people say than what grouping they belong to. Okay, it is important in some instances, but sometimes it just creates the ability to discriminate. And some people say positive discrimination is good. I don't know. I just drop positive, and it's just discrimination in my view. But that's just my personal opinion. I like helping people.
Agreed. I'll give him one more brief kudos, and that is that he did make a statement to Russians to ask them to seek out the truth about Ukraine, which I thought, well, okay, so clearly he's saying to them, if you're listening to your boss, you're not getting the straight story. At least that's the way I interpret that. But it's a pretty weak tea, I would say.
Yeah, it's a very weak tea. Um, yeah, I'm not so happy with that. But yeah, all we can do is just advocate him as well as our representatives. I mean, we all have different representatives. Normally, when we talk about advocating for representatives, it's to do with our political representatives because they hold the purse strings and the armory strings, as it were. But there's other representatives if we do belong to different groups, whether that's a church, a type of religion, or an ethnicity we're trying to get equality for and stuff like that. All these groups have leaders, so we can reach out and ask those leaders to stand up and speak to power. If those leaders who are powerful can speak to other leaders who are powerful and get more aid and help for Ukraine fighting off Russia on Ukrainian territory, then we should. So maybe have a think about talking to your if you're religious, talking to your whatever religion you are, your religious leaders, and ask them what are they doing, and if they could do a little bit more, regardless if they're doing something or not. Everyone can always do a little bit more, and it's incrementally pressing that pedal to the metal, as it were, to deliver more aid and support to Ukraine. So not everyone can give money. Not everyone, but most people who are listening to this, or most people in the world, or at least in the democratic world these days, has access to the internet and can help spread the message that Ukraine needs support now, and will continue to need support while this war is being prosecuted and beyond during the reconstruction as well. It's going to be a many years thing. So yeah, please don't look away. Keep your eyes focused on Ukraine and do what you can. I'll just try and action this request now, James.
Sounds good. Um, let's see here. We got well. The only other thing that I guess I'm not sure I can add anything to that, but what I want to move to for a second is back to the front line and back to Robotny or however. And I was looking at the topo map that you put up, and it's just brilliant because it really does show, I think, what is sort of the strategic position even better than Chuck's maps. Not he really is showing units on the ground, things like this, but what you can see is the kind of where this is happening, and the color contrast in it is just it's beautiful for showing that it's up on a height, and it is looking down in many directions, including back across the salient. And so it offers, I think, a lot of advantage. And you can see some of the ridges that are standing out that are on the short side of the salient. And so it is brilliant. And so I think when Chuck gets to look at maps, Chuck Farr looks at maps, he's looking more at things like this, and then he's overlaying it with other things. And so I wish we had that. That would be the one visual characteristic I wish we could add, would be to show maps and stuff like that inside the space, but we can all look at the same thing. So this is in the nest. It's beautiful, and I'm anticipating that we're going to get a look at more of this range of high ground soon, the part that's heading south. And I am thinking that there's a few more things to bust up right on the way there. But if the JDAMs are coming and the ground launched small diameter bombs are coming and the rest of that, then high Mars continues, and it could be a slow collapse. It could go fast. I know that they're trying to stop this and plug it. So at the very least, this is holding a lot of Russians to this point, and it lets the Ukrainians, if need be, focus some more attention in another place there where they would like to put a crack in the fortifications.
Yeah, I might have a go at pimping up Chuck's maps, as I call it. So I know on the BBC sometimes they have like a photograph, and you can drag the mouse across from left to right, and it'll show you kind of before and after. It kind of they've done that for like when the Novikhovka Dam was blown up. You can see kind of what happened before and what it looks like after. So I might have a go at see how those things are done, and also I can just overlay Chuck's map. Overlay two images and just fiddle around with the transparency levels. So I may do that. I think Chuck's on tomorrow. Yes, Tuesday tomorrow. So we got Beefeater on tomorrow talking about rare earth minerals and why they're really important. So I can see Beefeater down there. So he's on tomorrow at 6:30 UK time. So that will be 8. What is that? 9 UST, I think it is. I think it's 9 o'clock. I need to go and find out exactly that time. But yeah, he's on then, and then later on tomorrow evening, I think Chuck's going to be around. Let me just down. I'm pretty sure. I thought I retweeted your. There we go. No, that's Rabbi Esmond. Oh no, you know what I did? Beefeater. I retweeted it on a different account. That's what happens sometimes when I open up certain links. It opens it up in a specific browser, which is not the one I usually use. But yeah, so Chuck's on tomorrow. He'll probably come up with some new maps. So he's normally quite late for me. So what I'll try and do is I'll try and get those maps and overlay those topographical maps. I find those exactly the same as you, James. I find them fascinating as well, just to see the layout, and it kind of speaks to kind of how difficult it is when you're trying to take territory that's uphill. You can see all the river valleys, and it is very colourful. And that link I've put up in the nest also has a link in it, so you can go around the world. You can have a look at your neck of the woods and see the topographical areas in your neck of the woods, not just in Ukraine. But when it comes to when it comes to understanding maybe in a little bit more granular detail why perhaps offensives are going down certain routes. It's not just the roads. It's also it might be a valley, or it might be on the crest of a little range of hills and stuff like that. You get a little bit better understanding. So I like those. But did we have a hand up before? I think I lost it. I think somebody came up.
Yeah, there's there's a question I have before that. The Hopsy, maybe somebody. I'm fascinated by the aviation stuff around the topography, and just would love to hear words about how an aviator doing kind of close air support would use terrain such as around there. I don't think this is going to give the Russians any lessons in how to, but if it does, don't answer.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Martin's come back now. I just managed to bring Martin up, then he dropped. So Martin.
Thank you, Sir Shaggy, and James. You gentlemen are doing a splendid job of co-hosting the Maria Report this morning. Not surprisingly, of course. Slava Ukraini, and hello to all the other listeners on Maria Report from around the world. I just wanted to bring to attention, I receive regular updates from the United Nations Human Rights Council, and their most recent one, which I received this morning, I thought in light of the discussion a little bit earlier, just about 15 minutes ago, about Pope Francis's comments about Russia, or Muscovy, as I prefer to call it. So the recent news release is entitled Russian Court Decisions on Laws Discrediting Armed Forces, a New Low and Clampdown on Expression, UN Experts. And if I may, if you allow me to just read a bit of this news release, would that be okay?
Yeah, go on then.
Sure.
Shoot.
Geneva, 28th of August, 2023. UN experts today expressed grave concern about recent decisions by Russia's constitutional court to dismiss challenges to the constitutionality of the country's legislative provisions that criminalize all public actions aimed at discrediting the Russian armed forces. The experts previously engaged with Russia to express concerns about the adoption and implementation of the laws on discrediting the armed forces. The decision to deny constitutional protection of the right to freedom of expression constitutes a new low in Russia's clampdown on the freedom of expression and the free flow of information, the expert said. I'll continue briefly. The interpretation of the Constitutional Court and the rejection of complaints challenging these legislative provisions will silence all those expressing critical views regarding Russia's so-called special military operation in Ukraine, they said. The law was adopted shortly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The experts have raised serious concerns about the law in several communications to the government of Russia and through public statements. Since the beginning of the war, Russia has arrested nearly 20,000 people for protesting the war in Ukraine, while 7,000 people have been arrested for actions that allegedly discredited, in quotation marks, the Russian armed forces. The law has no other objective than silencing critical expression in relation to the war in Ukraine. The legislation is a drastic step in a long string of measures over the years restricting freedom of expression and media freedom and further shrinking civic space in the Russian Federation, the expert said. It goes on, but I won't continue. I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, and to say that of course, Muscovy, the gangsters, the mafia controlling Muscovy, are also carrying on a war against at least some of their own population, besides their genocidal war of aggression against Ukraine, a war which Ukraine is winning and will win decisively sooner, I hope, rather than later. So thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. And again, Slava Ukraini, please retweet this site, the one indispensable source of ongoing, continuous 24/7 information about this illegal war of aggression against democratic Ukraine. Thank you. And I'll drop down to listener.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Yeah, it's the Russians have been doing this for a while, cracking down on people bad mouthing the Russian military, and yeah, as you say, they seem to be expanding it now. It all kind of depends on what they view as bad mouthing the Russian military and who the Russian military is. I remember there was a time when Wagner was saying, "Well, we're kind of Russian military and we're being bad mouthed about, but that we're not literally the Ministry of Defence." So they had a bit of a moan, but Wagner doesn't seem to be going to be existing for much longer. We'll see how we'll have to see what happens to those people. But yeah, often it's just an excuse. One, so the Russians can continue with their narrative that everything is going according to plan. Obviously, if they want people to believe that everything is going according to plan, they don't want people pointing out where it isn't. So yeah, cracking down on those, also a source of bodies to send to the front if they feel the need to do that. So yeah. Oh, I can see Mete's popped up. Mete.
Yeah, hi. I've been out for a couple of hours, so fill me in if I missed something big. But yeah, to the last speaker, Russia just passed a law where like minors can be used as labor in Russia because they have 40%, too little of a factory or whatever workers. So they put in a law that the children can be used as labor. So it's a second China now, literally. And another thing is, I DM'd you something that I thought was interesting, that Russia has lost now, or that Ukraine was managed to destroy. You can take a look at it and tell me what you think about it. But Slava Ukraini, let's hope that in Verbova and in these areas there's like the biggest fights going in this war. Robotyne was a very bloody fight, and they are now, if they get through, they go to see us, so I'm sure. But Slava Ukraini. So thank you.
Yeah, hello, Slava.
Rom Slava.
Yeah, so I'm looking at that now, and that reminds me of something I saw a little while ago. So this that Mete sent me is from front_Ukrainian. It says that the Ukrainian military destroyed the newest Russian system, coastal radar system with over-the-horizon detection capabilities, called the Predel-E, Predel-E, as well as the electronic warfare station Layer 2. So Predel-E, I don't know if that's well, yeah, I see what he means. So there's a big picture of this kind of truck. Looks like a mobile crematorium, actually, but with a radar on top. So if the Russians have taken that out, if the Ukrainians have taken that out, that's really, really good news, because those things are quite rare. And I'm now digging about trying to find my other information about this other radar. Oh, there we go. I found it now. So there was reports earlier on. Where is that? So, yeah, there was another radar as well that was taken out. So this might be two really quite rare, unimportant radars taken out in one day. So this other report was from flashnews.ua. Ukrainian military for the first time destroyed a rare Russian electronic warfare system, the Svet KU. So the Svet KU is quite an important electronic warfare as well as radar station. So I had a little look at it and found an article from 2016 detailing this. So there's not a lot of these really. This was originally in the Luhansk area, which is the same area as this report of this destroyed Svet KU. So the name of the full name of it could be the where are we the RB-636 AM2 Svet KU SVET-KU, which was put into service by the Russian army in the modern time of 2012. It was first put in. There was not that many of them made from this single article that I was reading. It was operated by the 11th, or back then it was operated by the 11th Electronic Warfare Company, which is based in Luhansk, and that's part of the Second Army Corps of the Russian occupation forces. So yeah, radars being taken out is very good, especially these more capable Russian radars being taken out, and this is all part of the attrition of these pieces of equipment by the Ukrainians, so they can fly a little bit safer. Yeah, James, what do you think of Russian radars being taken out, especially the really nice ones?
As long as they're not being taken out to dinner, I'm good with it. If they take them out, I'm happy. I guess, if they want to keep one at their civilian airports, for traffic control, I'm good with that. But otherwise, I can't think of any exceptions to the rule that I like, which would be blow them all up, or maybe steal them, or I don't know, use them against the Russians somehow.
Microphone button, yeah. I was just yeah, exactly. I was just trying to action some requests. I can't see any requests either. So apparently we've got 3 requests, and you can't bring up any. I can't actually see any either. So I just sent a Skykiss. If you're listening, I just sent you a DM with a speaker request. I don't know who else is requesting. I should really check my DMs. I haven't checked those for a good 10 minutes or so because I was a bit too busy trying to find out some stuff. Oh yeah, so Skykiss, I've sent you a link. I think I'm up to date now on my DMs when it comes to requests. So if anybody is trying to request, shoot me a DM. And I'll shoot you back a speaker's request. We do have space on the panel for speakers, but yeah, maybe I've got a little bit of Twitter box going on. Oh, I can see Skykiss has made it up. There we go. So if any of those other 2 requesters who I don't know want to come up, then yeah, shoot me a DM and I'll send you a speaker request. Skykiss, good afternoony morning. Afternoon, is it afternoon where you are yet?
Oh, it's 10 of it. So yeah, I just want going back of oh goodness.
You're dropping out.
I guess
Yeah.
half an hour ago or
Yeah,
something.
Skykiss.
That
You're
Skykiss,
going in and
keeps
out.
Skykiss, you're rubber banding.
I don't think she can hear us. Skykiss?
No, I don't think you can hear us. Skykiss, if you're go to a higher part of the house or building or something, because we can't hear you. We can get one word about every 5 seconds, and that sounds like a rubber band. I think the technical term is rubber banding. No, still can't hear anything. Yeah, you might have to recycle, Skykiss. Turn your phone off and on again, and then come back that way. That usually helps with rubber banding, basically. Sometimes the people who need to press the speaker request that we send you in the DM, it's best just to restart the app. But sometimes if you end up coming up rubber banding, it is going to require a bit of a phone off and on moment. Oh yeah. Right. Voita. I hope I pronounced that right. Voita K.
Hi, Shaggy. That was
Hello?
perfect. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, 5x5.
Marvelous. Well, I've been working and haven't been able to check the news on a big screen other than the phone. So I'm wondering about those cardboard drones, which has been described by Chuck Ferrer, for example, as that they should do the strike on Kursk airfield. And I have seen some satellite imagery, and on my phone I didn't see any boom. So I'm wondering whether those satellite imagery, whether they confirm the booms of the radar and the fighter jets or not. So is this confirmation of booms in Kursk or not?
Yeah, there seems to have been. We had Latin on earlier on, and he saw some satellite imagery, which might be the same, similar to what you saw. I mean, these cardboard drones, which were sent, apparently 16 of them, and 13 of them made it through. They're very lightweight. They're made out of literally made out of cardboard. They carry between 3 and 5 kilograms of explosive, so not a lot. So they're not going to damage really the airfields or anything like that. So you're not going to see any big massive booms that we're used to. More of a but they obviously can damage planes. So I think Latin said that there was evidence of 2 planes being damaged. But they're still kind of looking at it and waiting for more photos. Maybe there's reports that 5 planes were damaged. I think it was 4 Su-30s and 1 MiG-29. So yeah, we're waiting for a bit more imagery, but yeah, don't expect big massive craters in runways and all this kind of stuff, because they are very, very lightweight drones. Up in the nest, so up in the nest, 1, 2, 3 back. I've put a little thread together, which has some information, about 3 or 4 posts in there, regarding these drones, where they came from, and what they can do. They come from Australia. They were a development between an Australian company and the Australian Army, and they can be flat packed and shipped to Ukraine, and then stuck back together again, and then built. Basically, doesn't take that long to build them. To put all the little parts back together. It's like your toy planes when you were a kid, if you ever did that, but made little matchbox planes, put them together. Probably a little bit easier than they were, actually. So if you have a look up in the nest, you can see that. Also, 2 over, which is a story I haven't covered yet. There's a new little graphic. Mockers is going to be happy. So there's a new numbers graphic that's being put out by the Minister of Digital Transformation, Fedorov, which basically calculated how many pieces of Russian equipment and what types of Russian equipment have been taken out over the past week with drones. So it's a new graphic for the drone wars. So yeah, that's very exciting. That'll double the amount of numbers that mockers can read out in the morning. If that's well, it's not an everyday thing. That was once a week, so that's kind of quite handy. Right, James, can you tell whether it was Mete or Vojta next? Maybe Vojta first for a comeback.
Mete was first. Yeah.
Okay then. All right, Mete.
Thank you.
Oh, Wojtek, you're too kind. I try to be quick. I'm just, I'm so knackered that I missed Latin. I really wanted to hear that, but there's these 50 quid drones that are taking airplanes on Russia. It's enough, even if it's 2 and not 5 as we hoped. But I read about this radar system in another tweet, and it's supposed to be like 200 million worth, and they've been working on it for 6 months or something. But it's Ukraine is really stepping up now. They got this well planned, pretty simple drone attacks everywhere nowadays. It's just so amusing. It's of course very well needed, and if we had given them aircraft, they wouldn't need to be so sneaky, but they are so sneaky. It's just wonderful to look at. But I wanted to ask, have you heard about, anything about this attack or the big smoke in Murmansk? Because the Murmansk is right from Finnish border, and that's where they move their bombers after the Neptune took one of their bombers. So they moved all the bomber planes to Murmansk airport, and there was smoke last night from there. Have we heard anything? Because that's what interests me the most, the bombers. Of course, it's good because they are further away and they would have to refuel them on the way and so on, and takes time for them to start bombing Ukrainian civilians. But there was the smoke, really black smoke in Murmansk. Have we heard about it? Thank you.
I have not. I did see the picture. The picture I saw was a column of smoke coming up behind some high-rise buildings. I'm not sure what kind. They look kind of civilian apartment-like, but I'm not sure of anything more than that. Haven't seen more.
There is some.
Yeah, that's what I've seen as well. So I've seen, Igor Shishko's posted it. He's not brilliantly reliable, but he's saying it's in a industrial zone. Is on fire in Murmansk. Mac 23 basically shows a same kind of picture from a different angle. So it doesn't look like it's an airfield or anything like that, unfortunately. Yeah, and a few other people are reporting as well that it's an industrial zone in Murmansk. From what I can tell,
I have
yeah,
some news about some very thick black smoke coming from Vladimir in Russia. Thick black Bovavna, dark smoke rises. Today are strong. A fire broke out in the warehouse area. Residents of Vladimir report a spectacular column of thick black smoke over the city. I have sent it in the back channel so you can see that tweet. The roof of the Gvozdika warehouse complex caught fire. The cause, of course, is unknown.
okay. I think the Russians said the other week that amusingly that fire was caused by fire, which had me laughing.
Oh no! How could no?
When
Have
I
you
read
ever
that.
seen fire started by water or by stones or something different? I don't know, but mostly fire is going to burn with oxygen, fuel, and temperature. If you it's a triangle. If you pull one of those triangles away, the fire will go out. This I had learned whilst I had a fireman course.
Yeah, well, I quite like the fire caused by fire excuse. But yeah, as I said, that made me chuckle a lot. I don't know who was educated by a little bit of a snippet of information by the Russians. Maybe someone in Russia was educated by that, didn't realise that fire causes fire. But anyway, made me chuckle. It's usually cigarettes, isn't it? The Atacams brand. Well, we wish it was the Atacams brand of cigarettes that was causing many more fires.
Yeah, Iwan was secretly smoking somewhere behind the building, I think. Or maybe on the roof, and he got caught. Throwed away his cigarette, and there you have fire.
Exactly. Maybe he shimmied down a wooden pole too quickly, and that caused fire because you can use wood on wood to cause fire. Don't tell the Russians that; they'll give them ideas, and then they may be able to create their own fire to create fires. Anyway, sorry, I'm going circular on this now. I'm having a dig around. I'm having a dig around in the back channels to have a look at some radar stuff. Where was I going? I've got too many
Shaggy,
tabs.
Shaggy, while you're doing that, I just have to say there's other ways to start fires, and one of them is a magnifying glass. Perhaps somebody just left it out somewhere they shouldn't have, and that's what did it. You know, it's possible. It's possible. I've heard that striking certain kind of flints is good for that. I can't imagine, but it's possible. Not zero.
I've done that. I've done that. So there's a bloke in the UK called Ray Mears, and he's a bit of a camper type person. And he sells these little things. So it's like a metal rod, and then you've got another piece of metal. It's like a fire starting stick. Yeah, and I managed to start a fire with that. That was quite good. That's in my car, just in case I need to start a fire somewhere. It's kind of handy. I thought I'd buy just in case, but it's never actually come in handy apart from just showing people that I can start a fire with this gadget. Matches are very handy as well. That's a new invention. I think that was invented a few hundred years ago in the UK. They're actually handy as well. So yeah, they're good for starting fires. Anyway, I'll shut up. Carry on, James.
No, you're doing fine. I think we may have maybe not exhausted all of the alternatives, but I think that's enough for now.
Have we extinguished the fire talk? We've
Yes.
extinguished the fire talk.
Don't forget
no.
Wojtek. Don't forget Wojtek. I think he forgot to put his hand back up.
Oh yeah.
Wojtek was yielding me.
Sorry, I was just amusing myself with fire talk there. Voito, if you're still there, carry on.
Yeah, I'm still there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, kind of sounds like you're in a lovely park with kids playing. It's good though.
Yeah, I'm like swinging one kid, another have behind my neck. So I didn't forget, but I didn't have hands spare to keep it risen. However, yeah, I was wondering about we have a Joanna down there in the listeners, and I was wondering what Commerzant is doing, especially in regard to the downing down the airplane of Prigozhin and all this Wagner thing, because what I would be worried about if I would like met Prigozhin once in my life or seen any Wagnerite, I would dig like 2 meters underground, and I would be scared to death by being purged by FSB or whoever. And it seems weird like that there were people like lighting up the Prigozhin building with the cross, etc. So I'm wondering, what is the like atmosphere in Russia about the guys who were supporting Prigozhin, and for example, whether Solovyov, whether he is like nervous that he has a picture with Prigozhin, etc. So I'm wondering about this topic. Yeah.
You want to just come up, especially for you, Joanna?
Yes, indeed, I came up for that. So I followed the news on Commerzant. First, I have to say that Commerzant is not really like the other Russian outlets. It's a bit more serious because it's more like a financial paper. It's not really a political paper. So about all what happened with the Prigozhin, they reported it quite in a timely manner, quite quickly, very dry, without opinion. Any type of opinion was eliminated from the reporting. So they reported the event, the fact that Prigozhin was on the passengers list, the fact that how the explosion took place, and a part of the plane was quite far from the main crash site, and so on. Then they reported that it was a genetic match with Prigozhin, and they didn't speculate practically at all about the fate of the Wagner Group. There were some side news related to Prigozhin's death. For example, that someone was arrested somewhere for building a shrine for Prigozhin and putting flowers and things like this. So they did report that, but not too much. Also, they did report that people gathered, in St. Petersburg at the headquarters of Wagner and tried to put flowers there. Also, and the police in the first at first did nothing, and then they were just sent home. So this is like the side news from all of this. Today, Peskov, the spokesperson of the presidential administration, spoke because that's what he does. He speaks a lot, and he was asked when the funeral for Prigozhin will be done, and if Putin will participate. He said that he has no details about the funeral, and he cannot answer if Putin will participate. So basically, it was a very dry reporting of the facts with very little additional political commentary on this.
Well, thank you, Ilana. That's great, great news. Or well, I mean, well delivered news. Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, you can crack on, James, for a minute. I just got to reply back to a listener about some translation-y stuff. So let's go to, I think it was Mete, then Alex.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This is just speculations and back channel news, Russian news. So take it with a little pinch of salt. But I've heard that Prigozhin had a sort of a testament or a plan in case of his death. And there is someone called Lotus, I think, Lotus or something like that. They have these called names. Who would take over the Wagner Group if he should be dead? So Prigozhin is or was a threat for Putin because he knew all his secrets, because he had poisoned and he had eliminated people all these years for Putin. So he has loads of evidence and loads of secrets about Putin. So we don't know if he left them to somebody called Lotus. We don't know. But the Wagner Group, at least some of them, have stated on Telegram that they have sort of packed up with this, not the Freedom for Russia group, the one who's fighting in Ukraine, but there's another rebel group. I can't remember their name. It's something like something. And they are planning a march to Moscow to revenge Prigozhin. But this is all like back channel crap. I don't know, but I do believe that Prigozhin did know a lot about Putin, and I do believe that he wouldn't not have made a plan in case of his death, because it was so evident that it's a possibility. So it's going to be interesting times in Moscow. So let's see. But I just wanted to say that, but it's all rumors. Thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. I think that most of the things that Prigozhin could plan probably can be checkmated. But what I don't think Putin can checkmate in any way is the resentment that people have built who served him. And this just reminds me, and I apologize for pulling in old books, but the Lord of the Rings, Saruman was referred to as Sharky, and apparently the orcs liked him. And I think that's the case here, is that we've got soldiers who are much closer to Prigozhin, or fighters, whatever. They are much closer to Prigozhin than Putin. And I know that Putin asked them, I believe I heard this yesterday, or read it yesterday, to essentially sign a pledge of loyalty to him. And that is a very reasonable thing to do, given the way their government works. We just say, be loyal to the Constitution and do your duty. But things don't work the same there. So I am not surprised entirely. And then we've got 3 people up. So I'm going to keep letting people talk. And Alex, I believe you were next. And then Awana, and then vote. Yeah. If that's the wrong order, please correct me and go on, whoever is first.
Thank you. Yeah, I did not really try to follow that secret plan of Prigozhin. Should he be dead? It's probably this whole organization is decapitated. So whoever was like little guy, they are relatively little guy. I mean, they were all little guys, honestly. Prigozhin himself was kind of more of a poster rather than, really the one pulling the strings. But what is telling for me is they continue fighting the graves. There was another Wagnerovich grave in Irkutsk that was kind of they burnt it down somehow. And now Prigozhin and Utkin, they were both heroes of Russia, and there is a certain code how to kind of for funerals of heroes of Russia, but that code will be sidelined, and the funeral will have no kind of, won't be too much public there. I'm pretty sure Putin will say that that was the will of family members, but
Alex, so they're not going to have a state funeral for the hero of Russia,
right, he will not. No, none of them will. So it's like Putin's revenge. But for whatever reason, he doesn't want to kind of openly say it. And that's telling. The fact that they are fighting, the dead bodies is telling about them mostly. Most important thing I find about this whole story is, what Prigozhin was speaking about, commandment of Russian army and about the war. Like he said, this is not our war, and said it a couple of times. And I think whoever had any sympathy for him in the army, they are now thinking twice. First of all, they will be under a lot of pressure. All those old Wagnerovics, yes, they will be enrolled into the army. They will be forced to go into the army, and there they will be kind of used to the end. I think they will be utilized like many Mobics are. And that's the probably easiest way of utilization, utilizing them. Some of them will probably try to run, but I'm not sure who would want them. Like RDK is just only one unit that kind of announced it. And even in that case, it's like, I'm not sure they will, because they have internal controls and whatnot. It will be lengthy process. I don't know how many will end up, and I do not think Ukraine will want to move into Russia proper in a big way. So yeah, maybe they will. Some will end up just be with RDK because they can trust RDK certainly more than Russian military commandment at this point. What else? Yeah, I do not believe in the that whatever is remaining of that Wagner is able to pull off anything. Honestly, they will look after themselves. They have no money supply, and this whole thing was about money. So yeah, but what is telling is that Putin is afraid of them even now. That I think is telling, and we do not know to what extent he was popular in the army, Prigozhin. But I certainly believe there are some. Really, it's time for Russian army to make up their mind and surrender. That would be my message. Prigozhin or not Prigozhin, it's time is ticking. It's only gonna be worse and worse and worse for them, and you don't need to be a genius to figure it out. Probably need more communication about how to surrender, because technically it can be tricky, but they have to figure it out. Again, you can't wait until you meet with whatever it is, whether it's mortar or shell or HIMARS or cluster munition. You can't start talking then. Just plan ahead. Thank you.
No, thank you. You're so right about this. I think that they're in a dead end. They're going to be worse off for every minute that they stay, and I think it's been that way for a long time. Thomas Tyner's article of last year indicated that, like, what was that, a month after the start of this invasion or this phase of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so, yes, absolutely. Will they? It just doesn't seem likely that they're ready yet. I think I heard somebody say recently that we're happy to make sure that this is a decisive victory. I don't think it was stated that way, but one that's going to last. In other words, destroying Russian effectiveness at battle is it's a good way to really make sure that we're there. And I'm going to take another hand here in a second, but I just saw something. Did we talk about this? I didn't hear about this yet. Apparently, in News Ukraine 24 and somebody else are reporting on an explosion at a building where Russians have set up barracks for Russia's riot police. This is in Enerhodar, and they're saying it's occupied. So someone please help me out with where that is exactly. I haven't looked at a map yet, but here's another example of what you're saying, Alex, that they're having more problems. They're going to have more problems, and they're coming closer to home. Dare I say chickens, or are those cardboard drones flying at them? But they're coming home to roost.
Yeah, well, Enerhodar is right by the nuclear power plant in Ukraine, the ones that the Russians are currently occupying. So yeah, this is where. So early on today, there was drone footage, a report of a drone flying through a window and injuring some Russian military guy. And then an hour or so ago, I saw a video of the actual drone's footage going in there. So it looks like there might be. This is the third thing now. Well, it's the second thing really. So yeah, looks like actions are going on in that little town. I think that little town is built up around the nuclear power plant or close to it. So yeah, it looks like some actions are going on there. So if this is true that barracks has gone with a bunch of people, maybe those guys kind of were guys that kind of were patrolling around and occupying the nuclear power plant, and maybe maybe the Ukrainians have found where they live, as it were, or where they're barracked. Don't know yet. I'm gonna have to look into that. This is the first time hearing about it. Maybe Wojta knows. Wojta, have you heard this report, or are you going to talk about something else? I can see a hand of Wojta. Maybe it's a ghost hand. We have those in every now and again.
It wasn't a ghost hand. It just was on the helter skelter, or what is it called?
Yeah, helter skelter's good.
What I wanted to say, today I saw a picture, and there was a comparing of Nemtsov funeral and the one for Prigozhin. Maybe it wasn't like funeral. It maybe was like just the candles and some flowers in the center of Moscow, I guess. But what was like interesting for me was that there were so little, just a few people, a handful, and I guess the people living in in the post-socialist countries, they can remember uh, you know that in such events there was always the secret police making pictures and listing everybody who showed up. So yeah, this image from the funerals of the Czech dissidents, when our version of KGB was taking pictures and lists and notes, yeah, just popped up in my mind. So yeah, uh, I guess this it's not leading anywhere. I just wanted to do this analogy, and yeah, how the Wagner supporters are screwed now, I guess.
Yeah, I think they've got to choose between either joining the Russian military. I think Putin came out with a decree. I read a report. Putin came out with a decree the other day saying that Wagner forces can either disband or sign contracts with the Russian military, and that was kind of the option. But just looking at this command post that was taken out, yeah, this is the same. This is actually the same as the video that I saw earlier. So this is the Ukrainian kamikaze drone hit the barracks and command post of the invading Russian forces and occupied Enodar. So apparently these barracks were well, this command post had Kadrovites in it. So maybe we get to see some TikTok pictures later on. We should have a look at TikTok to see if any of them have managed before they were injured or ran, or finished with their pet goats. Maybe they took some videos on TikTok for us. So anybody who's got TikTok, I haven't. I've stayed away from that. There's too much information, too many social medias. So yeah, so maybe it's that. 46 Budinevlivik Street. If that helps, which probably won't actually in finding that place. I've probably butchered that name. In fact, there's no doubt. So the fire started in the building. Fire crews and ambulances arrived at the scene. Information on the number of killed and wounded is currently being clarified, and that's from an Ukrainian intelligence report. And I'm reading this from Euromaidan Press. So yeah, it looks like it's the same one. If it was an actual barracks or something different in Hazar, and it has then somebody let me know. Because at the moment I'm thinking it's just all reporting around the same thing. Mete.
I'm sorry I can't pronounce it, but you're talking about this Erdogan. It sounds like the Turkish leader, and I can't pronounce it either. Not better, at least. But you're talking about a place in Crimea, and it's sort of a little bit down on the west side of the armpit of Crimea. And SBU, no, sorry, GUR, so Budanov's guys, they sneaked into this base 2 days ago and slit throats of 14, I think, a command. So in the barracks, and I think this was the we finished the job thing, and it's good. It's very good. Crimea is in Budanov's hands. He said that we will take Crimea, and he's doing it. But this has a lot of partisans who are slitting throats, literally, because they can't always boom everything, but they did a boom, and that's a very good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, I did hear about that a few days ago. James, carry on.
No, I was just going to say the same. And was this the same as the amphibious raid that maybe was presaged by the destruction of the S-400 in the area? I think we're talking about the same thing. And
I think it's a different one,
could be.
I think there was one where the Ukrainians came in on boats and then took out a radar, and then a couple of days later there was this what looks to be maybe partisan activity in the barracks and the slitting of throats, should we say. So two separate events. I'm pretty sure it was two separate events.
Yeah, it was separate things, but they were quite close. But different bases, so to say.
Well, that is excellent news, and it seems like this will just keep going on and on. So, welcome to the Hotel Crimea, Russians.
You can enter. Well, you can leave as well, but if you don't leave, you'll be going out feet first. If you don't leave of your own free will, it'll be feet first, and yeah, in a black plastic bag. You look lovely in it. Alex.
Yeah, I think so. Well, they are separate events, but I think they are connected. Like, it looks like Ukrainians can infiltrate Crimea, and sometimes they tell about it, sometimes they don't. But it looks like they can access there and do whatever needs to be done. And they have about 2,000 special forces trained, I think, for that kind of operations. I do expect to see more. A lot of it will probably be around, coordinates, but also this was clearly a message that they are within Crimea and operate there. And it's good. It was a message for Russian army. So, yeah, it's Ukraine apparently has capabilities to do this and have forces trained enough. And I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of partisans too. They this partisan activity is also, they need support. But with support, it can grow really big. So,
yeah, that was my thought actually, Alex. Yeah, that was my thought actually, Alex. I'm wondering if maybe the special forces, when they came in to take out the radar, when they came in on those 3 or 4 boats, or however many they came, I hope they brought in some supplies and then they left them somewhere convenient for the partisans to pick up. That would make a lot of sense. Leave some kit behind for the partisans, and then the partisans have some lovely kit. Then, I mean, that's just a speculation on my part.
Yes,
but that would
they
be
can
lovely.
leave some people there, for further operations inside, deep into Crimea. They can pick up somebody and bring to kind of main base for whatever is a training or summer wound treatment, or I don't know what, but it looks like they do have this connection, and that's most important thing, because a lot of people would ask, well, how they get into Crimea? There is only one bridge. I mean, it doesn't work that way, you know. It's very porous. You can get into Crimea by a boat that makes no noise, and you can go far enough. Just all you need is find a place where you can safely cross the beach, and then they are trained to, you know, not to leave any marks, to live in the forest, to kind of be. And I'm pretty sure they also have these forces in Russia proper, because we still do not know whether those drone attacks are they going all the way from Ukraine, or are they, you know, done from somewhere in the vicinity of the base, which makes much more sense, because like all these drones, you know, they are pretty far. They need to be like, how much fuel it requires to fly all the way from Ukraine. I don't think that's how it works. I think they have locals who are supporting this. So yeah, it's Russia is certainly like on an image, it's, you know, so, oh, they control everything, etc. But in reality, nothing like that. And it's huge territory. It's almost impossible, you know, to control everything. Like they cannot even control Moscow. Like Moscow city cannot be controlled, you know, from drones. Like what are we talking about? Russia has huge territory, and so yeah, it's there will be more disruptive activities going forward. It just increases pressure on Russia. Certainly pressure on those who kind of need to run Russia. Anyway, well, yeah, I think a lot of things are in the works, and we'll see more of it.
Yeah, and if the Russians are listening, there's no Ukrainians on Crimea helping helping do anything naughty. All the civilians on Crimea are innocent, and for the partisans on Crimea, carry on. Thank you very much. What I'm say about that? Right, somebody else's. I can see somebody else's. Oh, Mete's on the way back up again. Let me grab Mete and press the old button, wherever that button's gone. My eyesight's going a bit. Oh, you're up already, Mete.
That was so quick. I almost didn't. Sorry for popping in and out. You know, it's just that Alex raised a question. You know, something that Budanov said. You know, I love this guy. It's my favorite guy. Of course, I love Zelensky and Zelensky, but Budanov is my favorite. And he did say, I think in June, that we are like a spider, the special operations, and you know, I have spider nest everywhere, also inside the Kremlin, and I think it's, you know, proving that he really can reach anywhere. I mean, Murmansk was hit, everywhere in Russia, anywhere in Crimea, and oh, just mark my words. Budanov told 2 days ago, we are going to take Crimea, and I believe him. You know, if there's someone I believe in, it's Budanov. I think he's so cool. But that was it. Sorry, I'm stepping down now again and making space. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Meta.
All right, carry on a second, James. I'm just replying back to a avid listener.
Please do. We have to stay in contact. So yes. So again, probably time to say something like this. Please retweet and share the space. Think about a donation. It doesn't have to be much. We don't want your rent money or whatever it is that keeps you alive. Just your spare change, I think. But more if you got it. And also, again, just an invitation to think about the opportunities that you can take to help Ukraine. And one of them is contacting your representatives, whether it's the Pope or the chief rabbi or whoever, or your elected representatives in your country who should be representing your interest, which is sort of what we're all fighting to preserve here, is that way of doing the human business through governments and rules and laws. And put it to use. Twist their arms. Tell them what you want. If you're not sure what you want, just make sure that they understand that you want support for Ukraine until they win, and sooner the better, to save lives. And that if nothing else, ask them to sign. There's a bill working its way in the United States on the recognition of the genocide that's going on. So at the very least, recognize this genocide. Call it a genocide. Speak out for Ukraine. And I think that's one of the things that that the lawmakers can do alone, and that is speak out. They don't have to have a whole conference. They don't have to have all the votes ready, lined up. They don't have to do anything. They can just speak up. So I heard one of the Republicans, Nikki Haley, definitely did that. She spoke up and she said, "This is a war that we have to win. This is the right thing to do. Regardless of the cost, it must be won." And I so agree. And you're here, so I know you agree. And what we need to do is get more people of that mindset so that this thing can, follow on quickly, and that Russia will lose the ability to do this to other countries and maybe have to consider their own way of doing the human business and not try to do it through criminal enterprise, oligarchy, fascism, torture, repression, genocide, etc. It's just not a good way to do it. You don't make any friends that way. It's surprising that you do have the friends you do, Russia. So anyways, I think that's enough of that. Then otherwise, still, if you're potentially a first time caller, I do invite you up to talk to us, and just tell us a little bit about how you found MriyaReport. I think it's a wonderful thing to hear that, and what it means to you and what Ukraine means to you in your life. So just an invitation. Nobody has to do it, but if you're thinking about it, don't be shy. I won't bite. I've never seen Shaggy bite anybody. I don't know. There's some other ones I'm not sure about. But anyways, that's us. So
I need to be sharky fella to come and bite someone. But I do pick on speakers occasionally if they're camping out in the speaker seats and they haven't had their hands up for a while. I then just go to them and say, "Chris, oh, have you got anything to say?" Or maybe liberal, or maybe Ghost. No, but Ghost is good. Ghost helps me in the background and does pop up every now and again. And we have Voicer, but Voice is probably a little bit busy with the kids and going down helter skelters at the moment. And then we have Alex, and Alex tells us lots of stuff. He's got great, lots of knowledge about loads of stuff, especially Georgia and Russia and loads of things.
Some news from the operational information from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Ukraine as of 1800 GMT +3 on August 28. During the day, the enemy launched 8 missiles and 30 airstrikes, fired 19 times from multiple launch rocket systems at the positions of our troops and populated areas. Unfortunately, Russian terrorist attacks resulted in death and injuries among the civilian population. Moreover, 26 combat engagements took place over the last day. And the General Staff, during the day, the aviation of the Defense Force carried out 8 strikes on the areas of concentration of personnel, 1 on the controlled center and 3 on the enemy's anti-aircraft missile system. Missiles and artillery units struck 2 control points. 1 air defense system and 1 artillery system at the enemy firing positions during the day.
Lovely, lovely. Thanks a lot for that. See, it works, James. You just call out all the speakers' names, and then 1 or more will pop up with some information. So I
It's
like
as if it was magic asking. Did you say please, or was that not part of the incantation that you used?
Oh no, I haven't got enough characters on Twitter to say please. I just think, well, I just think they've if they're up in speakers, they can speak. So that's how I roll. Anyway, so back, I actually thought about to do this earlier. So somebody was asking about farmers and farming in Ukraine. So I did find something. So apparently in the 2004 season, so that's going to be next year, Ukrainian farmers are going to be sowing less wheat but more oilseed. And this is according to a survey of about 2,700 farmers, which has been carried out. So Ukraine is a major global oilseed grower. It's sown a total of 1.4 million hectares of both spring and winter rape seeds in this year's season for the harvest. So farmers have already threshed 3.99, so basically 4 million metric tons of rapeseed so far in 2023. So that is this year, isn't it? The Ukrainian farmers they traditionally export most of this oilseed, so it's a good money earner. So for the 2024 season, they're going to be increasing the area of winter rapeseed being planted to a record 1.9 million hectares. That's a chunk of land, isn't it? But then again, Ukraine is huge. But it may cut down the area of sown winter wheat. So they're just modifying that slightly. I wonder if that's due to the price of wheat going down so much. It's at a 3-year low at the moment. Maybe they're switching to something a little bit more lucrative, which would good. So it's the survey said that 45% of farmers did not plan to reduce winter sowing, the winter sowing area, while 38% would increase it and 14% would not sow any winter crops. So this is from the ministry. This is on a website I've never heard of before called devdiscourse.com. But these numbers are backed up by links to other places. 2,403 farmers participated in this. According to the survey, winter barley area may decrease the most significantly, decreased by 5.4%. The overall winter crop build area could rise by 500,000 hectares, or 8% compared to the previous season. Rapeseed, this is a quote, rapeseed remains a key factor in the expansion of sown areas, with the planted area under it expected to increase by almost 40% to a record, as I said before, 1.9 million hectares. And this is from the some ministry. It doesn't say what ministry it is. So just repeating that information there. So the country traditionally exports most of its rapeseed. Ukraine has also completed the 2023 wheat harvest, 95% of which is winter wheat. The farmers harvested 21.9 million tons of wheat from 4.6 million hectares. Analysts have said Ukraine has already started the 2024 winter sowing. Ukrainian output is seen rising to about 56 million metric tons in 2023 from 53 million in 2022, thanks to a higher yield. 3 million metric tons more this year is going to be harvested because of greater yields. So Ukraine consumes only, this is to do with grains, 17 million tons of its own grain, and the rest is for export. Obviously, some of that's going to be affected by the grain deal, but things are on the way. More rail, more barges to take Ukrainian grain out to Ukraine into the wider world, as well as the grain corridor, which has seen 2 ships not carrying much, I don't think, just testing it out. Grain corridor, which hopefully will be safe for other ships to be able to start coming into and going out of Odessa ports and the other ports along the Black Sea coast. So there we go. That was my little farmer update, which that was an hour or so ago, or however long. I've lost track of time at this stage in the evening. What time is it? It's 6:05 in the UK. So, oh yeah,
In an
so I had
hour,
that from.
just in 1 hour, or better said, in 54 minutes, we will be joined by guest Stephen Moore, former U.S. Congressional Leadership Chief of Staff, founder of Ukraine Freedom Project. Ukrainian Freedom 7 is its Twitter handle, and social entrepreneur. And he will be in with us in 53 minutes.
Yeah, good stuff. It completely left my mind that he was coming in. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. Yeah, former U.S. congressional leader, chief of staff, founder of Ukraine Freedom Project, and social entrepreneur, and he's based in Kyiv. So that will be very good. In fact, I'm going to like that post, and I'm going to retweet that post because I haven't done it yet. I don't know why. On my timeline. There we go. Done. And we have a request. Who's requesting? Oh, you just disappeared, Ghost. I'll bring you back up again. Let me do that right now. You seem to have dropped for some reason. There
Yeah, I
you
had
go.
a fat finger.
Oh, you fat-fingered person. You. Lots of people have fat fingers. I occasionally have a fat finger. And I'm going to say this now. I haven't hit this mute everyone button for a while. I did it one day. I did it twice that one day. But since then, I haven't done it, which obviously means it's going to happen very, very soon. As soon as you say you haven't done something and pat yourself on the back, then obviously you do it straight away after that. So, Reuter.
Hi, Shaggy. Hope you will use your fat finger for me. Well, there was a question about how did we find out about Maria Space. So if you are interested and don't have anything else to talk about, I can show you this one.
Oh yeah, no, we love these stories. Actually, these are some of my favorite stories when people explain how they found MriyaReport and all that kind of stuff. So crack on.
Yeah, all right. Well, I found this this space, I think, about like break of March and April 2022. I, it was similar like in the case of COVID. Like I was trying to find out everything around about like every knowledge available, and I have found pretty quickly John Spencer, and John had on his podcast, which I really recommend. Uh, I think it's called like Urban Warfare something. You can find it probably on John Spencer's Twitter account. His his podcast, and he has Walter back then talking about space, and I didn't know anything about Twitter Spaces, how it works, etc. So. I started to listen, and yeah, I got totally hooked. Yeah, back then, Yehuda was making terrible jokes about people's names, if you can still remember. And yeah, he stopped to do it, so that's really great. And yeah, what I wanted to say in Czech Republic, we have some news application, and I've got push notifications on my screen like every time there was some breaking news. And if you can remember, in the March, I think, the first reaction to first deliveries of weapons to Ukraine, Putin has declared that he is raising the highest nuclear readiness state of his nuclear armed force, let's say, and uh, and then like day ago we have received another notification that this state was even increased more, but we have interpreted this information as a like the rockets might be flying right now, because there was no like higher state of readiness, and we were thinking for 20 minutes that the rockets are flying, and it was really terrifying back then, because Czech Republic was one of the most active supplier of weapons, and with our kid and my wife, we just hugged and said, "Fuck it." We already knew that there are no shelters for nuclear bombing, and I have figured out that on this space are so many experts who can like debunk all the nonsense and scaremongering, and it really helped me. And basically, anytime I have like free time, I'm listening to the space, and so whenever I see like children playground, I'm thinking about what I have heard. Like when I'm on next to one slide, I'm remembering when Axel was talking about Gepard and what capabilities have the Gepards. And when I in another park, I remember CJ's talking about uh, like counter battery radars, etc. So uh, this space is so much rooted in my memory of places. I don't know if you have it the same, like when you are listening and you are on a specific place, that you have the space rooted with the conversation you have heard on podcast or some space. So yeah, it's so important for me, this space. Yeah, so that's my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really good to hear you've been around here for a while. That's wonderful. This is it is a safe space for people that want to help Ukraine, and I think the good leadership here really helped shape that. And I would say that all the people coming up to speak, almost all of them, really get it, that this space is about aiding Ukraine. And once you realize that, you know whether you belong here or not. And is built up in several ways. One, the verified information, the now go do, and so I think it's got many things in it. The fact that we're bringing up people who, not today, not right now, but who we know from the outside world, if you will, like our upcoming guest, that those are all things that give me trust. And then when they go ahead and they get registered with the government as a 501c3, that makes me trust. But I loved your story, so thank you very much for telling it.
Yeah, I'm back on the crackers again. Crackers and orange. Sorry about that. I'd be quite good in prison, actually. He wouldn't need to give me much, and I'd survive okay. Yeah, I love hearing those stories. Actually, I mean, I my own little one very shortly. I only came across MriyaReport, I think it was last August, just after I became a fella. I don't know what happened for the first 6 months. I was just plowing my own furrow, as it were. I'm glad I came across the fellas because I was heading down the dock. Well, I was heading down to the dock because it was all a bit dodgy, and then the fellows made me laugh, and I needed that just to keep my spirits up. And then I think I came across MriyaReport in early August last year. I have to double check that actually to see when it actually did. I think I can do that on stats or something somewhere. But yeah, it's been great ever since. It was only this I think in May I became a co-host. Yeah, and it's been really interesting. I've learned loads. I think everyone who comes to the space learns loads about things you never thought you'd ever want to know. Never mind things like military stuff, loads of stuff about Ukraine, foods, farming. I mean, there's just so many subjects. I'm still learning as well. The more I know, I don't know. As that phrase goes, that's very true as you get older as well. But yeah, some of it's stuck. Sometimes takes a few times for it to go in. But fortunately, there's people coming all the time. There's people who've been here from the very beginning. Like Axel, I can see Axel there now. He's been here since the very beginning, and lots of people have been here since. Even listeners have been here. Regular speakers have been here since the very beginning, and there's people coming along, new people coming along all the time. Yeah, so we just spread the word, get more people in here, and answer their questions, listen to their knowledge as well, so they can share knowledge with us. We can have a good old discussion about stuff. Maybe a few arguments every now and again, but they're all good. We're all trying to get to the truth. And sometimes what seems to be facts turn out to be not to be facts, and then what are facts turn backwards and forwards. But between all of us, we can get to the truth and then spread that truth out. Alex.
Thank you. So, if you know, there was this political platform thing. I found out about it because Serbia very kind of vehemently protested that they never joined it or something. So, like, my natural curiosity was, so what is it? And turns out it's they have their Twitter and they are posting some interesting information about Crimea that we may not know. For example, currently Russia illegally detains 186 political prisoners in Crimea. 123 of them are Crimean Tatars. Now, it does not take much to become political prisoner in Crimea because of oppression regime, Russia it's occupied territory, and when people speak about, oh, let's make a deal and this and that, well, what they forget is that for people who were they were born in Ukraine, they were citizens of Ukraine, they were loyal to Ukraine, it's a nightmare for them. Those who weren't able to leave, they are pretty much infiltration camps, torture camps, all kind of stuff, and when we say that, okay, now you may be thinking that all the time between 2014 and 2022 there was kind of peace, right, in Donetsk and Luhansk. Well, guess what? There are dozens of camps, torture camps, and Ukrainians it's a criminal regimes. Crimea, DNR, LNR, they are all criminal regimes, and at least hundreds of people are terrorized within those prisoner camps. Now, imagine, and you don't need to terrorize thousands, everybody else will be in fear and shut up. You only need to kill dozens, put into prisoner camps hundreds, and millions will shut up. So, and that's what we are witnessing, and that's what we are talking about when speaking about these deals. You can't make deal with terrorists. The only deal is they go for lifetime prison. That's the only deal with them. So just some numbers. 186 political prisoners in Crimea. 123 of them are ethnic Crimean Tatars. And here is one of the names. One of those political prisoners, Osman Arif Mehmetov. He was a civilian journalist. And it's his 38th birthday. That's why they put information about him. He was sentenced to 14 years of prison in Crimea and was accused of so-called terrorism. I'm not seeing here what kind of, like, he was a journalist. So yeah, anything, if you are against Putin in any way, you are already a terrorist. So I really don't know the details of this case, but a civilian journalist suddenly, sentenced to 14 years under accusation of terrorism in an occupied regime and under occupational administration. I wonder where Amnesty International is. Like, honestly, really, do they even know this person exists?
They're probably on a beach in Crimea taking in some sun. No, that bunch of useless.
Yeah, paying what, 800 euros per night?
Well, apparently the
For
Maria
all the
Hotel.
donations they receive to kind of support the journalists and freedom of speech or whatever. Anyway, it's like bashing Amnesty International, we can do it later, but just raising awareness. I think we need to kind of be aware of what's going on in these occupied territories, and what are we really talking about when speaking about deals, concessions, and whatnot. As soon as this regime is kicked out of Ukraine, and the rest is up to Russians, whatever they want to do with it. But the sooner they are kicked out, the sooner this torture will stop. It's like the peace is not when you sign an agreement with Russians. They don't give a shit. They will only crack down and continue with their genocide, oppression, and this criminal, criminal actions against journalists who are, I haven't seen terrorist journalists anyway. So that would be my rant for this hour. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's a good rant, and I think there's terrible journalists sometimes, but I don't know that he was one, and that's not a good reason to torture them. So it just makes me sad to hear that Tatars are still being the target of Russians, because it's been a long time. And it's just a horrible thing to realize just what Russia is willing to do to peoples. They are willing to make them disappear, and so this kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know that the NGOs of the world can really help us fix the problems of the world, but they sure can hurt it by taking money and then not doing anything in a fair and even-handed way, like pointing out these crimes as well as perhaps other crimes they'd rather focus on, because maybe it's the source of the funding that maybe leads them to do certain things. But Shaggy, if we're ready, we've got a speaker with a hand up, William.
Oh yeah, definitely go to William. William.
All right, William.
How you doing, Shaggy? It's nice to be up here as in all glory. It's always great to be up here with Sir Shaggy and James. I think this is the first time I might be up with you, and I see Chris and Axel and Alex and lots of folks in the audience. Great to see everybody tonight. And I've got a few minutes, and I was texting with Sir Shaggy in the back end, and just thought I'd come in and say hello, and just maybe give you a little bit of update from what's going on with some of the stuff that we're working on in Ukraine today.
Yeah, sure enough. I put your post up in the nest. So it's the latest one in there, so people can refer to that. Carry on.
Well, first and foremost, to me, it's about action and doing things, and I'm very, very blessed to have a lot of tools and lucky to have a lot of really good friends and people who I consider colleagues. And a few months ago, we decided to start a mission to say, you know, a lot of people are focused on a lot of things, F-16s, ATACMs, and that's all we were hearing about. But the reality of it was there was a need for real work on the veterans community of Ukraine. And that led to a formation of a coalition of some great folks underneath the umbrella of what's called the U.S.-Ukrainian Veterans Bridge. You can look this up. It's in the. Please follow that page. It's a new page. We just launched kind of on social media today with the announcement of last week's press conference announcing this kind of historic collaboration of an organization that is working to create a bridge between the veterans community and of Ukraine and the veterans community of the United States. And hopefully we want to spread this towards the global stance, where if there's veteran organizations, veterans communities that want to help out, just simply help Ukraine scale and speed up their support for veterans, because I want to tell you it's needed. We've been in Ukraine for the last 2 weeks. Some of our teams here, some of our teams already gone back. A lot of people took a lot of time out of their personal lives to come over here and spend 12 hours a day with TV interviews and meetings and spending time with veterans in working groups and in social events. And it's just been an incredible experience. And I just want to let folks know there is an amazing community here fighting for their country. And the men and women and the siblings who wear the armor and hold their hands on an AK-47 or Kalashnikov and say the oath to office know what they're getting into. And the least we can do is make sure that when they come home, we're doing everything we can as a global society to make sure that they have a place in the country they fought for. Shaggy, it's been a pretty horrific trip over here. The conversations about PTSD that's already happening, the amount of amputees. There's no country in the world that's going to face the problems Ukraine's going to face in the civilized world. That's what I'll say. And it's up to all of us to do what we can. It's not just about getting the bombs and the guns, but it's taking care of the people who use those things. And I'm very lucky to be part of a team of really probably a lot smarter folks than me that's going to be working on this for a long time and building this relationship. And there's this great, amazing group of Ukrainian veteran organizations that we've been able to partner with. And the reality of it, these pictures that you see, we actually hate. Every single one of us hate being at press conferences, both the Ukrainian side and the US side. But what we love to do is the work. And what you don't get to see, you'll see soon, is the amount of work that's gone in after the cameras were turned off, after the names were said, you know, on cameras or in newspapers, because the real work starts when you actually start to build. And we're just lucky to be at a place where we get to build. But I would just encourage everybody to look up the U.S.-Ukrainian Veterans Bridge, or at US UAVB. Give them a follow. Give the post about the press conference a like, and watch out for their site every day, because I believe for the next week or so, you'll be seeing a little bit more about what we've been doing over here. And hopefully what that will do is lead towards more veteran organizations, more people who can support veterans to reach out, to get involved, and to be part of a global coalition that's focused on supporting the men and women who are fighting for their country. And I don't think there's a better cause. And it's not just the men and women. Just real quick, I want to make sure I said this out loud, because we failed to talk about this. It's the families, it's the spouses, it's the mothers and the fathers of these soldiers that we still also have to take care of, but especially the spouses and significant others that are really bearing the brunt of this war on the home front. And I've got to make sure everybody understands this. If there's any type of support that we can do to help with mental health, to help with any type of support like that, we've got to do it, and we've got to do it now. and we've got to create the foundation to be able to scale it for a long-term effort, because it's just what needs to be done right now. And sorry for the rant, but it's just great to be up here, and love to. I've got about 5 minutes for questions, Shaggy, if you want to ask any. It's our first night that I get to, we just chill out, had to do laundry. We've been here a couple of while, so we didn't have any clean clothes. We found that out today, but still had to get out and meet with one of the greatest groups we met so far, which is the Movement for Ukrainian Women Veterans, which was just an incredible group of folks. But anyway, I will shut up for a second and give it back to you, Shaggy.
Yeah, cheers, William. I'm having a bit of a struggle putting your post in the nest. I've retweeted it. I'll give it another go in a bit. But Mete just came up and she's got a hand up to ask you a question, I think. I hope.
Yeah, William, I just love your rants. So keep ranting. Yeah, it's the PTSD. I don't know how we can do it, share this, responsibility to take care of these Ukrainians. We've had a lot of discussions about it, and I just, love everyone who's sort of thinking about it, because it's real. It's not like a ghost or something that just comes to someone. It's people who have been in this stressful situation, life and death situation. It's hard for us to understand, but they have to be helped. And relating to that, I saw a minibus of these POWs were returned to Ukraine today, and they are so skinny. They've been starved, tortured, and there's like 700 of them or 1,000 of them. I don't know. They haven't given the numbers, but there are still people from the Azov. And we in Finland, we have this one person that might be a good exchange. I really hope they are extraditing him soon, because Russia doesn't want their POWs. They don't want their wounded soldiers. But this is a neo-Nazi leader that could be something for Putin, because I remember there was this Putin's pal who was exchanged for 700 prisoners or something like that. We have to get them home, these guys. And thank you, William, for what you're doing for these soldiers and their mind and everything. PTSD is something. It's sort of a common responsibility. Each and every country should take a part in both the amputees and the PTSD victims. Thank you, William. I just really want to thank you for what you do.
Meta, that means a lot, and this is the organization that's been put together is not an organization of everybody who's going to solve the problems, but our goal is to be a clearinghouse, a place for when Ukrainian needs to pick up the phone, when they need to know where an expert is, when they need someone to help build their veteran, like support and guide or mentor their community, so their community can actually do the work themselves, and that's what they actually want. It's incredibly important. I have had, I guess, the fortunate experience to talk to a couple of POWs here, and it is it's a million times worse than you. If we can explain, and just I'll let you get back for 1 second. Meta is like one thing that we can do right now is 100% accept and acknowledge with every time we talk about mental health and PTSD is that this is a massive problem for Ukraine. It will be, and it's not just PTSD. It's complex PTSD. It's combat trauma. There's a lot of other words for it. It's easy to just say PTSD and throw it out there. The reality of it, it's not just the veterans that are going to face this. It's the people. It's the families. It's going to be a massive. So any type of resources that people can do to start to come together and find ways to force multiply for Ukraine. just a simple, we're in America, we live in a very young country, and even in like England, it's been modernized, and most of Western Europe has a lot of modernization. Ukraine is a very old country when it comes to infrastructure, and they'll have the largest population outside of Russia of amputees. And, you know, there's not a single ADA crosswalk almost. You know, I've been taking pictures of crosswalks, and doors don't have ramps, and doors don't have automatic. And we need to make sure that these soldiers can live their lives when they come back and do it with dignity. And it's simple things like that that are going to take massive amounts of work to improve it. But I just want to make sure that everybody understands it's just as important to fight for these veterans as it is to fight for any weapon. And I think sometimes in one point it might be even more important, because the people who are going to go to the front line need to know that that people are working to meet the moment for them, because there's veterans that are becoming veterans today, and the programs aren't scaled, and the programs don't exist. And we have to think about the long term, but we also have to think about today, because we can't let folks slip through the gaps like they did after 2014. And I'm just, as I said, just very blessed, and it's been one of the most humbling experiences to see the generosity and the hospitality of Ukrainians, both soldiers and officials, and people who understand that we're here to help, and we're not here to just talk. We're not here to take advantage of the situation, but we're here to use our hearts and our souls and our ears, most importantly, to listen and learn from the Ukrainian people. And hopefully, in the long term, it leads to some success, and it leads to, to me, we've already succeeded in a lot of ways of encouraging the veterans community here. But we're already planning our second trip, and we've got a lot of work to do in the next couple of months to get planned for that. But I want to give a special thank out to MriyaReport and to all the different spaces who have been in the fight for so long, who's given the platform for people to understand that they can help with what they have. And, whether it's donating a few dollars here and there, whether it's making a phone call once in a while, or whether it's, using everything you have at your ability to make a difference, that's what we all can do. And we all have to think about that every day. And it's just, again, it's an honor to be up here for a few minutes tonight before I actually go to sleep for early tonight for the first time, because I've got a big couple of trips ahead of me in the next couple of days.
Yeah, thanks, William. Yeah, it is. It's as well as the veterans, as you say, as it says in the post, at US UAVB, so everyone can have a look at my timeline for that to retweet it. It's been viewed nearly 200,000 times, that William. So you're definitely getting some exposure there. The organisation. So yeah, as well as the veterans and the survivors and the soldiers, yeah, definitely the caregivers and the families as well. Everyone in Ukraine is affected to different degrees. Obviously, those who've been in the front line and seen horrible stuff will go through different traumas than those who have been in the cities in Ukraine and the towns who have been subjected to bombardments and missile strikes and all that kind of stuff. And it affects different people in different ways. Some people can take more than others. Some people are going to need more help than others. But the country's going to band together. Well, already is banded together to try and help, and we as an international community and people maybe on the outside of Ukraine. I know you're there at the moment, William, but everyone can help now, in the near future, and in the long term as well. But these problems aren't going to go away very quickly, especially with those soldiers who've unfortunately been injured and had amputations and stuff, and PTSD lasts a long time as well in some people. But Furious will be able to talk about this a little bit. Let's go to Furious. I'll go to you after Meta. Just Furious.
Yeah, just the only good thing. Hey, Will, good to see you on the space.
Hey, great to see you, man. And I know how close this is to your heart too, man. So.
Yeah, so the only thing, like, there is one thing that's going to make a difference for the veterans here and for the population as a whole. Whereas, Will, if you remember, our guys coming back, it was different because 99% of our society, and I'm talking about the United States, and I'm pretty sure the same thing was in Britain when the British veterans were coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. Same with the Americans, and with other wars, except for World War II. But a very small percent of the population had been affected, right, very few, when considering the population of the United States, over 300 million, very few had served in Iraq and Iraq and Afghanistan. So it was the civilian population, even though some of them tried, they were oblivious. And I'm not trying to say anything bad about them. It's just the way it is. I mean, unless you've been, even if you've served, unless you've been in combat, it's hard to explain, and it's very hard because people are going about their business and they don't understand, and things are misconstrued about about post-traumatic stress, and like I've told people, it becomes a disorder. It becomes a disorder when it controls your life and doesn't allow you to transition back to some form of normalcy. The crazy thing is, here in Ukraine, is most of the country has gone through something, right? They've all lost loved ones. A lot of them will have served. A lot of them will be unfortunately victims of this craziness. So the bottom line is, it's going to be a collective effort, in Ukraine. You're going to have children that are going to be going through this. We see it. We see the videos of them crying. Even the refugees, they want to go back home. So for Ukraine, I know how I'm trying to spin this for people to understand. There is a positive, is that they're all going to understand each other's plight moving forward. And William, I don't know how many times you've been to Ukraine, but I'm going to tell you this, because there's going to be even small towns where there's going to be several people that are going to have amputations and things of that nature and disabilities. You will be blown away, and I mean blown away, at how fast, once this war is over and they can focus their effort, how fast they start making things ADA compliant in Ukraine.
George, I can't.
They're
that
that type of people.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, but one of the things that we've been talking about a lot, and you'll see in the post in the upcoming weeks, is we've been visiting with veteran-owned businesses, and the reality of it is, Ukrainians aren't really good at asking for help. That's one thing we've really found out. They're very proud, and they know. But the reality of it is, there's like two countries here. There's this country where there's the future is bright and everything like that, but then there's this country that is really lacking a lot of the basic support and needs that a Western country has, and it's not their fault. It's because of what they've been doing. They've been fighting for freedom, democracy for the last while. So just simply things like creating construction programs and helping improve the technology when it comes to the industries that build walkways and things like that. I believe they're going to meet the moment, but I will tell you what, I want to make sure at no point we downplay the severity of what this war, the effects of this war is going to have on this country for the long term. And
yeah,
I know. I didn't mean that. I didn't say you were doing that. I was just saying, it's something that I've got to say like 100 million times if I get a chance to do it. And we've got to just, anything we can do to help, whether you're a banker or a construction worker, whatever it is, if you have an opportunity to help and support and give expertise, it's going to be needed in the years to come. It's needed now. And again, this is a small piece of it, but I think it's one of the most important pieces of this entire country's future, is this giant population of veterans, where, like what you said, Furious, man, like every single person I've met has somebody fighting. I've met kids, and one of the people who've been working with us, they're every one of the kids that are working with us and helping support this mission, their kids are their husbands or their wives are on the front line or doing something in the military. And it's really been an eye-opening experience. And again, very lucky to be here, and I've got about 5 minutes. Sorry, Furious, but I agree with you 100%. And I think they're going to meet the moment, but we've got to make sure that this is long-term support. This is going to take support past the bombs and guns to do stuff.
I'm just going to say this. What I was going to say is, I'm not too worried about the infrastructure part, Will, and I know that sounds crazy. I'm more worried about the long term. because you're going to have these kids are, you got kids that are 5 to 10 to 15 years old, and they're going to grow up, and you want them to be fully functional adults, and they're going to be the most vulnerable part of the population. They're going to be the population that's going to need the most guidance, the most help. That those are the that's going to be the population, and then the widowers and the orphans. And this is, like Will said, this is going to be continuing for the next 50 years, because I know personally, and because my mom was a war orphan from World War II, and and her siblings, and I see how it affected them throughout the rest of their lives. My mom's almost 80 years old now, and she was a baby. So for the rest of her life, it affected her in one way or the other. So and you're right, Will, people have to understand that it's not going to be, there's not a silver bullet to solve this. These people are going to need, help. They're going to need to rely on each other. They're going to need extended type family units and friendships, and a lot of like open air counseling, group therapy. That is going to be the road forward. And any stigmatism to psychiatric help or something like that, that has to be thrown out to the side, because someone going through what they're going cannot be fixed on their own. You can't fix it yourself. That's 1,000%.
Furious, and again, I'll just make sure that, yeah, you're 100% right, and we have to get past the point of saying that this war is hell. There's nothing. I suffer from PTSD from my time in the military, and it's something that I've lived with for the last since 2000, longer than 2010. But it's what I live with every single day, and every day I have to figure out what I'm going to do and how it's going to affect me. And comparatively speaking, what some of these folks are going through, it's just radically different. And we can't ever diminish the reality of what war does to a human body, both physically and mentally. We can never say, well, this is a just war, so things are going to be fine, because that is completely wrong. It's completely against every doctrine of every PTSD training, of every people who have actually worked on this stuff since understanding what mental health is. And we just have to be very clear about that. And as our jobs as information folks is to make sure that we're relaying positive support for these soldiers, because soldiers listen into the space. This is what I found out. There's folks listening to space. So we've got to make sure that every one of our words counts. And what we can't do is say something like, they're not going to have that many problems because of the war. And the reality of what that's doing is making veterans think, maybe what I'm feeling isn't PTSD. Maybe it's not really my problem. Maybe somebody has it worse than me. And that's what we do with our words. So we have to be very careful. We have to be very selective. And the reality of it, there's been great work done in understanding these issues. And it's not just PTSD. That's a very generalized conversation. Traumatic brain injury can when you couple it with PTSD, when you couple it with young childhood trauma, you cause all these different levels of problems. So I just really wanted to be clear about that. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but what I am so proud of is this community of Ukrainian veterans that are stepping up and wanting to learn, willing to ask the hard questions, willing to talk and let us listen. And if we do what we hope we can do, we can help out a few of them, and maybe not change the whole world, but maybe help a little bit at a time. And I appreciate the time being up here, folks. But I do have to jot down really quick, but I'll let Meta get a word in. Sorry.
Meta.
Well, thank you, William. I just have a short comment. I read this column from an amputee of Ukraine, and as you said, they're very proud people, and he was suffering most of the staring, and then of course same time trying to cope with the new obstacles that he has because he has no legs anymore. So if this space could just share this message, don't stare, smile and help these guys. And I saw a wonderful video of these amputees, funnying around with their wheelchairs in some hospital or something. But don't stare, help, smile and help. They are in a new situation. They are adapting, and they are, that's sort of what I wanted to say, William. And thank you for your everything you do. Thanks.
Well, again, thanks everybody for what they do every single moment of taking time out of your day to support Ukraine. So always tweet, retweet, re-X, I guess that's what we call it. Find ways to help a little bit. I think most importantly is that we need to take these stories and we use this and turn this into collateral. We turn this into energy to affect major change. The MriyaReport is a place you come to get your ammunition. If you're not a fighter, you get your ammunition when it comes to information. When you get the knowledge of how to reach out to your members of Congress or your parliaments. And what you have to do is not just listen, but you have to listen and then take action. And that's just my call to action for everybody. If you haven't made a phone call to whatever elected official represents you, please do it. And I will drop down now. I do have to get some sleep. I've got a long trip ahead of me in the morning, and you'll be seeing more of it. Please, again, just follow the page. It's not hyping up the page, because we know every time that we can share a comment from the U.S. Ukrainian Veterans Bridge, it'll be one step closer to helping Ukrainian veterans. And then let's just this, Heram Slava. Oh, I'll say it the right way. Slava Ukraini.
Heram
Slava.
Heram Slava. Slava Nazi.
I say Smurf at this point because I don't know the last bit. It sounds like Smurf to me, so I just say Smurf because I'm rubbish. But I know the first little bits. But anyway, that's what I was doing at Ukrainian Independence Day, and I was getting some funny looks and a lot of smiles when I was just saying Smurf. Anywho, yeah, it's very important. One of the things, if any veterans or anybody injured is listening to this, to speak. Never keep it to yourself. It's good, as the old Busby used to say back in the day, it's good to talk. One of the things about men's mental health is we kind of generally keep it in ourselves, and then it all goes a bit tits up, and that's probably similar to soldiers as well. And that's what we need to help build is the knowledge that the speaking out about it is good. It is good to talk about it and share about it, and we need people who are able to listen as well. Sometimes I used to, until I went through a bit of an episode myself, I used to listen with my mouth, and that's not the way to listen. You listen with your ears. Sometimes it's difficult being a bloke like me. I like coming up with solutions, but sometimes the solution is just to listen. But we need people out there who can listen, and people who can give good advice. So yeah, people come here to MriyaReport to get knowledge for themselves. But then the second step of that is to take that knowledge outside into the world and share it with other people. You can either bring them in here so they can listen for themselves, or you can take the knowledge you've gained in here and go outside of this space with that. And that's kind of what it's about. Furious.
Yeah, I was going to say, so one of the things that, like soldiers, with PTSD that you, with post-traumatic stress, I don't like to use the D thing till like it gets to the point where it's inhibiting your ability to reconnect back to the civilian world. Everybody has post-traumatic stress over certain events, some people more than others. But one of the things that soldiers experience is, as the stress starts coming down and stuff like that, you start trying to adjust to what we say is like a normal life. The problem is you start having like different, they're not, I guess you kind of like hallucinations, flash memories, things like that. And not talking about it is the worst thing you can do, because I guarantee you what you're experiencing is part of the process that happens when you leave a stressful situation on the front and go back to the civilian world. And what you need to do is talk to people about that so you can get through it. You need help. It doesn't happen by itself, and you can't ignore it. When you start having, like, I've talked about this on the space. I had episodes, I remember, where I would smell things that I knew were not there. All right. In medical terms, olfactory hallucination. Some people experience that, but when you don't know that it's part of what's going on, when you're trying to adjust back to the civilian life, and you think that something else is going on with you mentally, then that becomes a problem. But talking to people, realizing that you're not in this by yourself, and obviously a lot of these Ukrainian veterans, you're not going to be in this by yourself. There's going to be a lot of people going through the same things. And you're going to have to find the group, talk to people, and, and learn how to adjust. It's part of the healing process. It's not only healing your mind, but it's also healing your soul and your emotions and getting you back on even keel. Because intense combat, especially what they've been through, intense shelling and artillery strikes and things like that, and seeing what they've witnessed, because of the barbarity of what the Russians have done, that doesn't self-regulate. You need to go and seek a group, people, professionals that will help you. Instead of having something that can linger for years, you can seek help and try to get yourself adjusted faster. That's what that does. And if you have a buddy who's opened up to you but is not willing to go to seek the help, go with them. Show them that they're not the only one going through it. Open up amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves and seek a group.
Yeah, thanks, George. I'm going to give this one go. Smert Voroham. Is that right?
Smert Voroham.
Smert. Okay, Smert Voroham.
Yes,
Excellent.
now you've
Finally.
done it.
That's taken a year and a half. Yeah, I'm on line 4. Brilliant. Next line to go. That's taken a while, I'll tell you. Blimey. James, you had a hand up.
George, can you let me?
I did. I just wanted to say goodbye to everybody. Thank you, Shaggy, for this great session with you. Very much enjoyed it. I sure do hear you furious about the need. And I look around the world and I think veterans care. We certainly know about that in the United States. And it's never enough. It's just so hard to predict everything that everybody needs. But it's like the effort for Ukraine. Everything for everybody is what we should be delivering. They put it all on the line. So anyways, thanks much. Enjoy the next presenter and see you later.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're doing our little swapsies now. So James is off. Axel and Alan are coming up. And then once one of those is up and we've done a little bit of mic check, I will disappear. I got an hour off. I thought I was here till 8, but I'm here till 7, so that's good. I'm going to go straight to the chip shop while I'm listening to MriyaReport and get myself some fish chips and mushy peas. Yes, definitely mushy peas. I feel like some mushy peas. That's it.
Oh, I'm popping in and out, and I'm sorry about it. And I'll try to be short, but thanks, George. You're so directly on point. It's like.
Alrighty, so Shaggy, I can hear you and I can see you. Let's swap you out for Alan and we'll take it
Method was
away.
talking. Axel, Method was talking.
I didn't hear. I'm so very sorry.
Go ahead,
Okay.
I'm having Twitter boxes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
We can.
Okay.
We are, however, Meta, also changing over to the next segment. So let's finish the statement and then we'll take it from
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I just wanted to say to George, because we were talking about PTSD, and George was so dead on, the meaning of the community and the shared trauma. But the Ukrainians are so proud, and the meaning of someone close to you, you have to sort of force them to seek help. To go to these groups and to go to these sessions, and I can't remember, Axel, maybe you remember who it was, Mark or Max or something like that, a psychologist who was talking about PTSD and saying
Yes,
that
a
the best.
colleague and friend from the US, of our colleague Tom Zimbardo was here with us. Yes, I can
Oh,
correct
Tom,
people
sorry.
later to
Yeah.
the respective thing. But Mette, we'll have to come to an end. I'm very sorry, but we'll have to be ready for Stephen Moore, who will be coming up in just about a minute. And in the meantime, everybody, please share and retweet the space. I'll say hi and welcome to my friend and colleague Alan, who has joined us, and I can see that Stephen Moore's Ukrainian Freedom Project is also joining. I presume that will be Stephen as opposed to his personal account. Let's just give it a go. Alrighty, let's see who we can get up to connect. I can also see our friend and colleague Randy with his cigar avatar joining us. Stephen, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Loud and clear. That's fantastic. Excellent. Good to hear you. Good to be having you. Good to have you with us here at this wonderful evening. It's 2100 hours and 1 minute in Kiev as well as in Tallinn. How are you doing today?
Could not be better. Listen, I've got I'm at the top floor of an apartment building here in Kiev because, as it turns out, in a city that's frequented by Russian missiles, top floor apartments are pretty cheap. So and it also gives you a really good view. So life is good. It's good to be me.
All righty. Well, then there you go. But as I understand, you're also in an area which probably benefits from a very well-layered air defense, including Patriot, NASAMS, and IRIS-Ts, correct? But you've seen a lot of that happening in the skies, right?
I have. There was one time I used to live over on Kristchadik in the Kristchadik area, and there's a series of explosions, and I walked outside and I saw Patriots just going up and intercepting these Russian missiles, and it was amazing. It was like, I don't know. You guys ever played Missile Command, like in arcade games? Does anyone remember putting a quarter in a machine and playing a game?
Of course we do. We're old. Alan and I are old, Stephen.
Well, there's a game called Missile Command, and it was just like that. It was like, there's missiles coming over the sky, across the sky. They had the trails, and then other missiles came up, intercepted them, and then there was a white puff of smoke, and it looked like Babovna. And so someone Ukrainian tell me if I got that pronunciation right. But it looked like cotton. It looked like cotton in the skies. So yeah, it was super cool. I actually have friends that work at Raytheon. I wrote them a thank you note after that.
Very good. We are very glad that there are a number of companies, whether it is MDBA or our friends who produce the Raytheons, as well as the chaps from Deal and the likes, who have contributed to the IRIS-T and census. But Raytheon definitely has saved many, many times lives and the assets of Ukraine in that regard. Now, Steve, please, can you tell us a little bit, why on earth is a man from occupied North Texas, sorry, Tulsa, Oklahoma, what brought you to Ukraine?
Yes, I forgot. You're from, despite the accent, actually you have the wrong accent to be in Baja, Oklahoma. So
yes,
yeah.
but I know people there.
Yeah, so I grew up in Oklahoma, which is I took my Ukrainian girlfriend there for the first time recently, and she's like, Oklahoma, it's so much like Ukraine, and I'd taken her previous to that to San Diego, and she liked Oklahoma better than San Diego because it reminded her more of Ukraine. So that being
Did you
said, that
see
has
her? Did you show her the weather charts of the hurricanes and the twisters going through?
exactly. Well, I mean, everybody's got their problems, right? There's hurricanes, there's earthquakes, there's tornadoes, and then there's Russian missiles. So everybody's got something coming out of that. That's something that they got to be aware of. But yeah, but so Oklahoma is a lot like Ukraine, and that has nothing to do with the reason I'm here. But
so what brought you there?
I got here in 2018 and 2019. I spent a year here, and I was doing public opinion research, and it was super cool. And I met a bunch of great people. I lived in Kyiv, had an amazing time, and just really got into the vibe here. The Ukrainians are such amazing people, and there's like such a sense of life here is real. And in America, everything is so good that sometimes I feel like people make up problems just so they have a problem. And but here, life is real. Things happen, and there's a war. And there's this energy here, and there's this creativity. I think spawned by the nature of where they are, and super smart, well-educated people. And so I came here, I saw the culture. There's all kinds of entrepreneurs with these cool brands, and there's like theme restaurants and really good food, and just this real interesting mix of ancient history from 1,000 years ago to recent history from the Soviets to very recent history from Maidan and that sort of thing. So it's a really exciting place for me to be. I made a bunch of friends, and then coincidentally, I got a job at an artificial intelligence company that had like 500 Ukrainian employees. And that was my next gig coming out of Ukraine. And so, 2.5 years later at the artificial intelligence company, I had like, dozens of Ukrainian friends. And coincidentally, again, my life is full of coincidences, but I left the artificial intelligence company in January of last year. And so I'm, completely burnt out because there's a startup and, a hamster wheel, that sort of thing. And, I'm thinking, now where should I go skiing? Is the snow better in the Alps this year or in the Rockies? And then my friends from Ukraine started calling me and saying things like, they're bombing Kyiv. I don't know what to do. And, I had the time, and I spent nearly 2 years as a civilian in Iraq at the beginning of that war, like 20 years ago. So when my friends are calling me and telling me they're bombing Kyiv, I don't know what to do, I knew what to do. And I felt that if I went skiing, that was a decision that would not age well. So I hopped on a plane and got here on day 5 of the war.
So, Stephen, arriving in Kyiv on day 5 of the war, how did you get into the city? And now you've been there for over 550 days. I know you shuttle back and forth from time to time to Washington, D.C., but what has changed notably since that 5th day of war to this 551st day of war?
Well, just to be clear, I was not sufficiently brave to come to Kyiv until about 3 weeks into it. So I started out in Chernivtsi because, like everyone in the world, I thought the Russians were going to roll through here in 3 weeks. And so, like, one of the first things I did is I figured that, there's probably going to be insurgency. So I got the anarchist cookbook translated into Ukrainian. And so, and that's something that apparently, was not needed as much as I thought it might be. But, initially what happened is I got up to Kyiv about 3 weeks. I started out in Chernivtsi on the Romanian border. And I just figured if really bad things happened, it's only a 45-minute drive. It's a 6-hour hike to the border. And I timed it out. I made a map. And so that was my plan. And then after about 3 weeks, it became apparent that the Ukrainians were, doing a really good job at fighting the Russians. And so my first foray to Kyiv was I was bringing
medical supplies up here to a small clinic in a place called Bobritia, and I'm probably butchering that name, but it's in the Kyiv suburbs, and it's just a friend of a friend called me and said, you know, we are taking war wounded, and we're not set up for that. Can you help us with medical supplies? And I said, you know, I don't want to go to the front, man. What about the Red Cross? And he said, who? So I ended up buying about $6,000 worth of medical supplies on my credit card and driving it up there and trying to help out. And that's how this whole thing got started.
Horizontal, as always in Ukraine, isn't it? People ask, and somebody comes and rises to the occasion. Now, you're not alone there. There's many expats in Ukraine, and specifically also in the Kyiv bubble. How do you see the relationship of the expat community on the one hand and Ukrainians at the same time? Because we've seen a bit of a sifting through, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah. You know, there's been a whole. Yeah, there has been a bunch of changes to the expat community. There's like a shift. There's a bunch of people that came in initially. It was really interesting. My first trip to Kyiv, you know, I couldn't turn a corner without bumping into someone from a Jewish or an Israeli organization. So, you know, I got to say, that's a group of people that really stepped up and really did a lot of good work, particularly early on. So there's the people that kind of just came in, the first responders, as you know, so to speak, and then there's been a lot of sifting, as you say, and now we've got some kind of solid NGOs, some good groups of folks. So Kyiv is a good place to be. You know, it's I keep having this Hemingway fantasy from you know, the Spanish Civil War, right?
That's a good analogy, because at the same time, obviously, this war with its technological change and the way assets are being deployed is yet another test, if not outright, the first ever peer-to-peer conflict. Now, you've seen this now since last year. You've seen the conflict migrate. You've seen Ukraine's resilience and the likes. But while seeing and observing, you've also been writing about it. And there's a reason why you write about these things, because that's not all you do.
Who, me? Write about these things?
Yeah, it's not just all you do. You actually argue for a case, and you argue for a good case, and you argue it in one specific way, which then is yet again the transatlantic bridge, which is what we would really like to talk to you about, because not so many people do
For
this.
sure.
A friend of the space of ours does this, Randy, who's say American conservative and Republican in Poland, swinging back and forth between Poland and the US. But not so many people have done what you have done, right? Do you want to tell our audience a little bit more about Stephen Moore and what he's done?
Yeah. Well, you know, as I like to say, I am probably the only person in the world who has delivered humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian front and whipped votes on the floor of the House of Representatives with Kevin McCarthy when he was majority whip. So I was a chief of staff the guy I was a chief of staff to was a guy named Peter Roscom, and he was a position called the chief deputy whip. And so McCarthy was the whip, and Roscom was his chief deputy and oversaw a team of whips. And for folks who have not seen House of Cards, the whip is the person who goes and tries to assure that all the members of a legislative body vote the way the leadership want them to vote. So so that's what I did. And in fact, if you have seen House of Cards, Kevin Spacey came out and hung out with us for like 2 days to research what it's like to be a majority whip. So that was kind of fun. That was before he became radioactive. So what that did, so what I've got is I've got a unique positioning, which is, you know, I have firsthand experience from the front. You know, I was, as I mentioned, I was in Kyiv whenever it was less desirable real estate than it is now. I was in Kharkiv last summer when it was seeing a lot of attention from the Russians. I was in Kherson shortly after it was liberated. I've been down there 3 times. Donetsk Oblast, and a couple other, and I've been there kind of multiple times, but have not been to Zaporizhia yet. But maybe someday. So I have this firsthand experience at the front, and I have a very large network in Washington, D.C. I'm really fortunate to have maintained a really good group of friends in Washington. And some of them are still working in Congress. Some of them are influential people around members of Congress. But so in terms of the Republican ecosphere, I have an entree into that. So, at a time when there's a lot of people really behaving badly around Ukraine and information around Ukraine and spreading Russian propaganda on Ukraine, I am fortunate to be in a position where I can give policymakers in DC firsthand information about what's happening here.
Which is quite different from what certain parts of the media and the media bubble, as well as the alternative media, have been projecting in the United States. And as you've highlighted a couple of times, and we spoke about this prior to this space, that essentially this is something which has been specifically been targeting primary voters, which evidently matters a great deal at the moment. Can you speak a little bit about how this, what kind of narratives we actually have to combat?
It's just brutal. So the Russians are really working hard on U.S. conservatives, and some of it's absurd. Like, I don't know, there's a few weeks ago, the Russians issued a press release that they were building a suburb in Moscow for U.S. conservatives who were tired of political correctness, so that they could come and be free, so to speak, I guess. And so and then a lot of it is really impressive. Like, there's a bunch of there's a bunch of people, a bunch of media figures in the United States that are taking Kremlin talking points and giving them as if they're truth. So that's kind of a little bit, but
this goes straight through pretty much the whole press and the whole overall media. And there's a number of even current Fox News hosts, which are, who are not quite exempt from it. You could even have the same argument to an extent with the people of the Daily Wire, if you like, even if they try to hide it from time to time. But there's a couple of people who simply actually constantly seed doubt. And seeding doubt is good old KGB desinformatia. You have to constantly raise the profile of contradiction. You have to make people see the ambiguity of something which is actually pretty clear. There is an invasion. There are atrocities committed. There's a genocide ongoing. Russia tries to subjugate Ukraine. That's relatively straightforward and simple. General Philip Breedlove just recently here on the space highlighted yet again that everything he said in 2014 and since actually still holds true. The same thing you could apply to John McCain, who said it. You could say it to Mitt Romney, who once said it in a presidential debate and got laughed out of court by various people. Still, the same thing applies. How do we make this clear to people that you cannot be for freedom and seek freedom in the US and not defend it against one of the mortal enemies?
Yeah. That is, and it's crazy. I'll tell you, Trump seems to be sort of the source of this. It's Trump voters who are the most likely to subscribe to some of the propaganda, and and the ambiguity is difficult to understand because Trump published as a president his national security policy, and you can Google it, and it is let's let's see. So it is, and I've got it right here. 68 pages, and it's it's signed by him at the beginning and at the end, and in it mentions Russia as our adversary 25 times. In China as our adversary 33 times, and so just to give you some perspective, and so.
But he did have H.R. McMaster as his NSC advisor, and John Bolton. So there are two people who know something about China and Russia, right?
Yeah. So, but nonetheless, this went out under his signature, right? So Trump, as a president, was unambiguous about Russia as an adversary, from a policy perspective. So it's difficult. And look, I grew up during the Cold War, and again, it was unambiguous who the bad guys were. So it's difficult for me to understand how the heirs of Reagan have gone soft on the heirs to the Soviet Union.
Stephen, I worked on Capitol Hill when Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan were presidents, and I have had great difficulty understanding why Republicans, especially, have become so susceptible to Russian propaganda. What happened?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the question? I just got a telephone call from a scammer that broke me off.
Sure. I was just saying, Stephen, I worked on Capitol Hill when Carter was president, then Reagan, and I've had great difficulty understanding what happened to the party of Reagan. What has made Republicans so susceptible to Russian propaganda? I just can't figure it out.
Yeah, I get it. And again, it's just it's people being targeted, and here's the unfortunate thing. Look, you can watch Tucker Carlson's show, and it's just full of Kremlin talking points. And then and like quite literally, you can watch Kremlin propagandists on Tuesday. What they said will be on Tucker's show on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, they'll play a clip from Tucker's show that that says, see, at least one American's got it right. So, Tucker Carlson is the media personality that Putin wants you to see. So, and listen, I get it. The media on all sides is, they lie to us, right? There's constant agendas. You don't know who to believe. Part of the reason I like being here, and part of the reason I've done a lot of this is, I like being on the front row of history where I can understand myself what's going on. But not everyone has the ability to pack bags and jump into a war zone and go look around and develop their own opinion firsthand. So who do you believe? And so it's difficult to ascertain who's got good facts. But again, Tucker Carlson is the media personality that Putin wants you to listen to. And when he left, Lavrov, the foreign minister, took time out of a press conference at the United Nations to lament the departure of Tucker Carlson from Fox, right? So that's at a pretty high level. So so if you're trying to figure out, if you're listening to this podcast and you're wondering, like, should you believe Tucker Carlson? Well, only if you think that you would have common cause with Putin, because Putin wants you to listen to Carlson. Yeah.
Now that's the diagnosis, but the question is, what do we do about it? I think that's what Alan and I are most interested in.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I think here's what we need to do, and everyone here is an influential. If you're listening to this, you're probably pro-Ukraine, and you're probably active about it. So one, if you're in America, then contact your congressman, call them, give them positive feedback. because here's what my friends that are still on Capitol Hill are are telling me. They're saying that, yeah, my boss, the congressman I work for, wants to do the right thing, but we're getting such pushback from our constituents then that it's really difficult. And that's the way the House of Representatives is set up, is that the founding fathers said, we're going to make these people responsive to the voters, very responsive, and so that's the way it works. And their voters are very passionate because what they've heard about aid to Ukraine being lessened. So what again? But the question is, what can we do about it? Well, give positive feedback to those members of Congress that are voting well. Two, if you have the capability of talking to your local media about aid to Ukraine, do it. The more stuff we get out there that is positive and factual, the better off we are. I've got a Substack. I just started it. I've got all of 2 posts right now, but it's Stephen Moore. That's Stephen with a V, STEVENMOORE.substack.com. And I've got a memo up there about messaging that's positive to Ukraine. And then I'm going to be putting additional things up here that is good messaging to talk about. If you're a person of faith and you're listening to this space right now, then get your church involved because conservative Christians are disproportionately against additional aid to Ukraine. And so what I'm finding, though, is that Christians, when they relate to Ukrainians on a spiritual level, they understand that these are believers like them, then they get more passionate about the cause. They get more invested in the cause of Ukraine. And so if you'd like to, if you're a believer and you'd like to get your church involved, contact me.
Does that fit with the fact that Ukraine, given the fact that it's a predominantly, if and when people have faith, that they are either Orthodox or one of the 3 different Orthodox churches abounding there, albeit one of them being a Kremlin-led, say Stalin-founded entity, but the other 2 being more Greek Orthodox and the other one being Ukrainian Orthodox per se. And the remainder is a lot of Catholics. There's very few Protestants by comparison. As a consequence, the American evangelicals, with their political power and sway, cannot as easily be motivated, which is why the Russians have so heavily engaged with them and addressing them in their market segmentation. Isn't that true?
Yeah, that is the case. That is the case. This is, this country, as you pointed out, is heavily Orthodox, and that is a dissimilar way of believing to evangelical Christians. But there is a large number of Protestant churches. I come across Protestants all the time, and I was having a conversation today with a leader in the Protestant church here in Ukraine, and there is opportunities to engage sort of church to church. So I'm in touch with the Protestant churches here. If anyone listening to this has a church they would like to get involved, reach out to me.
I think that's a very important thing, and that helps a great deal, because if people can relate to other people, meaning see their suffering, see their dedication to their families, their lives, their church, their faith, they can relate to them, and that makes it significantly more accessible for them to understand that this, as a foreign policy issue, matters a great deal on a moral level, on a cultural level, on a spiritual level, which is what evidently we have not been able to transport. Because otherwise, I was always told, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Congress, and Alan has been there before, but when I say wander through the halls of your wonderful government at some point in time, I was always told that nobody wins any election on foreign policy matters other than Ronald Reagan.
I'd say that's pretty accurate. usually foreign policy is not, we call it vote determinative. There's issues that determine people's votes, and there's issues that do not determine people's votes. And foreign policy usually is not vote determinative. Now, that being said, there's, with the amount that this is being whipped up, there was an entire section of the Republican debate last week that was devoted to Ukraine, and Vivek Ramaswamy, who, I'd be interested in anyone else's opinion on this. The guy Ramaswamy reminds me of like a kid in 8th grade who's like trying too hard, and he's like, pick me, I know the answer, right? And and he just does not wear well. I think he's going to be a flash in the pan and gone. But at the same time, he is the least knowledgeable candidate on that stage on Ukraine, and I think he's willfully ignorant, and he doesn't come off as a serious individual. But nonetheless, he is adding to fuel to this fire of propaganda that we're seeing on the conservative side.
Would it be fair to say
So-
that when you say willfully ignorant, I like this term, would it be fair to say that he has significant relationships in his campaign, in his staff, in his surroundings, which would make us feel inclined that he has been just a stooge of the Trump campaign? I take silence as consent.
No, I'm sorry. You broke up there for a second.
Oh, sorry.
So you asked about Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
And here's, So, look, here's what I think. I think that he looked at the polls and he said, what are issues that I can pound that will get me a coalition that wins in conservative circles? And he's, and Tucker Carlson has created a parade, and every politician wants to jump in front of a parade. And Ramaswamy is, I don't think he has I don't think conviction plays a big role in Vivek Ramaswamy's life. I think that he, he's an opportunist. He thinks, it would be fun to become president. He was on the stage. He's like, we're going to have some fun tonight. So, I look at the polling. I can talk about it. You interested in hearing about polling?
I was about to go there, but before we do that, if you don't mind, let me ask the question. Mr. Ramaswamy says that in the event of his election of the President of the United States, which will never happen given the fact that he can't even clothe himself properly, he is not even presidential material from a viewpoint, but that he would recognize the control of Russia over the captured territories of Ukraine. He actually says stuff like this. I mean, if that doesn't completely, utterly, immediately deflate any options he has for a campaign, I think it's terrible that he's getting too much media elevation.
Yeah. Listen, here's, when you're in a primary like that, there is no incentive to be reasonable, because when you're in a primary election, it's only the members of your own party. So when you're in a general election, then you've got to run to the middle. You got to say things that appeal to both Republicans and Democrats. But when you're in a primary election, you just got to be more extreme than the next guy. That's why, you looked on stage and Nikki Haley, who is a calm, rational person, was like getting in people's faces, right? Because she's figured out that if she's going to be heard, she has to do that, right? So, yeah.
All right.
So Ramaswamy is
Ramaswamy is absolutely terrible. But my question was, would you think that Ramaswamy is only there in order to suppress other candidates and not getting enough votes, and then will bow out in order to defer to Trump?
No, I don't think so. I think this guy wants to be president. I think that he's, Trump, immigrant Trump, and he is trying to jump on Trump's train. I am not, you know, in Ukraine, sometimes people will put up. I've seen the elections. They'll put up people to try to siphon away votes from other candidates. I don't know anyone in the United States that wants to go through the pain and suffering of a presidential election in order to get someone else elected, because presidential elections are brutal. They take a lot of your time. You get the snot beat out of you. Ask Cindy McCain what she thinks about presidential campaigns. So I tend to think anybody that's in it in a presidential campaign in the United States is in it because they feel they need to be president.
All right, thank you for that. Before we go to polling, because I know that you have a lot of data on this, and I really want to dissect it. I'm sure we have people here, Alan, Randy, and the likes, who also want to go there. Randy, you have a question first to start it off, and then we go to Furious George, and then we continue with polling. Randy.
Randy, are you with us?
He has his hand up.
Yeah. Hi, I'm sorry. Mic button didn't engage. Hi, Stephen. My dad was born in Stillwater. I was born a little down the road in the Missouri Ozarks.
I've been to Stillwater many times.
Then I went to Georgetown Law, and I became a Washingtonian snob. Anyway, what I always thought that it was just ignorant voters, because if you look at the approval of Ukraine aid by education, it's a direct correlation. And I find many of those people are just uninformed. I live in Poland, and people will ask me, "Oh, is that part of Russia?" When I go home, they have no idea. But on the other hand, I was really, really frustrated with DeSantis on Ukraine. And it's like, I remember him as a congressman. I mean, he was like a Reagan guy. And he's up there like it's just a territorial dispute. And I said, who was advising DeSantis on foreign policy? And I investigated, and it was the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
And then I saw not only had DeSantis completely flipped on Ukraine, the Heritage Foundation had. And I said, why did that happen? And some folks we know gave me a clue, and I spent the last 2 days in detail research, everything I could find. And the Heritage Foundation made a partnership with the Danube Institute in Budapest, which is Orban's, one of Orban's front organizations, I guess you'd say, because he spent millions on this kind of stuff. And I think they were compromised, and they did that op-ed and that crazy ad that looked like it could have been on RT, Russian TV. And they still got Reagan people like Ed Meese on the board. Anyway, so I've dedicated the last 3 days to torching Heritage, including a survey of positions on Ukraine, Heritage, pre-urban and post-urban, and which one do you believe?
Yeah.
And there's some great, they were fantastic on it before, and it all corresponds to they went to Kevin Roberts went to meet Urban in Budapest, and then 3 months later they announced this partnership. And Tucker was the same way. He was all into Urban before the invasion, and I think because his father represented the Hungarian government in lobbying in Washington, and he thought it was so cool that they were anti-gay, and they were, and anti-immigrant, and he spent a lot of time there. And I think whatever he knows about the war is what the Hungarians told him. And that's why he sounds just like Russia. And they do, so I became, I'm much more conspiratorial on this. I think many of our conservative institutions have been undermined. Now, you couldn't do it going through the door, okay? You couldn't bring a Russian in there to Hudson and say, "Oh, here's Ivan, our new foreign policy expert, and he's going to write about the war in Russia." No, people would be too smart for that. But Hungary or Egypt or
You mean
any.
what you mean is Sebastian Gorka could bring his contacts in Hungary together with the leaders of CPAC in order to influence heritage, right?
Yeah, no, that's part of it. And they anyway, but it's there's a reach there, and there's a lot of money being spent to infiltrate our media and our institutions, and they particularly think that we Republicans are game for this, which is surprising. I mean, I didn't take my honeymoon in Moscow like Bernie Sanders did, but anyway.
Yeah.
I think we have to go looking at inside our own Republican institutions. So I've made my new vow is I'm going to find anybody who sounded like they were a Reaganite and then suddenly started making equivocal statements about the invasion and to see what happened to them. Anyway.
Yeah, listen, you are much more clever than I am on your research with the Hungarian connection. I will say that one, I would believe anything these days. Just because the world's just gone upside down. Orban has been like weirdly critical of Ukraine. He said, I remember once, I'm standing in Kyiv, and I read this, statement from Orban saying, Ukraine is ungovernable. It's Afghanistan. And, and I'm having a nice cappuccino, and so, Kyiv has done very, very well at, when I came in here the first time, there was hedgehogs everywhere and a checkpoint every 100 meters, and you could hear the artillery and in Bucha and Irpin in the suburbs, and now it's very highly functioning. I remember when in October when the first missiles hit near in Tarasovchenko Park in the intersection near it. I wanted to go and take a picture, and by the time I got to the intersection, they had fixed it. You couldn't tell it was there. So Ukraine is very governable, and and I read this from Orban, and I was like, well, that's funny. I hadn't seen him here. What gives him the authority to talk about this? And so yeah, there is some weird stuff coming out of Hungary for sure. Now, specific to the Heritage Foundation, here's what I do know is that a lot of really talented foreign policy people left there last year when when Heritage forgot that Russia is a long-held adversary of the United States. And it seems like the people that left, who were really smart, very talented people who were good at math and explaining the defense budget and the national debt and all sort of thing, they replaced those people who left with people who are really good at social media. It's now they've replaced the people that use Excel with people that use TikTok. So it's hard to take the Heritage Foundation seriously as a public policy organization, and when I grew up, I used to watch professional wrestling when I was a kid, and now they call it wrestling entertainment to differentiate it from an actual sport, right? I think that you have to call Heritage at this point policy entertainment to differentiate it from an actual think tank.
Yeah, they've denuded themselves of intelligence, quite literally, if not at least strategy. If you don't mind, Stephen, I would, before we go into polling, because it's a very intricate but also important topic, I would like to clear off the question from George, our friend from Philadelphia. George.
Hey, thank you, everyone, and thanks, Randy, for that question, and thanks for doing that research on the Heritage Foundation. But I wanted to ask Stephen because we talk about and people kind of get tunnel vision because there is a very vocal minority in the House of Representatives of the let's stop the Ukraine aid and the MAGA, ultra MAGA, whatever psychotic thing they want to call themselves. But there's also a problem in the United States on the extreme left, and right now, moving forward, we have a Green Party candidate. Now, if you remember, Stephen, I know you remember this, the Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, back in, when Hillary was running against Trump, and she played a significant role in Clinton losing a couple of close states. And now they're running Colonel West as another Green Party candidate. And
Colonel Alan West from Florida?
Yes, the African-American gentleman.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I take back what I said about people actually wanting to win by running for president.
Yeah. So here's the thing, and I don't want to like dig into this really quick, but I want to ask you: when you look at Paul Manafort and the connections he had, you can trace, Jill Stein to him. There's pictures of them together, at fundraisers and stuff like that before she became Green Party candidate. And my wife's Ukrainian. Her uncle's still in Kyiv. He's active in the Ukrainian government, and he's always said that the Russians are a hydra. You never know where the next head's going to pop up. So I wanted to ask your take on this guy now, Green Party candidate. He's running for president, knowing the threat that another Trump presidency would be for Ukraine and for the world and for the United States. How do you figure that they find these people? Like, these are the willing, I call them the willing idiots of the Kremlin. Jill Stein was one. This guy's going to be one for this Green Party now. It's not only on the extreme right, it's also on the extreme left that they find their willing pawns. You've got that one organization.
George, you're giving ammunition. You're giving ammunition to our friend from Tulsa, calling it Baja, Oklahoma, by highlighting that Alan West, former lieutenant colonel of the U.S. Army and chair of the Texas Republican Party, would now be going for the Green Party. Come on.
No, not. It's not Alan West. His name is.
It's Cornel.
Cornel West.
Cornel West.
That's a different ball game.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this. What I'm saying is, so there's the extreme polarization in the United States has opened them. Those two entities have opened themselves up to be, pawns of the Kremlin, and I just don't understand how they don't see it.
Stephen, what do you say?
I wonder if Stephen had to step away for a moment, Axel, or Stephen, remember to unmute your mic. Hopefully, Stephen will be right back with us. But that's an interesting question, George, and I'm really interested in Stephen's take on it. And when Stephen gets back, we will also take a look at some polling and what it means, especially among the very conservative Republican voters. Stephen, did you catch George's question? Great, you're back.
That mute button comes on by itself or something. I don't know.
No, when there's too much background noise, because then you're being muted, because otherwise the audience cannot hear the other party.
I see. I'm new to this Twitter Space thing, so thank you for being patient with me.
It's just audio interference. Don't worry. Carry on.
Yeah, great. So so my friend from Philadelphia. Listen, among those of us that pay attention to these things, the idea is that politics is circular and it's not linear. Like there's people say there's a spectrum from left to right, but it's really, from, it's like 180 degrees or 360 degrees or, but yeah, so you get RFK, who's running for as a Democrat, RFK Jr., one the Kennedy guy, and he is, and he is subscribed to a lot of the things that my 89-year-old mother, who is a conservative Christian, likes what he has to say. And and he's running from the left. So, it is a weird time in politics, and people are kind of, again, I would believe anything at this point, or I don't disbelieve anything. And but I am glad to hear that Alan West is not running on the green ticket for
I
president.
made a joke.
that was
You started with
my guy.
Baja, Oklahoma. I was about to give you Texan soul.
Yeah. So no, thanks for the question, George.
All right, let's go to polling, because that's a very important thing, because we have to, just like in good old marketing and distribution, we have to dissect as to what is actually happening and how people take it. Why don't you go through it?
Okay, so you're
We
breaking
really,
up. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
Good.
All right.
Okay. So yeah. And anybody that wants to get deep into this, anybody who's as geeky on this stuff as I am, can go to my Substack, and that's Stephen Moore, StevenMoore.substack.com, and it's got charts, graphs, colors, pretty colors, and have a look at it. So here's what you should know is that so let me tell you the place we are in the House of Representatives right now is that there's been 4 votes on aid to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. And one of them was the Ukraine supplemental at which was May of last year. And that was the one that appropriated a lot of money. And 57 Republicans voted against that Ukraine supplemental. And at that time, so that's about 20 let me look at my, I've been talking about this. Let's see. So at that time, here we go. And okay, here we go. So 57 House Republicans voted against Ukraine supplemental on May 21st of last year. And that is 27% of House Republicans at that time. And public opinion was about 23% of Republicans and 23% of Trump voters were against sending weapons to Ukraine. So there's a bit of a mirror there. And if you look at last July, which is just about a month ago, there was the National Defense Authorization Act vote. And there was a huge number of amendments to this vote, which means that the people from the Armed Services Committee put the National Defense Authorization Act on the floor for a vote, and the National Defense Authorization Act is the piece of legislation that tells the Department of Defense, here's what you're doing this year, and so there was a lot of amendments to it. So after it goes through a whole bunch of committees, then it goes to the House floor, and any member of Congress can offer an amendment. And so there was
is that like a big omnibus bill? So everybody attaches something, everybody goes after it. Some people block it, but it's essentially a lot of pork barrel attached. Or how do people
this one? Well, broadly speaking, in the House of Representatives, there's 2 types of bills in Congress. There's authorization bills and appropriations bills. Authorization bills say that, hey, DOD, here's what you're doing. And then there's an appropriation that comes out of the Appropriations Committee, and DOD, this is how much money that you get to do what the authorization bill said you should do. So this is an authorization bill, and you can hang a bunch of stuff off of it, but it's not money. Typically, it's not money. So you can't, you could not use it to, and I'm getting over my skis here on the parliamentary stuff, but I think that the National Defense Authorization Act could not add money to the Department of Defense, but it could direct the Department of Defense not to spend money in certain ways. And there was 3 amendments that voted to cut aid to Ukraine. So are you with me on this? Is everybody tracking?
100%.
Good. So, and in July of last year, about a month ago, 42% of the Republican House, 94 Republican House members, voted at least once to cut aid to Ukraine. And so that's 42% of the House of Representatives. And public opinion right now, or in July, was that 47% of Republicans want to decrease aid to Ukraine, and 54% of Trump voters. So again, sentiment in the House kind of mirrors public opinion, and this is the way the founding fathers set it up. And so what you should know, though, is that the trend is going in the wrong direction. So as one example, Trump voters in January of this year, 42% of them said they wanted to decrease aid to Ukraine, military aid to Ukraine. And in July, that was 54%. So, similarly, 35% of Republicans in January said that we should decrease aid to Ukraine, and in July it was at 47%. So this is going in the wrong direction. Now, why is this important,
Stephen,
folks? Well,
yeah, go ahead. Why is it important? I was going to jump in and say, are you concerned about the upcoming supplemental appropriations bill for Ukraine?
I am.
Is there sufficient Republican support to pass it in the House or even to get it up on the floor?
Yes, there's a man that knows something about the inner workings of the House of Representatives. Because at first glance, you say, okay, we lost 94 Republicans, but there's 435 members of the House, so that's a massive majority that will vote for it. But the majority party in the House of Representatives controls what goes on the floor, and both parties will only put things on the House floor for a vote that have the support of a majority of the majority party. And right now there's 222 Republicans in the House of Representatives, and a majority, for those of you who do math, it would be 112. And so 112 out of 222. And right now, if you look at all four votes against Ukraine aid, 103 sitting Republicans have voted at least once against aid to Ukraine. So, and again, if it gets to 112, then that's a real problem. And we're already really in a problem space because, because really you want more than 112, you want 120 or so supporting it, so it's unambiguous. So that we're in a problem space right now. Now, the good news is that on this National Defense Authorization bill that went out last month, there was 3 amendments. Nobody would expect those to pass, so it's a free vote. So you can vote against aid to Ukraine, and it doesn't really count because the odds of that passing are next to nothing. So you can go back. So it's what we call a political vote. So you vote against Ukraine aid, you go back and you tell your constituents, I voted against Ukraine aid. I'm not going to give them a blank check. And hopefully when there's a real bill, which is probably scheduled for October, when there's a real bill, those people will come back home and vote in favor of the real bill. Hopefully, hope is not a good strategy.
But as you pointed out, the House of Representatives is made up so that the members of the House are very responsive to their constituents. Are Republicans hearing from their constituents overwhelmingly, don't send any more aid to Ukraine? And if they are, how can that be countered?
Yeah, good. That's a good question. And the answer is yes, they are hearing that. I talk a lot to my friends who are still chiefs on Capitol Hill. And, one of them was telling me that, so you get, let me back up saying, explain constituent contact. And so as a congressional office, when I was doing this 10 years ago, you got about 50,000 constituent contacts every year. And you would take those and, the phone, email, social media, all that. And it's probably more now because there's more channels for contact. And you slice them and dice them and try to figure out what your constituents are thinking, because, your job is to get reelected, and at least your job as a chief of staff is to get your boss reelected. So you want to find out what your constituents are thinking. So you slice it and dice it every way possible. So one of my friends told me that she did a deep dive in analyzing her constituent contacts, and the same people that in March of 2022 were saying to her, "Why aren't we doing more for Ukraine?" are now saying, "Why are we doing so much for Ukraine?" So that's why, and there's 32 members of the House that flipped and voted. They voted in May of last year for the supplemental appropriations, and they voted against aid to Ukraine in one of the in one of the NDA votes. So
103
yeah.
in total, according to your numbers, 103 in total have a record of having once at least voted against it. But at the moment, there's 34 which are hardcore. There's around about 50 or 60 who are at risk. Does Mick McCarthy actually run a risk by bringing this to the floor?
I'm sorry. Yeah. And so there's a rule that was in the rule package that came out this year that McCarthy agreed to. I believe it's any one member of the House can call a vote that would recall the speaker. So McCarthy, has a very has a conference that's difficult to manage, and I got to tell you, he has done a good job managing them. I thought I never would have thought the debt ceiling vote would have went the way it did. If you were watching that, there's a necessary vote periodically when the national debt reaches a certain limit. You've got to vote to be able to raise that limit, and that was, I think, in May of this year. It was earlier this year, and McCarthy was very skillful in getting that vote passed. Now the question is how many of those votes does he have in him, and that is a question. But I got to say, McCarthy is super skillful at managing the conference, and I think he does it by making them feel heard. And what he did in this NDA vote. It's a bummer that you see so many people voting against aid to Ukraine, because voting on votes that don't count is a precursor to voting on things that do count in the wrong way. But at the same time, giving people the opportunity to, giving the Matt Gaetzes of the world the opportunity to see that no one really supports them is good, and also giving people the opportunity to cast some votes that that they can take back to their constituents and say, "I'm voting against Ukraine aid," is also helpful. So as scary as these numbers are, they may be a useful tool for McCarthy and his leadership team to get stuff passed.
Axel, what do you say we go to Randy and then to
Absolutely.
Benjamin? Randy, go ahead, please.
I think that the perception of this being an endless war and a waste of money after bad experiences in Afghanistan and Iraq is a driving force for the average voter. And your last graph on who the people on who do they think is winning reflects the winter stalemate when nothing seemed to be moving, and a little uptick now, and it goes to July. But I would imagine the recent developments are going to put an uptick in that. I think there's much stronger feeling now. There's certainly a lot of media saying that the offense is no longer stalled and it's moving now. And I think that's going to be critical in public opinion. I hope that we can get more people to, write and call and do stuff with their congressman to express that. But I think that that will create an uptick in support.
Well, and we talked a little bit earlier about what people can do that want to help, and there's sort of the basic stuff that I mentioned earlier. And but look, if you like what we're doing at the Ukraine Freedom Project, you can support us. We're a volunteer organization. I'm a volunteer, and we run on donations. I'm spending all day, every day, either getting stuff to the front or communicating with policymakers back home about why aid to Ukraine is important. So you can go to ukrainefreedomproject.org, and anything helps. Would love to have your support. So if I'm sure most of the folks aren't like me and Randy and have the time to devote this. Probably a lot of folks have kids with soccer games and that sort of thing. So if you want to be helpful and not have it take up a lot of your time, it doesn't take much time to donate at ukrainefreedomproject.org.
Fair enough. Let's go to Benjamin, and then we'll cycle back to this issue. Benjamin, please.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. First, I'm going to say I love this show. I'm honored to be here. What you guys do is amazing. How you carry this torch every day. So I wanted to discuss a few things here because I found myself getting sucked into this Ukraine thing back in early 2015. And I wanted to talk about how Russian intelligence was able to sway so many people inside of America, especially within the Republican circles, because I experienced it firsthand. So around that time period, there was a cell phone app called Zello. It basically kind of allowed your phone to act in a similar way as like a two-way radio, only you could have groups and things like that. And similar to the experience here in Twitter Spaces, only you would have to push a button and key up and take turns that way. And that app was really popular for a lot of fringe groups. And at the time, my disposition on the United States wasn't the greatest. And I found hello.
Yep, we can still hear you, Benjamin. Keep going.
Sorry, I heard something beeping. And I was really interested. I'm a Texan, and I was really interested in the Texas secession movement. And I spoke about that very often. And I didn't realize it at the time, but after processing everything that happened over this time period, I started to realize that various different Russian characters would just appear. They would try to befriend me. You can't convince me that the Russians aren't adversarial. So I was always very kind of suspicious of it. I never went to Moscow and attended any conferences or things like that. But I began to notice that other people within various, kind of fringe communities, I don't know how detailed you guys, follow different, things that happen in America. But if you remember, back around that time period, there was a group of people called the Bundys, and they were kind of holding these armed standoffs against the federal government. Does anybody recall that?
Yeah.
And so what they do is anytime they identify kind of a fringe group like that, they start to contact people within that group and try to sway them to have a friendly view towards Russia, and kind of make it seem like Russia is sympathetic to their cause. and so forth. And they start to feed people, information or disinformation, rather. These narratives, like the classic, Kremlin talking points as far as their justification, as why they're invading Ukraine and so forth. And people begin to repeat this stuff. They believe that they're informed. And then after they say it, and they're recorded saying it, and their followers have heard them say it, and they're now they're now invested in it. They're now committed. And it's like the sunken cost fallacy, is you have all these media personalities that have taken the Kremlin's bait. They've infiltrated social media influencers at a time when our mainstream media has been very discredited. So there is no universal, reliable source of information, which is why I'm a real fan of this particular Twitter space.
And I think, Benjamin, I wonder if you and Stephen would agree with me. It's the Republican voters in particular, and also left-wing Democratic voters who have been fed this disinformation, and they've swallowed it whole. And
Yes.
these are the constituents who are now contacting their members of Congress saying no more support for Ukraine. And of course, in politics, especially in American politics, voters are constantly offered false choices: Ukraine or help for the fire victims in Maui. These choices, it's not a choice between Ukraine and Maui.
No.
But Stephen, are these kinds of false choices taking a toll among Republicans in Congress, for example? Are these false choices putting those members on the hot seat?
So here's, you broke up a little bit, and so I'll answer the question I think you said. And you're offering these false choices with it. Either it's Maui or it's Ukraine, which is nonsense. And it's because nobody's being honest with the American people about federal spending or the national debt. As an example, the $20 billion that's being requested in as part of the budget in for Ukraine in October, that is less than 0.3% of the entire federal budget, and that's what's getting a lot of heat. Like, if that doesn't get passed, it'll be terrible for Ukraine, terrible for world security, and will not make any difference at all in the national debt. But it's getting all the attention now. Let's pull back, to the big picture, the really big picture. So the Biden is requesting about $6.9 trillion for his budget request this year. $6.9 trillion. Okay. And again, the $20 billion we're talking about is less than 0.3% of that budget. Now, and so we're talking about oversight. We've got oversight on Ukraine spending, and there's several existing organizations that provide oversight. I have been here. I've kind of kicked the tires on. I've seen the stuff that gets here. I've talked to people that use it. So again, but we're just talking $20 billion. Now, COVID spending is so massive that you can't even track it. There's not even a good answer. I mean, like, I've seen $14 trillion as a number that we spent on COVID, and it was not monitored. You can't monitor that much, and there's wild, anecdotes of misspending. So, and again, the COVID spending is twice the entire federal budget for this year, more than twice. And yet the last thing, if you go ahead, put Republican oversight COVID spending into Google right now, what I found was the last thing that came up was in February of this year. So again, there's all this heat, there's all this light that's being shown on Ukraine aid, which is a tiny fraction of the federal budget, but not much is being shown on COVID spending, which is more than twice the federal budget. And again, this is why there's no one good at math left at Heritage, because they should be talking about this. It's a classic fish where the fish are.
Benjamin, we'll come back to you, but I want to go to NAFO Dave, then we'll circle back for a continuing question. NAFO?
Hello. I first have to say boomer. I grew up in Oklahoma.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Graduated from Oklahoma University.
Yeah,
so I'm a Sooner. But so I understand your Baja, Oklahoma joke too.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
So I have a lot of questions, but I'll limit it to you've talked a lot about the how the representatives in the House, they're very responsive to their voters because they're up for election so quickly. And so we do see a lot of flow from the voters to the representatives, but it's also the case that information flows from the representatives to their constituents. That's how it's supposed to work. I don't see a lot of that happening. I don't see a lot of, because we're sending letters daily and calls to the representatives, and I assume you're in contact with the representatives directly. Why are the representatives not passing down that what the voters are hearing is not correct?
Yeah, well, that is a long answer to that question. And to some degree, am I on, or is my mic gone off again? Just want to make sure.
No, loud and clear,
All right.
Stephen.
All right, that's good news. So, there's a long answer to that question, and and I'll just kind of touch on a few things. A member of Congress has about 700 and some constituents, people in his district or her district. Probably 300,000, 350,000 voters. And meanwhile, Tucker Carlson on his last Twitter Space broadcast reached something like 9 million people. So if you're just a rank and file member of Congress, and you reached everyone in your district, which you won't, you get 700,000 people. So, the sad part of this is that there's the people who are working against members of Congress who would like to vote against this have a lot bigger megaphone than they do. So, so same with social media. All this nonsense gets all over social media, and far more people listen to social media and to Tucker Carlson than to their member of Congress. And so and there's ways to do it, and at risk of blowing my own horn, we were pretty good at it when I was working in Congress. Pretty good at communicating with our constituents. Yeah, so there's ways to do it. People can do it better, but they're really outgunned. Is kind of one of the ways I would characterize that. So, but yeah, you'd like to see more people lead. I think Michael McCall from Texas, who's the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, is doing really good work. He's really out in front of this. He's getting beat up in his district about it. So there are people who are leading. And if we could get equal time on Twitter, for Tucker Carlson for these guys, I think it'd be a great thing.
So quickly back to you, Benjamin, for a follow-up. Stephen, I also want to be conscious of your time, your available time to be with us. We have a few more political questions, but we also have questions about the Ukraine Freedom Project. So, Benjamin, with a quick follow-up, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to kind of get into the narrative there about the money. So the Republican influencers, make it sound like they're airdropping crates of cash out of C-130s into Ukraine. We need to better explain what's happening with this money to counter that narrative. you guys have heard this, right? They make it sound like we're just sending money over there, and they're just like partying it up.
Yeah.
Can we come up with a better explanation for how this works? Lend lease. These are complex subjects, but we need to come up with a simple narrative that in 15 seconds or less explains how some of this works.
Yeah, I wish they were doing that, because then maybe I would get some. But no, I've seen no pallets of $100 bills that being flown into here. I was in Iraq for the first 2 years of that war, roughly, and you could get, it was hard. You could get you could buy as many Glocks as you wanted, because they'd sent so many Glocks into that country, and the Iraqi forces they give them to were selling them because they just preferred having the money. It's not that way here, and keep watching my Substack. Again, Stephen Moore, STEVEN.MOORE. I'm sorry, Stephen Moore, all one word, .substack.com. Because I've been doing all this stuff. I've been looking at all this stuff, and so I am now focusing on writing so that I can give people good information that they can share with their friends and policymakers and people in their community. And one of the things I'd tell you is that we're not sending our best stuff here. Like, I see the Humvees that they send, because my friends who are in the Ukrainian military are using them, and they're like, yeah, we love these things. We're really grateful to America, but they need a little work when they get here. And things like the M777 howitzer is a piece of equipment that we were either going to throw away, decommission, which actually would cost money. Some analyses, there was, again, we've gotten to about $48 billion of weapons over here. And if you look at that, that's $24 billion a year. Russia. So Ukrainians have 87% of their territory back. They've taken back more than half of what they lost in February, March of last year. And again, this is for 3% of the annual budget of the U.S. Department of Defense, and not one American soldier has had to die. So this is an amazing deal for taxpayers.
Absolutely. And in addition to that, of course, not only are we providing them, I mean, in this case, you as American friends and colleagues, because Europe is, by the way, ponying up the same amount of money. But America is producing weapon systems, and they are backfilling existing weapon systems, which they are donating. And they have old weapon systems, which either have to be replaced anyway, or they have to be discarded, as you said. It would cost more to put away, with the notable exception of the aircraft, which you're storing somewhere in some deserts and not using. But having said this, what happens with the backfill is, of course, that you are currently replacing equipment that generates more production, that creates actually those manufacturing jobs both Democrats and Republicans are always so keen on, to repatriating or preserving or elevating or recreating. And you would generate substantial buzz in the weapon systems industry and a lot more employment. So essentially the GDP increase is in the US. It's not much different from the Marshall Plan, where people actually had to order US-American equipment after the Second World War. And albeit that at that point in time, you also had a little currency play in this in order to make sure that it doesn't import inflation and whatnot. But essentially, America wins, degrading one of its mortal enemies and generating more economic buzz. What's not to like?
Yeah, man, I'm with you. Seems simple. So here's something funny. Okay, so the HIMARS are made in Springfield, Arkansas, and French Hill, who represents Springfield, Arkansas, is a strong supporter of Ukraine. Not only because it's good for his district, but French Hill actually spent some time in this part of the world, and it was really funny. I met with him. So French Hill is a member of Congress from Arkansas, Springfield, Arkansas, and I met with him in Bucharest when he was here on a Codel. And it was really funny because the guy with the Arkansas accent was also the guy that pronounced all the Ukrainian place names correctly. So French is a good guy. Now contrast that with Barry Moore. Barry Moore is the representative from Troy, Alabama. Troy, Alabama is where the javelins are made. Barry Moore has voted against aid to Ukraine at every turn possible. So, you know, again, I would like to see, that get some attention. You know,
So he should be primary. That's
so-
what you're saying.
Well, I mean, it depends. Well, I don't know. It depends on whether you care about jobs. You know, I mean,
What?
You know, it depends on whether you're unemployed in Troy, Alabama.
Seriously, you care about jobs in
yeah.
Alabama?
I don't know what the unemployment rate is there, but you know, it always could be better. So yeah, again, there is someone there, Barry Moore, member of Congress from Troy, Alabama, Alabama's 2nd district, who does not understand economics.
Well, that's the key element in that regard. Alan, if you don't mind, I know that our colleague Randy has been proselytizing on exactly that topic for a long time, but we also have our Georgian Canadian Alex with us. Alex, please, you have a question for Stephen.
Thank you. Yes, I heard all those economics that, but do you think anything can be done so that people understand that, you know, those 40 billion or whatever billion is announced, like 80% of it is stuff that you pay for maintenance, actually. So by giving it to Ukraine, you save X amount every year. Is that, do you think we can help in any way to build that understanding? Because I think people just believe that they are paying this stuff in cash rather than you know, all junk.
Yeah, well, you know, there's good people. You know, there's a lot of good people on Twitter. Jay and Kiev is a friend of mine. Randy is on Twitter and doing a lot of good work. You know, so they're putting out good information. So amplify them. You know, I have got all of 2 posts on my Substack so far. I think both of them are pretty good, if I do say so myself. You know, send those to people. You know, amplify what we're doing here at the Ukraine Freedom Project, and you know, and so Tucker Carlson's got 9 million views in his last really terrible, untruthful Twitter Space show, and you know, and I've got like, you know, about 10,000 social media followers through my various platforms. And the good news for me is that I have you know, like if I put something on LinkedIn, about 35% of the people who see it are in the Washington, D.C. area. So when I put something up, it goes to the right people. But yeah, so there are things you can do, which is just amplify the truth. And again, if you think what we're doing at the Ukraine Freedom Project is important, I'd welcome your support, ukrainefreedomproject.org.
100%, and thank you for that. Randy, you and then Anke, please.
Oh, I even forgot why my hand was up. That's cool. Keep going.
What on earth? Did you
I have so many things going through my head on this. Let somebody else ask a
No
question.
worries. Carry on. We were talking about the economic impact of weapon systems deliveries and ammunition deliveries and why it is good for America. And I know that you and I spoke about this many times here on the space, and it's a very, very vital point as a counter argument to all those people who say that this is yet another pallet of cash and a 747 going to Iran, which it isn't. Anke, please.
Yeah.
Howdy, mic check.
555.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention that another thing that people I think forget about is the opportunity to talk at like their House representatives or whatever town halls. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak at my representative's town hall. I happen to be lucky; he believes in having a town hall every month, which I know is fairly unusual. But and this is Ro Khanna, who is part of the progressive, caucus, and they had that really screwed up letter that was leaked at some point about Ukraine should just give up land or whatever. Anyway, they did disavow that, but since then, I have managed. I spoke yesterday. I said the entire list of all the House resolutions that are already, trying to work their way through Congress. And I was very pleasantly surprised at the response that I got from him. He seemed fairly knowledgeable about the subject and said that although he was personally not a fan of cluster munitions, he was he voted for them to go to Ukraine. And then also he had one of his aides give me a card in order to have some more specific conversations with them about all of the bills. I ended up this morning writing up a nice long email with all of the bills, with links to the bills on the House site, and then also with all of the sponsors and co-sponsors. So what I would really like to just point out is that there are very, very many ways for us all to make an impact and talk to our representatives, whether it, again, keep sending those emails, talk to them whenever, in whatever way your representative might be willing to have them talk to you. But I've just been amazed with the number of like complete bipartisan support that every single one of the bills has garnered. And that can, as I always like to say, Ukraine can be one of the few things that could actually bring the United States together and depolarize a little bit, because it seems to be such a huge, have so much support across the entire country. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to say.
I am encouraged by that. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for doing that. And that's the sort of thing we need to do. And I'll tell you, if I've been a chief of staff as a chief of staff for about 7 years. If you can find 5 friends, 10 friends who feel the same way about Ukraine aid, and you can request a meeting with your member of Congress, you can do this. And if it's a good member of Congress, they will meet with you, particularly if there's 10 of you. And so if there's groups of you guys back in the U.S. that feel the same way and feel strongly about Ukraine aid, pull together, request a meeting. You don't even have to go to Washington, D.C. They're going to have district offices. Say, we'll meet you in your district office. We'd like to have a meeting with you and tell you how important this is to us.
That's the key aspect. And it's not only you who's highlighted to us that members of Congress have been waiting for a significant upsurge now at the end of recess of people telling them whether this is important to them or not. And they're still waiting for it. So there's not enough buzz quite yet. Driveline.
Hey, I want to thank you guys for having this today. I mean, it's really important. I was out Peyton listening, and I'm just like, yeah, it's about time we got multiple voices. And to hear George and Randy at the same time ripping on Congress on our own parts of our party that are causing problems. That's half of getting the job done. So I want to thank you for platforming, and especially Randy, the heritage thing. It's what I have felt about Greenpeace, the Red Cross, um, uh, Amnesty International, and the Green Party for a very long time. What had started out as a fairly, I wouldn't say innocent, but at least naive, left-leaning kind of organizations with good intent have all been captured by the Russians, from what I can tell. I cannot see how they have not. And you can't believe the difficulty I had trying to convince my own family members that the Greens had been co-opted or corrupted back as early as 2016. I kept showing them pictures of Jill Stein with Putin at the table, and pointing out that that's not a democratic meeting. That's not a group that has our best interests in mind. So I want to thank you for that. My question is, how can we make this more bipartisan in this election year? Because Randy knows I'm a lefty and I go hardcore after Republicans on mostly domestic issues. I'm pretty strong on defense, have been for my entire life. But we need to pull together during this difficult time of electioneering to get things done. And if you guys have suggestions on how to do it, I'm all ears and I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah, let me. I got to run pretty soon. My girlfriend, who is a Ukrainian and very devoted to the cause, is nonetheless saying, "Don't you think it's time to go to bed?" So it's 10:30 over here, but here's what I'll say. So we're unfortunately in a situation where a lot of Republicans are going to say, if Biden's for it, I must be against it. So that's just the way we are right now. And I would tell you that the foolishness has been on both sides, as the young lady from the Sacramento area pointed out, that the progressives tried to put together a peace at all costs letter. I will tell you my own experience at the beginning of this full-scale invasion in March. I was raising money, and I had a large donor that was wanting to put together enough money to put body armor on thousands of Ukrainians. And there was a complicated thing. There were several people involved, and one person who's the linchpin of it said, I can't be a part of this. I don't want this body armor to go on Nazis. And of course, that's been, there was, I think, 42 Democrat members of Congress that in 2019 tried to make Azov a terrorist organization because of their supposed Nazi affiliation, which is nonsense. And so, there's a lot of Ukrainians that went into battle without body armor because of this left wing, everybody in Ukraine's a Nazi meme that goes around. So, the foolishness is bipartisan. Unfortunately, I don't know if the support's going to be certain. The support is as well. There's certainly a majority of Republicans that support aid to Ukraine. It's just not going in a good direction. So, listen, I gotta sign off.
No worries.
Yeah.
It was tremendous, Stephen. It was tremendous. Thank you so much for taking the time this evening, and best regards to the home front. We are delighted and we're privileged that you've taken as much time, and we shall hope that you do this again.
Yeah, listen, it'd be great. You guys are a fun bunch of folks. Let's keep in touch. Like I said, you can find me on Substack, Stephen Moore, StevenMoore .substack.com. I'm also, you got my website, UkraineFreedomProject.org. I'm on Instagram, where I put up interesting pictures, which Ukraine_freedom_project. So, listen, follow me, keep in touch. Let me know what you're thinking. And I'm Twitter.
Exactly.
Of course,
And
I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitter.
unbelievable on Twitter,
Yeah,
on this
yeah.
wonderful platform. And let's talk about the Ukraine Freedom Project a little bit more next time around when you come back.
Yeah. Listen, let's take a few minutes to talk about that because I would like to. What would you like to know?
Give us the elevator pitch as to why it matters, how it matters, and what should be done.
Yeah, sure. The Ukraine Freedom Project is something I founded on day 5 of the war when I came here. To just help. I had a lot of friends here that needed my help, so I started helping. And I founded the Ukraine Freedom Project. We've gotten about $1 million worth of stuff to the front. And now, in addition to the humanitarian stuff, and when I say stuff to the front, we've supported volunteers with non-lethal equipment like helmets and body armor, Starlinks. We've supported straight ahead humanitarian stuff. We've also now, again, my niche is that I am probably the only person in the world who has whipped votes on the floor of the House of Representatives with Kevin McCarthy when he was the majority whip, and been to the Ukrainian front. So I have a lot of friends on Capitol Hill. I've been doing this stuff for a long time. I'm really good at swinging public opinion, and we're doing a lot of work in that regard. So the Ukraine Freedom Project, and I'd welcome the support of anyone on this call. We're doing good humanitarian stuff here, and we're trying to play the big picture game of what can we do to get that $20 billion in aid. What can we do to educate Congress about the importance of that, and educate get good information. Really, what we're doing is we're getting good information to members of Congress so that they can make good decisions about aid to Ukraine and other things regarding Ukraine.
Thank you very much. That's excellent. We need to be promoting this a lot more, and we need to make sure that next time around you come back, we'll talk a little bit more about politics and what goes on in the US and how we can actually influence this going forward so that more people open their eyes, open their hearts, and support what can only be described as the ultimate fight against evil. And other than that, I would say it's not Baja, Oklahoma. It is Texas in your soul.
Baja. Your
I know.
Spanish may be not as good as your Ukraine.
My Spanish is terrible today.
All right, good.
I just find it funny that people from North Texas come up with that. But then again, I do remember watching this show when I was much younger.
Which show is that? Dallas?
No, there was a show where actually I think a very early occasion when it's Julia Roberts. Is it Julia Roberts, the woman who played with Mr. Gere at a later stage? She was in I think that is that HBO or something. It's very, very old. It's a terrible film, and it's very rom-com, as you would call it. And Willie Nelson then intonates exactly that song. Baja, Oklahoma, Texas, in your soul.
I will look for that. I will look for that.
It's stuck in my brain, and you literally brought it back up today, and I thought, Jesus Christ, muchas gracias.
I hope it becomes an earworm for you Texas people.
It's already in there. I've already checked as to whether I have access to getting the show back up and making sure that people here on site actually see it. There you go. Anyway, I apologize for the little silliness, and we shall see you anon.
I look forward to that. Thanks. I hope everyone keeps in touch. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right. Have a good day.
And you too.
Harna Honya, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Yeah, Smert Katsapam.
They definitely haben, absolutely, 100%.
All right. We'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks a lot.
Chefs. All righty.
See you guys. Bye.
Hasta luego. Excellent. So, Alan, Bruarista. So, let's go. Oi, cabron.
So we can take these hands. I think Masilius is going to come up now as
Yeah,
co-host.
but
Axel.
before that, I have a little news break, which is unfortunately tragic, and I think Anda should bring it up because it happened earlier this evening in Romania, and it has a Ukrainian relevance and bearing. Anda, please.
Good evening. So I'm sorry I'm not coming with good news. What happened? So earlier this evening, a bus full of Ukrainians, 45, reported in the bus, that was traveling to Kyiv, hit a height limitator, which is positioned in front of a bridge. And there were actually he didn't the driver didn't notice the limitator, so he hit it pretty hard. The bus is damaged, badly damaged, and there are 15 people reported injured, out of which 2 are kids. 8 of them are being taken are at the hospital right now in Constanța. There is no death reported, which is good, and apparently the injuries are not life-threatening, but they are in some cases pretty severe, so they need immediate care. They activated the emergency plan pretty fast. There were ambulances at the station. There are 3 vehicles which are used to actually break up the car in order to extract the victims faster. And also there was a firefighter truck there. So that was in short what happened in the last hour and a half, I think. It is not yet on our TV news. It's just in the media because they were able to go there faster. The location is in Novodar. Novodar is a short, small town on north of Constanța. So what else? The translator said the driver used the GPS and he messed up. It was evening, and he messed up the road. He didn't take the correct road, and didn't notice the height limitator. So this was it. And apparently, my cat is really annoyed with me talking to you because she was silent, like before I started talking. So yeah, that was that.
Thank you very much for that. That's an important piece of news and very much appreciated. Thank you, Anda. And I'll be bringing up some people. Masilius will elevate you, and then we'll also get Robin up. In the meantime, Dave, please.
Hey, I just wanted, since we were just having the political discussion, I just wanted to plug ResistBot again. It is the absolutely easiest way to contact any member of Congress in the United States. I have it pinned, how to use it, have it pinned on my profile, so just go there. I just thought it's a good time to let people know there's a multitude of ways of contacting your representatives, and we need to use all of them. And ResistBot lets you do that through electronic means, or it will even print out an actual letter and send a letter. So that's good.
Excellent. Thank you, Dave. And with that, we'll go to Benjamin. Benjamin?
Yeah, sorry. Somebody mentioned earlier about how the Green Party had been co-opted, and I wanted to mention that the Libertarian Party seems to have been co-opted at a very pro-Russian direction as well. We talk about contacting our representatives, but another thing that we can do is actually get involved in party events. Whether you live in a blue district or a red district, these conversations are happening at like the local county Republican and Democrat party level. People could become precinct chairs, become involved in that. And these state and national political conventions are going to be coming up, and I guarantee you this is going to be a subject. There's going to be people trying to make motions to pass resolutions, for or against things relevant to Ukraine. And I think it's important that there's pro-Ukraine voices inside the Democrat and the Republican political convention cycle this year if we expect to see results.
Thank you, Benjamin. Hi, Robin.
Hi, Vasilis. First time together, I guess, huh?
True. Nice to get around. I brought quite a number of interesting news with me, and I suppose you have also something to highlight. So I will leave it first to you. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I think we've got a good discussion going on, so why don't we continue with that for a while? We have a few hands, and then fortunately, when we run out, we both have things we won't have any dead air. Anyway, over to you, Furious, and then Nafo.
Yeah, like I said earlier when Stephen was on here, the Russian, their propaganda machine is a hydra, right? You cut one end off and then another one grows. And they've been very, very good, very, very good at getting money and support into some of these more fringe political parties. And there's no ideology there, right? They really don't care what the political parties fringe and ideology is. They don't care if they're extreme leftists or extreme, on the right wing fascists. They don't care. They get in, and they get those fringe parties to help promote Russian propaganda. Some are willing, some are unwilling stooges, but that's what they've done. They've done that, and you name a country, look at the fringe party, and then tell me they're not promoting Kremlin propaganda. That's what they've done. And what that does is it gives them a foothold in that country, right? They have a steady stream of propaganda. They make sure that they have their people that make fake accounts. Obviously, they're bots, whether it's Facebook, TikTok, here on Twitter, what have you. And because there's they know that they're going to get at least whatever that political party is polling at. Let's say in a country like Greece, 5-6%. That's pretty good numbers for them, right? Even Robin, even if it's like 3%, that's pretty good numbers because that gives them a foothold and that gives them a base to where they can disseminate their BS propaganda and get more converts. And that's what's happened. And here in the United States, our fringe party, whether and there are people that I understand they're eco-friendly, this and that. That's fine. There are people that are true libertarians, but you've got to check you've got to check them when they're sitting there telling you that Ukraine is full of Nazis. That there. statements, and you know deep down and that's complete, then you have to start questioning the leadership and what is their goal. Their goal is obviously not to help you. They've been bought and paid for. They have given up the ghost and are now they're not working for the common man in the U.S. or for whatever you think their so-called party platform is. It's been hijacked. It's been definitely hijacked. And and Dryfly was on here. Jill Stein, Moscow, sitting at tables with a Russian ambassador of this, Russian minister of that, Putin on the left, and and his double on the right. And she ran a campaign. Once again, one of the biggest things that I have a problem with is the campaign finance money, and the fact that it's gotten really cloudy in the United States on where this money comes from. That's a big problem for all sides, people. We can't just sit there and say, well, that side's doing something bad. It needs to be clear cut. It needs to be down to where we can follow every dime. Citizens United did us a disservice for both sides. There is dark money that is pouring into our elections. And when you get back to the Green Party, no one's going to sit there and tell me that the Kremlin didn't want one candidate to win over the other one. I mean, they outright said it. Their propaganda channels have said, "Our man Trump." That right there should set your hair on fire. That you have a totalitarian, murderous mafia regime saying that's our man. And you know what? And you know what the tell was, people? That goofball, he didn't go out in public and say, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I am not their man. I don't want them to ever mention my name in their mouth again. No, he never denounced it. He never denounced their support for him. Remember, he's a smart guy. Putin's a smart guy and all this. And Jill Stein was put in there just to bleed off enough votes in certain states. That's all they need to do. And now you got this goofball, and I'm sorry, he's a goofball, because if he really cared about people, if he really cared about democracy in the United States, he wouldn't become, the monkey wrench whose handle is being held by the Kremlin in the next election. And I'm talking about this Colonel West, the guy that's running for the Green Party now. The only reason he's there is to bleed off votes off of certain people to make sure that the Kremlin guy wins again. That's all it's about. And and I see Randy his hands up here, and I've got to commend him, because he's really had a one-man campaign, to shut down all the BS that's propagated on his side, and we have to do it on our side. You've got to be truthful to yourself. You cannot allow the divisions that are promoted by the Kremlin to separate us. We need to go back to where, yeah, you might have different views on certain things, but the overall view that the United States should be a leader in the world, promoting equality for men and women, that we should be promoting equality for women in some of these countries where they're treated like, I can't even go into it, how they're treated. That we should be the torch bearers for that. That's where we need to go back to. That's the United States that that our founding fathers died and bled for. the United States that was going to be the beacon of light. And we have to make sure that outside forces don't divide us. That's what they want. They want us to infight over nonsensical things, and they want us to go into these different polarized positions with no compromise, in our vocabulary. The word compromise, just throw it out the window and divide and conquer. And we can't allow that. We can't allow that. We are all human beings. Everybody wants to see everybody's child go to a safe school, go to a good school, have a job when they graduate, and we want to see that totalitarian regimes don't go on a murderous, raping, genocidal spree as long as we're living. As long as there's the United States, we should be a bulwark against that.
Yeah, thanks, George. I think you've gotten to the real crux of this is, as a former Trump voter, you know me, I can't disagree with anything you said about it, but I think that the issue is, as you said, the point is they will take advantage of whoever they can hang they can hang the stuff on to create disunity and disarray and to weaken the country. If they had thought that Hillary Clinton would do that, they would have been gone all behind her. It's not, it's what they're trying to do is to weaken us. So as you're saying, I think that the unity is the thing, and the more light we can shed on this, the more we are up. The people, those of us who understand what the Russians have been up to for a long time, the more we can yell it from the rooftops, the safer we are in the future. Now, I think, Nafo Dave, I think you were next, and then we'll go to Randy. Nafo Dave.
Oh, Darren's having problems with my microphone. So I just wanted to reiterate what Benjamin said, that to get involved in your local politics. I'm pretty centrist with a I'm kind of liberal leaning society-wise, for social liberal, fiscal conservative. But I got involved with because I'm in Utah. If you're not a registered Republican, you basically have no voice. So I registered a Republican, and I've been our caucus. Represent our neighborhood and our local caucus. I've been a representative for several years, and I have seen a very distressing trend. The last couple of meetings, we have a lot of Russian talking points being kicked around, and I'm finding I'm becoming a lone voice in supporting Ukraine. So we need more people to get involved locally to offset this trend. I know there's probably nobody. If there are anybody in Utah listening, please, even if you're a staunch Democrat, please register Republican and get involved in Republican politics here, because in a red state, that's the only way you have a voice, and we have to pull together, as we have just discussed. We have to put aside our differences, policy wise, and get behind supporting the U.S. in stopping this genocide, because it's a genocide. That should not be a question of policy or of taxes or of anything else. If there's if Russia's committing genocide, we should be against it and united against it. And so I urge everybody to get involved locally, if you at all can.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. You're absolutely right. This should not be a partisan issue at all. Randy.
Hi, I posted on my Twitter feed the names of the 70 members of the House that voted no on the July vote. It's just their last names. I'm looking up their Twitter accounts for all of them, but as a general rule, if you take the last name and simply search rep, R-E-P, with the last name Rep Smith. Twitter search will give you their Twitter account, so you could immediately post on there. And you can certainly use anything in my threads to help your argument, or just do a short personal note. But I think we have to deluge these people with Twitter notes. I think it's the most efficient way to get to them. To give Twitter. Yeah, let's just Twitter bomb them.
Yeah, Randy, I'm going to call out one of them because they got me incensed now. I see that Bill Arakis out of Florida is on that list, and yeah, they're about to hear it. So
yeah, well, I'm just gonna do something to all of them. I'm not gonna do a group one because I don't want it to look like a group. But you know,
exactly.
I'll just take an hour this week in one of my Twitter hours and simply do the same message, click, 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 and run through all of them. But I think if they get, if they got 3 or 4 or 5 or 600, Twitter messages on their Twitter account, saying, what the hell are you doing? You're supporting Russia. We're, Ukraine's winning. This is tiny money. What's your, you can't have a problem with that. You're not thinking straight.
And
I'm gonna mention primaries too. I'm gonna say it's too late to primary you in 2024, but 2026 we might want a real Reagan Republican in your seat.
Exactly, because this certain craze that they've aligned themselves with is eventually going to blow over. But I just
my message is going to say Ukraine is going to win, and what are you going to look like when you're the one that voted to surrender? And you can be primaried. I mean, the word is primary. That's the word that scares them. You can be, because these are usually very safe Republican districts. I think they're all Republican, I believe. But and if you say primary to some of these people, if they won by 4 or 5% last time, and they have a Reagan Republican running against them saying, you voted to sell out Ukraine to Russia. You're a pinko. I mean, in some of these rural districts, that will ring a bell. I mean, 90%, 95% of the public, Republicans, consider Russia an enemy or a competitor. 66% say Russia's an enemy. So what are these alleged conservatives doing, voting to, let Russia win? So, I mean, that's the pitch for these guys. I wouldn't do genocide for these guys. I would do you're supporting Russia. What are you doing?
Exactly, and I think one of the biggest things, and that's why I've been saying, and one of the things is once Mariupol is liberated and the atrocities, then you can sit there and throw that in their face and says, you voting to deny Ukraine aid, you just greenlighted more of this. That's the most important part. And just I'm gonna keep bashing this one now. The fact that Bill Arakis is a support, a Greek descent, blah blah blah, has voted, against Turkey getting certain weapon systems because of the confrontations that Greece and Turkey has. If you're Greek American and you're not supporting Ukraine, then don't tell me you support you support Greece at all. Because if you greenlight might makes right, what happens when Turkey decides, oh shit, this island used to be ours for 400 years in the Ottoman Empire, we're just going to take it. Where's your argument then? And I'm sorry to cut in there, Randy, but that's what burns me up, is these dum-dums don't think past, getting like a click and satisfying some of the loons in their district, some of the more vocal loons. So we have to become vocal and explain to them, like Brandy said, you're going to look like an idiot when Russia loses, and and is exposed for all their atrocities that they've committed in Ukraine. And, you know, whoever runs in primaries against you is going to beat you over the head with that July vote. Do you want to make it 2 in a row?
I think this question was to Randy, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's just-
I'll if you follow me, you will see some of the text I use. But I'm doing the Republican pitch. The Republican pitch is the Russia stuff, and I'll probably put in a meme of Reagan saying, what the hell are you doing supporting Russia? And these are our my people in these districts. I was born in Keokuk, Iowa, and I was born in Lebanon, Missouri. So I know who these people's voters are. They're my family.
Okay, thank you. I think Marcus was next, then Tyler, then Dr. Nick.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we need to be strong on the messaging with cruise missiles dropping on children and families in neighborhoods constantly. And there's no bystander when families are getting bombed, right? If you stand back and watch, then you're participating in the bombing essentially, especially when you're the most powerful nation on earth. So I think you really have to hammer it to those representatives that America not doing anything is tantamount to America approving it, right? And that's just not right. So, I mean, you have a little girl, that little 6-year-old girl that died. All of that stuff could have been prevented by having strong pilotable aircraft in the skies that are patrolling and shooting down these Russian weapons of war. So, yeah, that's it. Please, guys, don't forget that we have the morally righteous position, and we have to hammer home all of these virtuous points, regardless. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marcus. It's a very important thing to remember, and to not let people start with the, this side and that side and whatever. Thank you. Randy, I had a question from in the back channels, and I just wanted to ask you about it, and then we'll go right after right to Tyler and Dr. Nick. Do you have any inside baseball or a response to the fact that apparently Tucker Carlson is vying to interview Putin? Do you know anything about that? I mean, I realize you don't work for Tucker Carlson, but it just someone asked if you had a response.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, he's going for clicks. And if he can, he will probably get it. I mean, Putin would love to talk to him. That'll be a fantastic propaganda piece for the Kremlin. I mean, if it happens, I'll do a debunk on it and plaster it all over. So we'll see. I'm hitting almost 500,000 on some of the big tweets. So if everybody does it, we'll hit more.
Thanks. That's really terrific. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I used to watch Tucker quite a little while ago, and I used to enjoy him, even though he was always a little bit nuts. But at this point, he seems to be totally off the rails. I don't know whether they've got something on him or what, but yeah, I hope it doesn't happen. But if it does, we have to be yelling from the rooftops to make sure people get the truth about what's going on.
Did you see Jon Stewart pants Tucker on CNN that time? I think it was Crossfire.
That's one I've missed. I will go search YouTube as soon as I get off, because that would be worth seeing. Thank you.
Dr. Nick knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, let's just go to Tyler since he's been waiting, and then we'll go to Dr. Nick right away. So, Dr. Nick, hold that thought, please. Tyler.
Yeah, I'm a card-carrying libertarian, and I do fundraising for the Ukraine, and just about on a daily basis, I'll spend hours of my day fundraising for Ukraine, to Liberty Ukraine and various charities. What's happening in the LP is easy to explain. Before the war, long before the war, to see the LP take this stance when it comes to this. But what's happening is that the Russian propaganda and Russian narratives are a lot easier to feed to someone who's predisposed to those positions. And so no matter what, you could have bet that the Libertarian Party would be against this. What you couldn't bet on is the spewing of constant Russian propaganda. And that is because they latch on to that anti-war platform and then insert themselves in it. And so that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. But make no mistake, no matter what would have happened, Ukraine, the Libertarian Party would have been against this operation.
Okay, thanks, Tyler. That is an interesting perspective. Let's go to Dr. Nick now.
Couple things. I'm going to respond to Tyler real quick. Believe it or not, because I grew up in a very conservative family who leaned very heavily libertarian. My parents voted for Ross Perot when Ross Perot was a thing. You know, I get that, but at the same time, being against war for the sake of being against war without justification, you know, is pretty myopic. So, you know, there is such a thing as just war, and this rises to such an occasion. And for a party that claims to be about liberty and, you know, securing sovereignty and those types of things, one would imagine that the Libertarian Party would back such a war like this because it is a just war in the name of liberty and sovereignty and nationhood. So I will just say that. Now, the other thing I would say and again, this is why when I see the Libertarian Party not only say they're against war, all war, I find it exceptionally hypocritical. But also, and I also very much respect those in the Libertarian Party, like Tyler, who stand against that. At the same time, it's also disheartening that those in the Libertarian Party who are, you know, against Ukraine are latching to the Russian propaganda just for the sake of trying to justify their position when really they're just justifying the unjustifiable and being hypocritical, as I stated. So that's the first thing I'd say. The second thing, yes, please go look at the Tucker and Jon Stewart thing. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but it is pretty epic. The third thing I'd say, just to Randy, I see a lot of your stuff, and it is pretty great. The thing I would suggest, first of all, I think that you should definitely tag MriyaReport in more of those things. Because I'm sure there are people who are interested, and I don't know if G-Man's listening right now. I think he should too. Just for those people who are interested, so that they can remind people that you do come up and speak sometimes there, and that they can listen to reliable news and information about the war here. I know you do that sometimes, but I would just say, Randy, just do it more often. You know, especially when you're doing some of these threads. But anyway, because I think some of your threads are really great. I used to do lots of threads at the beginning of this full-scale invasion. I just don't have the time to dedicate to those as much as I used to anymore. But I digress. Anyway, you know, they are really informative, especially again, being that I used to come from a well, my parents are still, well, my dad has passed, but my mom has now gone full-blown MAGA. And so I can fully appreciate how your threads could potentially appeal to those types of people. So that's just my sort of suggestion, is just to tag us more often. The other thing I would say is I completely agree with Marcus that we do have to talk about, you know, genocide and all of that stuff. Unfortunately, I think that the only people that might break through to are some of the people on the left, maybe some of the people in the center who are uncertain, okay? But unfortunately, a lot of the people on the right tend to be very protectionist and uninterested about those types of arguments. You know, some of them might be, you know, those that are interested in facts more often, or, you know, those people sometimes can be swayed by that kind of stuff, okay? But the majority of people who are really stuck in that mindset, you know, they're only really going to be swayed by, you know, oh gosh, I just totally missed my turn. They're really only going to be swayed by things like, you know, kind of like what Randy was talking about. Oh gosh, what was, Randy, help me out. What was your argument again? Because there was one other thing I was going to say.
Yeah, they're supporting Russia by not voting. Yeah, like Ukraine is winning. They need this extra bump to finish the job. Right. What do you have against destroying the Russian army? Right. This is the best money we've ever spent. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that. And so my argument was going to build off of that. Right. The other thing that we can say, and this is the because a lot of people on the right tend to claim to be anyway fiscal conservative, you know, and some people are saying, oh, it's too expensive, we need to spend the money here at home. Unfortunately, a lot of those people really don't care about, although they claim to, you know, the people at home that we're not spending the money on. And it shows in the way that they vote. But I digress. But you can come back at them with the quotes, I mean, with the facts and on that from a fiscal position, in that, look, it's more expensive to dispose of, you know, the Bradleys or the F-16s that are ready for the trash heap, okay? It's more expensive to dispose of those things than it would be at the end of the day for us to ramp up production, okay, to hire people to fix those things, okay, to create more parts for them, to give them to Ukraine, because at the end of the day, what we're actually doing here, okay, is that we are going to create a situation where we're hiring more people in the defense industry. Those positions are high-paying jobs, right? And that's going to have a ripple effect into those communities, okay, where we are going to be paying people, you know, to make those parts, not only to make those parts for the F-16s, you know, that will inevitably need repair, that we are maybe going to be sending over there, but definitely the Bradleys and the Abrams, whatever, that we'll be sending over there, right? But the F-16s that Denmark is going to be sending, that, you know, the Netherlands will be sending, the other countries will be sending, right? But also, those countries are going to want replacements for those F-16s. They want F-35, okay? And so they already had said this a while ago. They're going to have to bump up that order of those F-35. So we're going to have to hire people, more people, on an indefinite basis to, you know, speed up that production of those F-35.
okay, and to make parts for those F-35s, not just for ourselves, but those people are NATO allies, okay? And that these defense projects are basically indefinite, for the foreseeable future, and not just for the planes, but for things like javelins, for Patriot systems, and all of that. Because remember, when Ben Hodges was on not long ago, he said that initially, again, they should have talked to some of us Russia experts, but they were expecting they didn't need as many Patriot systems to cover Europe as they thought, because they didn't realize how genocidal Russia was, okay, and that they would need as many to cover civilian populations. Now they realize that they really need some to cover basically practically all of Europe also, okay? And so indefinitely, they are going to need to ramp up Patriot production. All right, so that means they need to hire people to build those Patriots and, Storm Shadows and whatever in other places in Europe, okay? So not just in the United States, but, in other countries too, right? They're going to need people to do the Storm Shadows. They're going to need people to create Leclercs in France and, Tauruses and, leopards in Germany and Gepards or whatever in Sweden, etc. Right? So those Saab plants are going to be revving up to create those engines, and you can imagine all throughout the NATO countries. So it's not just the United States we're talking about. All right. So you can speak to all of those people who might be protectionist and thinking about we need to take care of our own at home. All right. So in the United States, we can think about it that way, okay? That this will also have ripple effects into the communities. Those people with those high-paying jobs will spend their money in the communities at restaurants, they will spend their money in local shops. They will, that means those local shops will have higher demand for their products, which means they'll have to hire more people. Okay, and then that has a ripple effect, because then that means more taxes. That means those tax revenues will go back to the federal government, which will more than pay for, all right, any cash money that has been sent to Ukraine, or any negligible costs in relation to the kit, because all of this stuff will pay for itself in dividends. All right, because as I said, it's cheaper to give this stuff to Ukraine fixed than it is for us to dismantle the stuff and dispose of it. All right, so this stuff is going to pay for itself, in dividends, and will have positive impacts in the communities that we're talking about here. All right, and so if you really care about the American worker, if you really care about your communities, if you really care about the revenue that it costs to do this sort of thing, all of that is taken care of and more. Okay, so these are the types of fiscal arguments that you can make to these people to counter these arguments, not just in the United States, but anywhere in NATO countries where these types of kit are being made and produced. Okay, to anybody who has these types of fiscal arguments, oh, it costs too much. Okay. No, it doesn't, not in the final analysis. It will benefit your countries from an economic perspective. Yes, we need to be thinking about genocide, and people who don't care about genocide are garbage people, okay? But what matters at the end of the day, if all of us here care about ending that genocide, if we care about those children who are being raped, okay, we need to stop that by any means possible. So if that means that we need to swallow our pride and talk to those people who don't care about genocide and say, well, what about this fiscal argument here? Or what about this argument here in relation to, not bowing down to Russia and bowing down to authoritarians, right? Then that's the argument we need to make to get these people on board, because it doesn't matter. Okay, at the end of the day, we need to stop it however it is that we can stop it. And that's really all that matters in my estimation. So these are the, you know, that's what I think we need to focus on, whatever it takes.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And I would also add to this that there are also very high opportunity costs, which needs to be considered in case actually we don't provide those things. If we don't provide enough and Russia somehow managed to win this war, then what will be next? Then Russia will go on and invite other countries because we've proven to be weak. And if Russia does invite some of the NATO countries, then it won't be only stuff which we need to send. It will be also people. It will be sons. And will be actually a World War III again. So we should make it close it as soon as possible and within a limited range. So it's totally in our interest to leave them win. Yes, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just real quick, in response to that, I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, one of the most important things, and we talk about this every once in a while, and it can't be repeated enough. One thing that we have to realize is that the reason why this is happening now is because in 2014, we didn't do enough to stop Russia then, okay? Putin imagined that, you know, he could engage in this full-scale war of Ukraine because, you know, we wouldn't do enough. We wouldn't really do much, okay? And he was already preparing for potentially some more sanctions, but that was it. And I'm talking sanctions on the level of what occurred in 2014. Okay, he had started to save and stockpile a bunch of rubles and started to, you know, deal with economics in relation to China in such that they could deal with any potential, you know, banning of Russia in relation to SWIFT or whatever. They didn't imagine that that would happen so fast. But, you know, they were taking these steps already. All right. In the chance that there would be some sanctions, they didn't imagine NATO would unite as they did because of what happened in 2014.
Actually,
okay, so
Dr. Nick, if I might interrupt you because Alex will otherwise lynch us. It was not 2014, it was 2008 where we had a real chance
Right. Well, we can also go back really to 2000 and I mean not 2000, 1994 with Chechnya.
Yeah,
Okay,
true.
we showed tons of weakness there, right? We showed weakness again in 1999 with the Second Chechen War, and we showed weakness in 2008 in relation to Georgia, right? Specifically in relation to Ukraine, I would say 2014, but consistently, and everybody knows how I feel about Chechnya, and our weakness there and how that worked. So, you know, definitely, I would say it goes back to 1994 and 1994, 1995, you know, and so absolutely, I agree with that, and definitely 2008 with Georgia. But you know, anytime that we show weakness with Russia, they take more. And it's not just Russia that we need to be worried about here. We need to think about future authoritarians that we don't know. Of course, China is looking at this. Turkey is looking at this. But we also have to think about the authoritarians in the future because we will be sending messages to them that all it takes is, say, a threatening of nuclear holocaust or something like this, and we will step back, you know, or whatever it is. So if we don't take care of Russia now, it will only get worse. And not just today, but in the future. So that's all I'll say.
100%. Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. And with that, let's go to Georgia. And Alex, you have your hand up. Please go on.
Thank you. I had a question to Randy.
I want to, if you could, or maybe it could be on the next. I think it's a great idea to have the list of all Republicans, and I'll be kind of tweeting one tweet at a time. Like I'll have talking points on one side, list on the other side. Just one tweet a day.
Alex, Randy
Especially,
has
yes.
Randy has this list beneath his profile. So when
Okay.
if you go on Randy's profile, you can find it directly pinned
Yeah,
to his
and
profile.
I will also have all of their Twitter accounts, and they're not all Republicans. They're not all Republicans. Some Democrats were on that list of 70 that voted against the Defense Authorization Act. So,
Yeah, that's fine. And then just matter of having list and talking points, and people
well,
will
maybe
see.
I should. Maybe I'll just put all their tags from Twitter on a post. Then they'll all see it, but I don't know. I just didn't want them to think it was a mass Twitter. Let me think about that.
I understand. I'll just, one at a time. It won't be. And anyway, I have paid the count. It cannot be like, any bot or something. Now, if you noticed, because I'm following a few, I didn't make a full list, which I wanted to make, but kind of then I was sidetracked. But if you noticed, with Ukrainian success on the front line, these guys are almost, they're moving the topic. They are now discussing something else. They are waiting for and I think this is the best time for them to kind of post it, even if it's not related to the topic. I would still, give like informations about Russian surrendering, essentially about Ukraine losing, Ukraine winning this war. That they went through this line, that line, took this, that. They won't post it by themselves. It's clear that they only, whenever there is a kind of small tweet storm or some, some newspaper so-called leaked articles where they're saying, "Oh, this is stalemate; it's gonna go forever." That's where they become again active. But I think it's especially where you see a lot of traffic. I would just post it there that, here 54 Russian soldiers killed their commander and surrendered. Just, short ones. I don't think anybody will read like long tweets, but something to kind of pose question. How is it possible? Russia is winning, but like you would not hear anything like that from Afghanistan, that 54 American soldiers killed their commander and surrendered to Taliban. I bet you don't. So the whole, comparison is ridiculous. But probably they themselves will ask this question to themselves. At least those who are, kind of don't have the opinion because this is still majority. They just follow the herd group thinking thing. So for the list, I can get it from your tweet, I guess, and then for talking points, I'll guess I'll work.
Thank you, Alex. I think the next would be CC, then Kalo, and then Dr. Nick. Thank you. CC, please go on.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. So hi, Randy. I love your posts. I would just suggest instead of tagging them, you might do a screenshot. Because people like poor Adam just get attacked. Adam Kinzinger.
yeah, that's great. Yeah, I'll do a screenshot with all their Twitter accounts. Great idea.
Because then they don't get the engagement, but then you get the the ID
guess we-
across to
Right,
everybody?
and everybody
Yeah.
can just look at the image. Yeah, excellent.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. No problem.
Thank you, Cece, because we do have to protect those who are on our side, Republican or Democrat. We don't want to be driving them crazy. So thank you. I would also mention to Alex, as we're writing to people, just be, I know you're aware, but everyone needs to be aware that just having an R by their name does not necessarily mean that they're going to be opposed to Ukraine any more than the deed guarantees that they're pro. So it's important just to keep that in mind as we're writing. Okay, next, I think Macilius, I think it was Kayla next, right? And then Dr. Nick?
Yes. I just wanted to commend Dr. Nick on everything she said. And, I think a great threat that's against our movement is the fact that we especially see this in North America. People don't talk to each other anymore. They're able to block out opposing opinions through social media. And I think we need to have those difficult conversations with each other. And everybody's different. And it's not easy, but we need to talk about it. And I think it's important to have those conversations, to respect other people's opinions and views, but just kind of aligning the way society is going where it's 50-50, I think is hurting our movement in this case, because we've been trending in that direction. So I commend all the talking points from Dr. Nick and what she said. And Dr. Nick, I wanted to add one more financial benefit to supporting Ukraine, which I think actually has the largest. I don't want to call it a cost savings, because I don't view saving Ukraine as a cost savings. But if Russia wins, or had won, because they're not going to win, if Russia had won and conquered Ukraine, we would have had large battle groups stationed throughout Eastern Europe on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border for decades with a belligerent neighbor. That would have costed us tens of billions of dollars. So again, I hate making the financial argument to support Ukraine, although it seems like we're getting dragged into it by the naysayers. Because really, fighting against genocide and fighting for democracy, $1 trillion would be enough money. But like the long-term consequences of having a long border, thousands of miles long, we have NATO armies up against the Russian army. That would have most likely been in place if Russia had conquered Ukraine, and would have cost us far much more money than donating 30-year-old Bradley tanks.
Absolutely. There's no question that Russia would be using Ukraine as it did in the Soviet period. They would put nuclear facilities back in Ukraine to use to potentially to create launch sites against the United States or other positions within Europe or elsewhere in the world. At the very least, they would very likely be putting other military facilities to more easily launch against Europe or other places throughout the world. So, there's no question that this would have been very bad for Europeans and North American, or basically, let's just put it this way, democratic security wherever democracy is in the world. Because the point that Putin, and not just Putin, but Russia, because this is beyond Putin, it's a Russian problem, is to degrade liberal democracies, social democracies, wherever they exist in the world. And so that's something that we need to consider as a real and present danger.
Yeah, here.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to say both you and Dr. Nick and Randy, thank you very much for you really have helped me a lot in knowing how to approach people in my more conservative surroundings. Because in the beginning I absolutely couldn't believe when I was speaking to people I thought were nice and responsible, moral people, that the issue of genocide just didn't register with them at all. And what I found was once, and Randy, I think you're the one who suggested this. Once I started out with the economic argument, once we dispensed with that sort of mental block, then all of a sudden they understood, and they were very, concerned about all the horrible things that were happening to the Ukrainian people. But until I had followed that advice to start out with it's in our best interest economically, and all of the business about local, making local jobs, and the money is not just being shipped over on a pallet to to Zelensky to buy him another mansion, like was, as you hear. Once you get through that, I was really able to make a lot of headway with a lot of people, and it would not have happened without the advice from both of you. So just a big shout out to both of you, and thank you very much.
And Dr. Nick, so you want to add something? Please go ahead.
Me? Oh, sorry. You cut out for a second. Were you talking to me?
Yes, I was talking to you.
Okay, sorry. You cut out for a second. I wasn't sure. Yes. For some people, that is the way to get through to them. First, you have to speak to their immediate concerns. And for some people, it's not that they may not totally not care about that, but they have a bigger concern about what it means for at home. And then they can open themselves up to care about other things, and so as unfortunate as that might be, that's just the way it is. For some people, they may never care about that argument, and that's unfortunate, but there it is, right? So if we can, attack it from those other angles, which are domestic, foreign policy, as well as, and I mean domestic, wherever you are in the world, okay? Because wherever you are in a democracy, Russia winning is not good for your foreign policy, all right? And domestically, wherever you are in the world, from a fiscal point of view, it will likely benefit your local communities if you have defense operations, or you have some part of, these tanks or planes, even if it's just one part, because not all of these parts, not all of every part is made, say, for the F-16 in the United States. There might be some aspect of it that is made in another country, or the Abrams or something like this, right? So there could be some aspect of this that will have some benefit to your local country and your local communities. So that is definitely something to think about. Or it could be impactful to your local communities because your country is doing, say, the training on the F-16, or doing training on, the Abrams or the Bradleys, or whatever, or whatever these other weapon systems are, okay? That could be beneficial as well, okay? And so think about that specific angle. There are so many angles that you can take this from. And, that's the angle that you need to take, and think about integrating it, and use that as a point of discussion for these people who are more concerned about, fiscal and foreign policy considerations. And of course, the other foreign policy consideration about, World War III, look, we can't bow down to these authoritarians who would try to threaten us with nuclear weapons, because if we do it now, they will do it ad infinitum into the future, and we will be forever subjected to the will of authoritarians because we bow down now. And that means we will be more likely to be subjected to authoritarian rulers at home if we bow down now. So there's that. The other thing I would say, and Randy has kind of alluded to this, and we've kind of alluded to this previously, is that not only do we need to contact those who are against any funding for Ukraine, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in Denmark, Italy, Argentina, Chile, wherever it is that you're from, okay? Turkey, whatever, Egypt, all right, wherever it is that you're from in the world. And, but we also, you know, need to contact the people that are in support, because we need to make sure that they know that we support their support, all right? So even if your local officials, you know, are consistently on the ball, consistently there in the ring for Ukraine, you need to let them know, all right? Call them, you know, at least, you know, maybe every other week, maybe every week if you can. Let them know you see what they're doing. You've not forgotten what they're doing, and you support it, you know. And if they're not doing what you want them to do, you call them and you say, hey, I see you're not doing what we expect you to do. This is what I expect you to do, and I want you to respond via letter and tell me why you're not doing what you're doing, and I want you to make some kind of action on it. You know, give them your address, give them your name, you know, whether they're a congressman, a senator, or whether they're a PM, a parliamentarian, okay, or whatever you specifically call them in your country, and let them know that you want some kind of response. All right. In democratic countries, you're typically allowed to go to their offices and try to speak to them directly. If not, or you find that difficult, then go to places where they are making public appearances and speak to them about it. Of course, always be polite, be respectful, and whether they're in support or whether they're not in support. If they're in support, again, when they're at a public place, shake their hand if you can and tell them, hey, I see what you're doing and I appreciate it. If they're not in support, still shake their hand and say, hey, you know, you're my representative, but, you know, you're not supporting Ukraine, and I really would appreciate it if you would. And this is why. You know, have these arguments bullet pointed and more, you know, in a more parsimonious way. All right? Give them the 30-second elevator speech. All right, about how this thing is important, why it's important for your community. All right, and for foreign policy and into the future. All right, that's what you need to do, and we need to be doing it consistently all the time. Because if they don't hear from you, they're going to think it doesn't matter, and then they'll just drop it off the radar. So keep that in mind. Okay, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Maddie, let's go over to you.
Oh, hi, thanks. Good evening to all of you. No, it's good morning, I think. It's evening here. Yes, you know, this is not just an American political issue. It's an international issue, because people all around the world are concerned about who is trying to stop what's happening every single day. Every single day that there's a delay means more people killed, more families. It's a day by day, hour by hour thing. Delays mean lives every single day, every single hour. So, you know, all these people, this list that I've seen now, of all the people who actually didn't support more aid for Ukraine, their names are forever written in history. Like the Second World War, books are still being written or not written, but you know, years later, you can see all the players, their names are there for history, for forever, for their children, for their families, for their grandchildren, and future generations to see who exactly did what. It won't go away. Their names are there. Those ones who haven't supported on this issue right now, and others at other times similarly, who did good things and who didn't, who gave, who held things back, like happened in the Second World War. We will remember those people who held back and caused millions more people to be murdered. So it's similar here. So it's a bigger thing than just a local American thing. It's an international thing, and I'm thinking that I think that people around the world should similarly contact those people And because the people in Europe are living right there on the doorsteps, they're right neighbors, they right there. People in other countries as well might also want to contact those people and be more specific about things that are happening and come from it. Do that list of people even know that are sitting here around the world can see their names and know who voted, not to send aid. So it's actually a huge, big thing. And I think that people around the world should actually also contact them and ask them to please send aid and or whatever they want to say. And as I said before as well, just always just attach a recent or a picture or an article about something recent that has happened. And one of the things that has happened here, in Ukraine, just to bring them up to date, because they might not be looking at the news and seeing all the things day by day, as we know. So I think that it's that we should be people around the world should also, if they wish to contact American politicians, the ones that have helped and the ones that that are holding back, because I think they need to hear it's not just an American thing as far as their voting is concerned.
No, absolutely not. And you can trust me. In Europe, where the Second World War has took a lot of place, actually was probably the main battlefield. You can trust me that from where I come, which is Poland, the memory is kept very high alive, and no one is daring to forget any things from the past, and they are remembered. And it's good actually, because if you are sitting in a place between two big empires with such a history as they actually had, you need to be very aware of what are the signs which might lead into the wrong direction. So people are very much aware. And thank you, Maddie and Dr. Nick. You have your hand. Please go on.
Right. That's what I was talking about. That it's not just the United States. That people around the world, they need to be finding out too who in their parliaments have supported, their, relative legislation in relation to funding for Ukraine, and who is not. And they need to contact their people as well. They need to find out, who supports, who doesn't, and they need to send letters to them. They need to make phone calls to them. They need to go to them if they have public events and talk to them, both of them. Those who support, say, hey, I appreciate you. I see what you're doing. I see that you support Ukraine. And those that don't, talk to them and say, hi, I'm your constituent, and I see that you haven't supported funding for Ukraine, and I'd appreciate if you did. And sorry, we've got a hurricane coming, and we get these alerts on our phone. Anyway, and say, I, see that you didn't support, and I would appreciate if you did, and give them the 30-second elevator speech. Bullet points of why they should for, look, it's going to help our local communities, because look, as I said, there's leopards that are going to need to be made in Germany and more tourist systems. There's going to need to be, like I said, more storm shadows in England. There's going to be more Leclercs made in France, and you name it, Gepards in Sweden. Saab is going to be making more engines for those Gepards too, and training in various countries for these different systems, including the F-16s and the Bradleys and, all these different tanks and whatever, right, that is happening in Europe mainly. All of this stuff is going to impact European communities as well, positively, fiscally. And it's going to also have a negative impact if Russia wins on all democracies. So it will impact your foreign policies in a negative way. So you need to be reaching out to these PMs as well. Just like I said a minute ago when I spoke, this is very important. And I think Maddie brings up an important point that, maybe add a recent article or something in relation to some of these things. If you're writing, that would be great. So definitely do that. That's super important. You know, it's not about necessarily people around the world contacting U.S. representatives. You need to be contacting your people in your country and reminding them of what you guys went through in relation to World War II or whatever. Most people in Eastern Europe seem to have it pretty locked down because they also went through Russian occupation vis-a-vis USSR, excuse me, and they seem to really have a good grasp on this. But Western Europe really needs to make sure that they understand this, are on board indefinitely, and you know, will continue to support this and speed up any aid that they can as quickly as possible as well. And those of us in the United States, we need to really drive home that to our representatives and make that link to, I think Maddie makes a great point about World War II. So bring that up as well.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And now I would like to say hello to G-Man and put the mic directly to him.
Evening, Mrs. Robin. How are you this evening? I hope everybody's well.
Doing great. How are you?
I'm okay. Yeah, very good. I've got a question for the panel. I just I've been we had visitors tonight, so on a little bit later than normal. And the first tweet come up when I opened Twitter is one by Glenn Greenwald. Who I sort of should know what he's about, but I don't. Saying basically laying into Nikki Haley on supporting Ukraine. He's, from what I understand, I'm going to say he's a Russian agent, but because it sounds like he is. But can somebody give me a quick 30 seconds on what his agenda is and why he's laying into somebody who supports Ukraine?
I can start, but there are other people who probably can add more to it. He's pretty much in the Russian pocket as far as I can tell for now. He used to bill himself as a libertarian, but he has gone off the rails lately. I don't think I don't think he gets a lot of traction from what I can tell. I see Alan here. But Alan, are you aware of? Do you know more about him than I do?
This is the Russian Swami guy.
Glenn Greenwald.
Oh, Glenn Greenwald.
My fellow traveler.
I think he's a complicated case, but he is definitely in the Russians' pocket, and he does repeat a lot of Russian propaganda. And I honestly, I'd have to refresh my what I know about Glenn Greenwald. I know that he was obviously involved in the defection of of what's his name. Who am I trying to think of?
I don't know.
But
the guy is living in Moscow now.
Say that again, G-Man.
Living in Moscow now, the American ex-soldier.
He wasn't an ex-soldier. His name will come.
With the WikiLeaks guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was his name?
What was his name? It's not Julian Assange, obviously. It's
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can picture him, but I just can't place the name. It must have been erased from a memory by one of those space lasers, or something. Yeah, let me just what he's saying. Can someone explain why
Edward Snowden?
that's
How can you forget names that like Edward Snowden? I mean, you should remember those, and yet I can blank on that. Just I don't know, like a.
It's because you're filling your mind up with Ukrainian words. It pushes everything else out.
and you should have said the one who leaked the CIA documents and CIA programs. Then we would have known.
Yeah, Edward Snowden is different. Edward Snowden is the one who leaked national security information when he was a subcontractor to the media. Julian Assange is WikiLeaks.
Right, and it was, I believe, Snowden leaked that information through Glenn Greenwald. It was, I mean, it was Glenn Greenwald's front page story, but then Greenwald really went wrong. I can't explain what in the world he is
He was a
doing.
former attorney. I think it was like a constitutional attorney, believe it or not, or some crap like that. And yeah, he just really went down the conspiracy rabbit hole. And it seems to me that so if you look at the Russian disinformation like ecosystem, he's very much associated with a lot of how to put Russian disinformation and malinformation networks, which from the perspective of people who study disinformation would make him at the very least a useful idiot, if not a purveyor of disinformation. So, of course, you need to do more investigation, perhaps at the level of, say, intelligence gathering, um, state level intelligence gathering, to be absolutely certain. But, for example, like the CIA or MI6 or something like that, to have that kind of access to, computer systems and whatnot, to see whether or not, there is transfers of money or transfers of direct information, that kind of thing. But, when you look at network analysis, Glenn Greenwald is definitely associated with Russian disinformation networks.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think also one of the other thing to remember, I remember from the days quite a while ago now when I used to watch Tucker Carlson. He used to come on a lot, and it seems as though anyone who gets too close to Tucker Carlson goes down that conspiracy rabbit hole big time.
He's also very highly associated with Russian disinformation and
Yeah, of course.
malinformation networks, of course. Yes.
And Viktor Orban. I still think Viktor
Right.
Orban put something in his tea when he was there. But anyway. So, G-Man.
Yes, thanks. So basically, the person that was here, one of my son's colleagues working on my son's currently working in between jobs on a World War One cruiser, Royal Navy cruiser. That's a museum ship in Belfast, and this guy's working there. And he's going off to do strategic studies in London. So we were talking about history a lot, and then I was talking about Randy has been revealing about the Heritage Foundation, and I mentioned how it's recently got into bed with the Danube organization, basically Viktor Orban's crew, and that's where the influence for measures DeSantis and co. But this tweet, and I threw it into Amanda's little group. He's saying, "Can someone explain why one runs for the GOP nomination if a centerpiece of their campaign is cheering Biden's signature foreign policy? That is, fueling the war in Ukraine and encircling China. Nikki Haley supports war in Ukraine because she supports all wars." And it's just every line of that is almost, you may as well be written in Moscow. So, yeah, it just jumped out at me as being completely beyond the pale. Yeah. But Not surprisingly.
Your question about that?
No, that's what made me ask about Glenn Greenwald, because that's the context. That's the tweet that I saw.
So what?
We're
So you're
done.
saying like what makes somebody?
No, that's the question he put in the tweet, which every line of that is effectively written in Moscow. But anyway, that's okay. I now know who he is and what he is. That's fine.
No, yeah. I guess I'd have to see the tweet, but because I didn't. You were cutting out a couple of times. I didn't. Quite.
Oh, okay. Dr. Nick, it's in Amanda's group thing on Twitter. You should see it there. Cheers.
Thanks, G-Man. Masilius.
Thanks, Robin. Originally wanted also to address the topic of which actually today came up from the Vatican side, from the Pope, and I wonder how hard can it get for at least the Catholic part of the speakers here to still be part of this church after what he said. What do you think? What are your impressions? Because I'm quite speechless after what he did.
Masilius, I didn't actually see that that report. It was basically quite pro Russian history and that kind of thing, right? That's what I'm getting from?
More or less. It was he addressed the young people in Russia to hold on to their imperial attitude from Peter the Great and Catherine, because the empire has been such a great empire and with such a great culture and humanity, and yeah, they should hold on to it more or less. I'm just speechless.
Oh, good Lord, yeah, I understand that. Boy, you know, when all the time that we had Pope John Paul II, I said if I wasn't Jewish, I would be Catholic because I loved him. But this Pope is no John Paul II. Okay. Anyway, let's. I want to welcome Alan back. You got a couple of hours off for good behavior, and here you are again. Nice to have you back.
Well, it's nice to be back, Robin. And yes, just a couple hours off for good behavior. I didn't even know I had behaved that well. Let's go to Prince and then to Sky Kiss.
Yes, the Pope. The Pope has been in the news quite a bit today, and I was expecting it. I've sort of been tracking this for a few days. And when I woke up this morning, thankfully very late because I was really tired yesterday, I had a message from Gina, and Gina will be joining us this evening to talk about about what the Pope has said and the responses there. Now, if anybody does not know Gina is a wonderful woman from the United States. She is a journalist, and she writes mainly for Catholic publications. She is a huge supporter of Ukraine. She was in Ukraine in June and has written some amazing stories. And so Gina's going to come and talk about this a little bit later tonight. But what I do want to say real quick is that, yes, the Pope has pulled some just horrific stuff. And I will actually, I don't think I bookmarked it. There was a really, really good tweet thread that I saw earlier, sort of talking about this and how he really did pull from the historic stars, and with Catherine specifically, and I can't remember the other one off the top of my head, but it is a very good, and it is by, I believe, Sergei Solemny. I believe that is his name. So let me bookmark that really quick and put that up in the nest so that people can take a look at it. It gives a little bit of a deeper dive of exactly what the Pope said and the ramifications of it. And if you look, I mean, even on the Vatican News, I think it was the 28th or something like that is when I first started seeing the news of it in the Vatican News website. And it is a rather appalling and rather tragic thing that the Pope did, and it is, in my opinion, embarrassing. And so I know that Gina will have a really good understanding of this, and I don't know if she has written an article specifically about this yet, but I know that she probably has friends who have, and she has friends around the world who are journalists, including journalists who are in who are at the Vatican and cover the Vatican specifically. And so, you know, I don't know exactly what time she'll come on, and I realize that will probably be in the middle of the night for some of you. We'll see how it goes. It may be one of those conversations that we end up clipping, yeah, so that people can listen to it later, because she does have really good insight on these kinds of things. It's just, you know, timing wise, it just works out that she's usually on after like 10 p.m. Eastern time. She may have time to come up earlier, but when on the weekdays when she's working, it's usually later in the evening, US time. And I did check to see if she happened to be listening, but she isn't right now. So yes, the Pope has said some pretty awful things when speaking via video link to children, Russian children who were taking part in a youth meeting in St. Petersburg last week. I believe it was either Wednesday or Thursday. And there's a very good thread up there. I put that in the nest about that. So I will shut my mouth now and let you guys take it from here. And I'll stick around to see if there's anything I want to add. Thanks.
Thanks, Prince. Yeah, you know, it's Gina is terrific. I just wish she was on earlier. I always fall asleep before I get to hear her. But you know, the thing about this Pope that I find really puzzling, and maybe you can ask Gina about this, is he's Jesuit trained. And I think of the Jesuits, if nothing else, as being able to really think, really, you know, use good logic, and I mean, being really the intellectual powerhouse of the church. And so much of what he comes up with is really, really fuzzy thinking. Back to you, Prince.
No, I understand that. But, you know, through this war and watching the Pope's behavior, um, you know, I've come to think of the Pope. Yes, I know he is the religious leader for Catholics. I know that he is the you know, for the Catholics. And but I also have really learned to or come to see him as a diplomat, as somebody who tries to approach all sides and in a very, very diplomatic way. And I hate it. I don't like it, but I believe that, you know, at least this Pope sees his role as a diplomat to engage with both sides. Now, you know, if you think back to the envoy, who went to Ukraine and to Russia, they were talking specifically about, you know, returning the children, not the entire peace plan. So, you know, I don't know. I just see him as a diplomat, really. And I'm getting messages in the background from Dr. Nick saying that she is a Catholic and has some good responses. So I'll leave that up to you, Robin and Alan, and I will shut my mouth for now. Thank you.
What do you say we go to Dr. Nick? I think Dr. Nick was next anyway, Robin.
That works for me.
Dr. Nick.
You know, it's crazy because during Benedict, we had a really hard time. You know, this is obviously before the full scale invasion and everything. And you know, my husband was like really struggling about the idea of having our kids, you know, go through their um, you know, go through their rites as in like, the First Holy Communion, confession and, confirmation and all this kind of stuff. And, I convinced him by just saying, look, the church is supposed to be bigger than this, and we need to just, we should just do this. And, hopefully the next pope will be better. Initially, we were thrilled with Francis, especially because we really like Jesuits. And what you said, Robin, about Jesuits tends to be very true. And it's bigger than that because Jesuits, like I went to Marquette University, for example, that was founded and run by Jesuits. And the Jesuits, very much like the Franciscans, which I go to a Franciscan church here, they are known to be, like fighters for social justice, and Jesuits fighters in the literal sense, back very long into history. And so it's in some ways very strange that he is taking this position. Yet, if you put into context that he is from the global south and all of the many years, decades of propaganda that the global south has been subjected to, by the USSR initially, and then Russia. Um, Unfortunately, it's not entirely unsurprising. However, because he is the Pope, one might imagine he would be more open to learning, um, and unlearning. And so, in that way, it's really kind of disappointing that we're a year and a half into this. And, um, I mean, because Ukrainian Catholics are a big thing. There are many Ukrainian Catholics in Ukraine, many more than there are Ukrainian Orthodox, like Russian Orthodox or what have you. And so it's really odd that, um, you know, given the exodus that has been occurring of Catholics, worldwide, that he wouldn't spend more time thinking about this critically, you know, um, and not only thinking about this critically, but using this as a teaching moment, not just for himself, but for others who truly care about anti colonial movements, including in the global south, including in Africa. And it has been exceptionally disappointing for me as a Catholic. And it's been really hard, just because I, I understand because he's from the global south. But at the same time, it's been very difficult for me, um, to deal with that. And I guess the way I deal with it as a Catholic in some ways is how I've dealt with it when Benedict was Pope. And I was very unhappy about Benedict, um, which was to try to focus on local communities and doing good in, local communities, like, focusing on refugee outreach and feeding homeless people, which is our church has a big like outreach in relation to those things. And doing other things like to help Ukraine, like I do here through the Maria Report, and donating to other causes, in relation to Ukraine. Um, you know, uh, just doing what I can in that way. and focusing on the good things that the church is doing, and that Francis is doing, um, and the good things that my church is doing, or that I see Catholics doing, like Gina, in relation to Ukraine, and just trying to think about that. And because it's hard when I see the Pope making these kinds of remarks that are really distressing.
And
But
Dr. Nick, Gina
let's hear what
is
Gina has
with
to say.
us.
Yes, let's hear what Gina has to say.
Hi.
Gina, go ahead.
Hi, all. Thank you so much. And James, thank you. You were ahead of me, but I thank you for your graciousness, because I agree with you, Dr. Nick. This has just been, as a Catholic, it's always distressing. So I wanted to offer some information that I don't know if you've had a chance to see. I'm not sure if this has made it out there yet, because this is actually a statement that was initially issued in Italian. It is from His Beatitude Sviatoslav Shevchuk, who is the major archbishop, or as Ukrainian Greek Catholics would say, the patriarch of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church in Kyiv, whom I had the honor of interviewing when I was in Kyiv in June. So if you have a moment, I'd like to read the statement in full. It's a couple of paragraphs, but it's well worth listening to. And to back this up, and I apologize for jumping in, Prince was kind enough to alert me that you were talking about this. I plan to jump in later tonight too, but while we're here, as much as we can get this information out, I think it's helpful to people. And so if I'm repeating something you've already said, I do want to apologize. But for those who may not be familiar with the workings of the Catholic Church, the Pope is not constantly infallible. So anyone who is thinking, well, he's trying to speak infallibly, no, there are conditions under which the Pope speaks infallibly. So we want to make that clear. To put this in a larger context, Pope Francis has a friend of mine who is a priest and a very good writer and commentator put it this way. And I think the term, I'm not sure if he coined the term, but Pope Francis has a tendency to go off script, as he did in this case. And the term for that is Pope-splaining. So that when Pope Francis makes a remark that is not necessarily on the script and has to be, clarified later. And this has happened throughout his papacy. And I think we remember the first words he came out on the balcony with upon his election, when someone said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm a sinner." And so he would be the first probably to admit that, he is capable of misstep. So I want to set that up as a context. Secondly, as one of us are aware, unfortunately, we have seen previous incidents throughout the war when the Pope has made extemporaneous remarks that have shown that he is not necessarily as knowledgeable about the situation. And the ones that come to mind would be when the car bomb killed Daria Dugina, and he responded with that poor child and had to be told, the poor child that you're talking about was also an advocate for genocide, and a very vociferous one. The other incident I'm thinking of too is during after the full-scale invasion, the Stations of the Cross, which for those who aren't Catholic or are familiar with that, that's basically a reenactment of Christ's journey to the cross with different prayers at different points. And it's done with great ceremony in Rome, throughout the world, but in Rome during Good Friday. And he paired two expatriates, one of whom was Ukrainian and one of whom was Russian. And it caused a furor because people said, not at the same time, not in the same room here, there's too much hurt. Fast forward to today and to the statement that I'm about to read. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, headed by Patriarch Sviatoslav, has been in conversation about this. And when I interviewed Patriarch Sviatoslav, he said, there are people in Rome that are pushing him to make a settlement. And, you can see my Q&A interview with him. I quoted him. I wanted his words to be out there. I didn't want to be summarizing them. And he said, not now. Forgiveness has to be based on something real and just. So with that in mind, today in Italian, he issued the following statement, and I just want to read this quickly so that, people have the full information here. With great pain, okay, so this is a statement by His Beatitude Sviatoslav Shevchuk, Major Archbishop of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, regarding the discussions on the words of the Roman Pontiff during the meeting with the Russian youth. Real quick, I don't know if you already said this meeting that Pope Francis had was an extension of the previous gathering in Lisbon, Portugal, that World Youth Day. This was an extension of that. And it was a video message to them. And I watched the totality message. Real quick, if you watched it, the final 8 minutes were frozen. It was a terrible live stream with a lot of technical issues. the way people saw this was through the press release that the church issued and through the Siberian Catholic channel, Kana, which had the actual clip with very good audio. And it was very clear he was speaking in Spanish at that point. So anyway, here's the statement from His Beatitude Svetoslav. With great pain and concern, we learned the words attributed to the Holy Father Francis, spoken during the online meeting with Russian Catholic youth, which took place on August 25th by video conference in St. Petersburg. We assume that His Holiness's words were spoken spontaneously, without the pretension of giving a historical assessment, let alone the intention of supporting Russia's imperialist ambitions. Despite this, we share the great pain caused by his observations in bishops, clergy, monks, and faithful, not only of our church, but also of other Christian confessions, as well as representatives of other religious confessions. At the same time, we also share the great disappointment of Ukrainian civil society following these words. The words about, quote, the great Russia of Peter I, Catherine II, of that empire, great and enlightened, a country of great culture and great humanity, end quote, refer to the worst example of extreme Russian imperialism and nationalism. We fear that those words are understood by some as an encouragement of precisely this nationalism and imperialism, which is the real cause of the war in Ukraine, war that every day brings the death and destruction of our people. The examples used by His Holiness do not really correspond to his magisterium on peace. Instead, the Holy Father has always denounced any type of imperialism in today's world and warned against the danger of extreme nationalism, emphasizing that they are precisely the cause of the, quote, piecemeal Third World War, end quote. As a church, we want to point out that in the context of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, similar expressions inspire the neo-colonial ambitions of the aggressor country instead of denouncing and condemning this way of, quote, being Russian, end quote. To prevent the Holy Father's words and intentions from being manipulated, we await an explanation of the situation from the Holy See. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, together with all civil society in Ukraine, condemns the ideology of the, quote, Russian world, end quote, and all the criminal way of, quote, being Russian, end quote. We hope that our voice will be heard by the Holy Father. In a few days, the bishops of our church will be meeting in Rome to celebrate the annual synod of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. We will also have the opportunity to meet His Holiness and personally to present him the doubts and pain of the Ukrainian people, confident of his paternal concern for our people. And that again was His Beatitude Svetoslav Shevchuk in a message issued today in Italian to the Holy Father. And rather, Patriarch Svetoslav is based in Kyiv. An interesting note about Patriarch Svetoslav, because we talk about the fact that, you know, well, Francis is from the global south. But Patriarch Svetoslav spent time in Argentina and is fluent in Spanish, so he's well familiar. There's an interesting story about him that he went to confession in Rome one time when he was still, this was before he was made patriarch. And he went to a priest, I don't know if the line was long, but a friend told me this, and he went and he was confessing in Spanish to an Argentinian priest. And it came out in the confession that he was actually Ukrainian and Ukrainian Greek Catholic. He said, "Why are you coming to me for confession?" So Patriarch Svetoslav is well familiar with, you know, with Argentinian culture and language. So I think that adds another layer here, you know, to it. So thank you for giving me the time to read all that. I thought that was helpful and important information. I know it reassured me. And, you know, Patriarch also earlier in the full-scale invasion presented to Pope Francis shrapnel, and he said, "Holy Father, this is what is entering my people." And if I remember correctly, the shrapnel that he presented was from a church I had visited in Izium. And so he has been trying to make the Holy Father and those within the Catholic Church who don't understand, you know, exactly what this war means and who still operate with Dr. Nick, as you were probably saying earlier, you know, what Timothy Snyder has called out, this kind of mystique about Russia, that somehow this Russia can't fail, or Russia is too big to fail, or Russia just gets to dominate the conversation, that we can't imagine that Russia could be humbled, that it could be wrong, that it could not exist, that maybe some of the fundamental premises upon which it exists are unjust and need to be rectified before more people are harmed. So I think that this episode certainly speaks to it, and I'm interested to see how this synod, and by the way, a synod is a meeting of bishops. That's a Catholic term for it. So I'm interested to see how that synod goes and what the response is. And one of my colleagues in Europe will be posting an article later today or tomorrow. I'll try to tweet that out as soon as it's available. So thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Thank you, Gina. I just wanted to ask you something since we have you here. Someone, I don't remember who it was, but someone said before that Catholics in communion with Rome were the majority of Christians in Ukraine. I thought it was only about 10%. I just wanted to clarify with you. This, I may have gotten it wrong.
I'm sorry, Robin, what was that? I was just looking at Patriarch Sviatoslav's bio.
No
I wanted to clarify something in it. So when you were saying the Catholics,
what is the percentage of those of Christians in communion with Rome in Ukraine? I understood it was much less than a majority.
It is. Oh, it definitely is. It's small. And by way of explanation, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, we think of the Catholic Church, most of what people tend to think of are the Roman Catholic Church. The Pope is the head of all the Universal Catholic Church, but within the Catholic Church, there are a number of Eastern churches. It's over, it's just under 24 that basically they are in union with Rome. And they, but they keep to their own traditions. And there are a number of, without getting into a theology discussion here, their liturgies look different. Some of their clergy are permitted, as in the case of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, to be married. In other words, they can't get married once they're ordained, but there are differences. They're historical, but they are in union with Rome. At the same time, these churches tend to have smaller populations, and unfortunately in the day-to-day dynamics, they can, I don't want to say get lost in the shuffle, but I think that the greater awareness needs to be, made about these churches, because they are every bit part of the Catholic Church, the Universal Catholic Church, and their liturgies, the beauty of their theology, which is the same. I mean, there's just a lot of beautiful tradition, nuance, and riches that, as we see with the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, are indispensable. And in many ways, they are much closer to the Eastern, to the Eastern Orthodox churches. In fact, they're called the Eastern Catholic churches, and they provide a wonderful bridge between, the Orthodox and Catholic. The Orthodox and Catholic denominations. So, but real quick, but you're right. It is much a smaller population. The other thing to note is that the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church was driven underground completely under Stalin. I mean, it was just persecuted beyond belief, and it only came out of the catacombs, as they say, in the early 90s, with the Declaration of Independence by Ukraine. For Patriarch Sviatoslav's Argentinian connection from 1991 to 92, he studied in Buenos Aires. He was at the Don Bosco Center for Philosophical and Theological Studies. And so he then stayed there, and he studied there till 93, I think. And then, so it looks like that's when, 92, he returned to Ukraine. But so he has spent time there. And you can read about him on their official website, which is ugcc.ua/en, which is, for English. And I encourage you to go there, because there's just incredible information there. So,
yeah, in terms of persecution, Jim, and then I'll hand this back to Alan, because we have hands. But aren't there at least 2 Greek Catholic priests that are under arrest and being held in terrible circumstances in the East right now?
In the east of Ukraine, Robin?
Yeah, and under Russian rule. I remember reading a month ago or so that there were 2 Greek Catholic priests who had been arrested and spirited away. One of them had been filmed supposedly recanting and saying how great Russia was, although he wasn't really. But apparently he was in quite bad shape. I have unfortunately lost track of what happened with them, though. I was wondering if Gina might know about them.
You know, I think Prince knows about that, and I would be inclined, James, thank you for your patience, but to go to Prince, then to Joanna, then to Macias, then to James, if you can hang on for us
I
that
cannot.
long.
I'll talk to you later, Gina. Have a good night. I got to get to the library. Bye.
Okay, sorry, James, and thank you for your patience. Uh, so Prince, then Gina. Prince.
Actually, I think Gina probably can speak about this more. I think maybe she might have had some audio problems, but yes, there are a couple of Ukrainian Catholic priests who are in the East and undergoing some terrible things. But I think Gina can speak to this better than me.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry to James. My audio problem was that I didn't hit the mic, so I apologize for that, and I apologize for the length of my previous, sharing. But yes, I asked Patriarch Svetoslav when I was in Kyiv, and my final thing as I was leaving his office, I asked him about those priests, and he said, "We don't know. We don't know where they are. They are being held. They are being tortured because they refuse to leave their people." So everywhere that Russia goes, it tries to destroy the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. Archbishop Boris Gudziak, who's the head of all Ukrainian Catholics in the United States, told me that when I first interviewed him a month ahead of the full-scale invasion. He said every single place they go, they try to destroy the Ukrainian. Many faiths, of course, we see what they're doing to the Tatars, and the only faith Russia wants is faith in its genocidal regime at this point. For a good history, and I'll leave you with this. For now, a good history of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is available from Anatoly Babinsky, who is at Ukrainian Catholic University. This is a short book called The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, A Short History. So I highly recommend it. It's a short read. I mean, it's just over 100 pages, just under 175 pages. And it's just an excellent overview of everything that was at stake. It also demonstrates Russia's century-spanning genocidal intent against Ukraine, against Ukrainian identity. The pages of history make it so clear. So clear. This was never NATO barking at the door. But I'll tell you what, Putin's genocide sure gave NATO some fangs. So, yeah. So I'll be popping on later as well, too. But thank you.
Gina, can you devote just 5 or 6 more minutes to us now?
Sure.
Okay.
If you guys, yeah, sure.
Thank you. And I'd like to go to Joanna, to Macias, to Prince, and then I also have a couple of questions for you, Gina. Joanna.
Hello, Gina, Robin, and Alan. So I didn't even want to speak about this last fragment of Pope's speech for the young Russians because it's so disappointing to see it. And I won't comment it from a religious perspective. I'll just comment a little bit from the strategic communication perspective. We have seen the speeches of Zelensky. We have seen how he talks to each country, stressing upon the good past or something that is very specific to that country. And this is the rule in strategic communication. You have to create a bond. You have to create understanding. You have to communicate that you know the other. Well, this is lacking in this paragraph. It was maybe a try to link with the Russian people in a way, but it failed at every level. So playing upon the Russian exceptionalism, it's not a good idea, really. It's not a good idea because this leads to nationalism and extremism, and really, it's not a good point to have in a speech. Then look at the words, saints and rulers, one after the other, very close together. And he talks of Peter the First and Catherine the Second. These are far from being saints. They may have been rulers, but they are really far from being saints. The Turks called Peter the Mad because he was willing to sacrifice his people. And I believe the first genocide of the Tatars was started during his time. And then he said, great culture. Well, we won't contest this because there is Russian culture. But great humanity, the genocide in Ukraine is not the first. It's not the first in Ukraine, and it's not the first in history. Actually, Russia did tens of genocides, decimated people. So humanity, well, I will doubt that. And then thanking for being Russians. for their way of being is almost like thanking for the Russian Mir, which is again an atrocity. And more important than what it was in this speech is what it wasn't in the speech. It wasn't the condemnation of the genocide. It wasn't the condemnation of the illegal invasion of Ukraine. It wasn't the condemnation of the kidnapping of children. He was speaking to Russian children. What about the Ukrainian children? So yeah, there were a lot of things that were there and shouldn't have been, and there are a lot of things that should have been there and they weren't.
Thank you, Ioana. Masilius, Prince, G-Man, and Gina, thank you for staying just a little while longer.
Yeah, thank you from my side as well. And really, for all those summaries and backside information and the official statements, it was wonderful having it here on the panel and a little bit of a relief in an institution as such, but of course not in a Pope as such. And I just wanted to make a short notice because from all the fellas from America and abroad, you won't probably know that in Europe there is actually very little people go in Western Europe to churches nowadays. They are closing sometimes reducing the time or the frequency and so on and so forth. So the church is actually dealing with a lot of struggle filling their churches. But it's different in Poland because when you go to Poland, there are still the churches are full and people are standing outside of the churches and really paying a big deal because of actually the legacy also of Pope II, which helped the country to get rid of all this tremendous awful time. And now the church kind of pisses off like the core of remaining Catholics in Europe. I mean, come on. I can see only either people there leaving the church or the Polish Catholic Church leaving Vatican and making also an Eastern Catholic Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Masilius. Prince and G-Man.
Yeah, I just want to say, I've gotten messages in the past from people of, why are we talking so much about religion? And this is exactly why we end up talking about religion on the Maria Report. There is a lot that has to do with the different religions, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, the Russian Orthodox Church, with the Moscow Patriarchy, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchy, and the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, which is not involved with the Moscow Patriarchy. And there's so much involved with how these different religious organizations, including a bunch more, how they have to do with the war. And so following stuff like this, following these statements from the Pope and what the Pope has said, I understand what you said, Ioana. I appreciate what you said, and you are 100% right. It was extremely hurtful to hear all of those things from the Pope about Russia and talking to the children of Russia. He did, I will also say, have an audience with Ukrainian children just a few weeks ago, and I cannot remember exactly what the event was, but he did. It was anyway. So he has had an audience with Ukrainian children, and his statements out of that audience were very good and were very supportive, and so so he has had that audience with Ukrainian children. But I just wanted to emphasize that this is why we do need to talk about religion on the Maria Report, and we need to talk about it, how it applies to Ukraine and how it applies to Russia, and how those two influences are affecting the war, because they truly are. The influence, especially of the Russian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchy, and the Russian Orthodox Church in Russia. And so having these conversations will help us understand many aspects of the war and how the different religions in Ukraine and in Russia are supporting the war in different ways, and standing up for the people of Ukraine in different ways, and how those intersect, and how those sometimes butt heads. And so it's a very important conversation to have, and I just wanted to note that really quick. Just that these are important conversations when it comes to understanding what is happening in Ukraine. And it is also, I totally agree with what Iona said about, the Russian children and what he said to them being totally awful. Gina, I appreciate your statement, and I sent you a message about that you read, that was sent to the Pope. I think it was totally appropriate and absolutely wonderful. But we also do need to keep in mind that he did also have an audience with the Ukrainian children, and his support for Ukraine, and his support for those children was very obvious. And that was a in-person live, in-person audience with the Ukrainian children, whereas the one with the Russian children was a video link. So just a couple of little things to add, and I need to go do some chores so that I can co-host in a few hours. But I will be listening, and I will abandon my chores and come back if I need to. So thank you guys, and thank you, Gina, for responding so quickly.
Thank you, Prince. G-Man, Tracy, and Gina, just stay with us. G-Man, please.
Yeah, I find this one difficult to respond to. Coming from Northern Ireland and as a Protestant, I don't want to be seen as condemning or attacking my brother Christians of the Catholic faith, and so I'm going to try and be understanding. The Bishop of Rome, or the Pope, is viewed as infallible in some cases, but he's a man. I would say he's hopefully a sinner who is saved by the grace of Christ. But as sinners saved by the grace of Christ, we still are sinners, and so we still can fail, and we can misspeak, and all of that. His words have caused hurt in Ukraine, and they've caused anguish and angst among us supporters of Ukraine. We can try and read into it and look at the mitigating factors and the work that the Catholic Church is doing in other ways. Ultimately, our goal here is to be advocates for Ukraine, and not to allow these sort of things to distract us, but things will, and so we have to be able to respond. And we certainly should be able to speak about spiritual matters, because I believe our cause is a righteous one. This is one of the only righteous wars in many, many years, since the Second World War. I would believe it was also a righteous war. And so we just have to redouble our efforts and try and understand where we can understand, and hopefully people close to the pontiff will reach out and try and guide him back to safer ground. That's all I'll say on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man. Gina, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm having some trouble with the audio. I was going to say, in terms of lifting up the good works of the Catholic Church, one group that I definitely want to highlight is the Knights of Columbus, especially in Poland. They have done incredible work. and that's a fraternal organization in the Catholic Church. Usually it's men, and just an amazing amount of work. This is an organization that was started in Connecticut in the 19th century by an Irish priest, and it has grown worldwide over the decades and the years. Particularly while all the Knights of Columbus really have pulled together for Ukraine, the Polish chapters have really just distinguished themselves in just standing in such complete solidarity. And, to Dr. Nick's point, when I was and even before I was there, I'd been interviewing nuns and clergy in Ukraine on this side of the pond supporting Ukraine. And there was just tremendous work being done to support Ukraine in terms of prayer, advocacy, humanitarian aid, and even raising money for military aid. Some churches do that, or at least protective gear. So that's, that today's, the statement is not a reflection on how all Catholics feel and how they act with regard to this, to Russia's war of genocide on Ukraine. So I have a couple of other things I'm trying to look up, but I'll go on mute for now and raise my hand if I find these things that I'd like to share.
Thank you, Gina. Tracy, then back to Masilius.
Thank you, Alan, Robin. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to quickly echo what Prince was saying, because I'm one of those people that these conversations are extremely valuable to. I don't have really any experience of religion, and other than knowing a few basic things about a few religions, like maybe most people do, I don't have any feeling or perspective on it. So it's hard for me to make any judgments. So it's exceptionally valuable for me to be able to look at it from both sides, and for people like Gina to come up and inform us, and for everybody to come up and give their personal experiences. So I don't have any intelligent questions, I'm afraid, but I just wanted to come up and echo that it's extremely valuable for me, especially because sometimes it can be confusing with the religions in Ukraine, and the way that Russia uses that as a tool for power and to control people. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Masilius, please.
Yes, I just wanted to catch up to what Gina said, that especially those people in Poland who are very Catholic, really very Catholic, and very bound to the church, they really remember who Katharina was, because she was actually a German who used those barbarians to tear Poland apart and make a slaughter in 1794 in Poland, with really measures that you can't imagine, which we partly see now in Ukraine. But at this time, it was all done by hand, so you can imagine it was even bloodier. So he is cherishing this person. I mean, it must have a response from those people. I can't imagine there will be no response, and this is tearing apart actually the base of the Catholics in Europe, more or less, of at least those ones who are still going each Sunday to a church, and not only Sundays.
Yeah, Gina, go ahead.
Sure. So I wanted to read one more quick statement. This is from the papal nuncio in Ukraine, Archbishop Visvaldis. Now, papal nuncio is the diplomat of the Vatican in Ukraine. And when I had the pleasure of interviewing Archbishop Visvaldis, who was the first papal nuncio in Ukraine to learn Ukrainian, and his last name is Kulbakas. He is actually Lithuanian. Just a delightful man who is very, very close. You can tell when he celebrates liturgy in Ukrainian. I mean, his heart is in it. So this is the statement that was issued today from the nunciature in Kyiv, and it reads: the Apostolic Nunciature in Ukraine has observed that in the aftermath of Pope Francis' telematic interaction with young Catholics from the Russian Federation on August 25th, 2023, there have been discussions in Ukrainian and international media regarding certain remarks made by the Roman Pontiff during that event. In particular, according to some interpretations, Pope Francis might have encouraged young Russian Catholics to draw inspiration from historical Russian figures known for imperialistic and expansionist ideas and actions that negatively impacted neighboring populations, including the Ukrainian people. This pontifical representation firmly rejects the aforementioned interpretations, as Pope Francis has never endorsed imperialistic notions. On the contrary, he is a staunch opponent and critic of any form of imperialism or colonialism across all peoples and situations. The words of the Roman pontiff spoken on August 25th are to be understood in this same context. Now, I know that having read that some people may say, really? But just wanted to give another piece of information there. This statement is available at nunciaturekiev.org, which is the nunciature's website. So that's nunciature.kyiv.org. And you can see the statement on there. Again, another piece of information, but Archbishop Visvaldis is just a wonderful man with a great heart for Ukraine. I cannot speculate if he may have had any, I can't speculate if he had any, if there's any disjunct between those words and maybe some private reservations he's had. I simply can't. But, please know that his heart is for Ukraine.
So one thing, just before going to you, Cleo, and thank you for coming up. But one thing I wanted to say, Gina, is we often expect more than can be delivered by our leaders, including our spiritual leaders. But the Pope speaks as both a spiritual leader, but his words do have political content. And that's what worries me, and Pope Francis is now growing old. And some of what he said about Russia seems simple-minded. It seems based on a romanticized history of Russia that a lot of us understand now really needs to be discarded. This is not Dr. Zhivago, the David Lean movie. Gina?
Yeah, just quickly, because I see James is up and and Cleo, and I don't want to, keep jumping the line here. But I agree with you that, I do think that some of this is, again, I think the problems here are the going off script remarks, which previously have, unfortunately, caused consternation and required that kind of explanation and context. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. He does have a heart for youth, and I think he genuinely wanted these youth to feel included. If you look at his body language, he's leaning forward. He's really trying to communicate with youth that he does not often have the opportunity to engage with. So I think that the heart there is pastoral. Unfortunately, I agree. I think that is this naive concept of what Russia was, and the Pope is by all accounts a great lover of literature and music, and so that culture. But sometimes we accept culture without questioning it and questioning the implications and the very real pain upon which it's emerged, usually at others' expense, unfortunately. So all of that aside, I'm curious to see. For me, it's the telling will be when this Synod of Ukrainian Greek Catholic bishops takes place, what we hear then. And I do think and hope that as he's made more aware, though he is older and he has even intimated that he doesn't necessarily have to be the Pope forever. I mean, that retirement, having been undertaken by his predecessor, may be an option he'll consider. I have no information on that, but we don't know if maybe he will issue another statement, kind of clarifying this. It remains to be seen. But I just want to give all the information we have at this point so that we can understand that Patriarch Svetoslav has responded, the nunciature has responded. Now we'll see where it goes.
Well, if the Vatican walks back the Pope's statements, and I wouldn't expect that because I don't think it often happens, but I will say I do think there's a generational aspect to understand here. Patriarch Sviatoslav is a relatively young man. He's only in his 50s, which I think is an extraordinarily young age for a spiritual leader. And the other thing I'll say is, whether you're a Catholic or whether you're spiritual or religious, many people, even including Protestants, do recognize every pope elected to that position as a spiritual leader. And most of us often hope for what I'll call a shoes of the fisherman moment. And I think that Pope Francis has had many such opportunities to state very clearly in the course of this war what the reality of the war is. And it's both a spiritual reality and a political reality. And of course, it's a reality in the lives of tens of millions of Ukrainians. And I am so disappointed that he has not taken this opportunity for, as I say, what I call a shoes of the fisherman moment. And he just hasn't done it. And I don't think he will. And I don't think he actually understands that his words to a tiny percentage of Catholics in Russia and to these children, his words are now going to be echoed in Russian propaganda. And I don't think that he understands he is doing considerable damage politically. He's literally saving Putin. Well, I may have gone overboard there, Gina. We should go to James, who's come back. Thank you. And then to Cleo. James.
Hey, no traffic to or from the library. I had this comment about this situation. Glad to hear the reading back of that statement, Gina. That was somewhat reassuring. But I think that what we want to do, the people that want to support Ukraine, is do what the Pope did, and by which I mean kind of win over Africa and other parts of the world. And I don't think Africa is turned off by Russia at this point. So I don't think it would have helped him there, which is his growth area, remember. I don't think it would have helped him there. And I think that we do, to obtain a lasting peace, want to find a way to be at peace with them. And frankly, the colonialism that's happening now with Russia is an idea that I think is still, for whatever reason, well overshadowed by the colonialism of Europe and America, and and so I think he is playing very much to his audience. I don't know that he spoke in error. I very much doubt he'll retract any of it, but I just want to say that again, that how can we bring him in? How can we, do that? And I just don't know that there's a way, and it is awful because I respect the seat, but ouch, this one really hurts my opinion of him. And he never did recognize, after me bothering him many times, the only thing I got was followed by the papal bot. I mean, so that's not what I was looking for. I was like, come to Bucha, I'll meet you in Bucha, and nothing. And I didn't really expect an answer, truthfully. But so yeah, we got to figure out what he did. We got to do it better. I think that is something that Biden has taken home himself in terms of messaging and mission, and Blinken is on board with that. That it's the whole world that we got to bring along if we can. Everybody that we can.
Yep, everybody that we can. It just strikes me. I think the Pope's public statements about this war and about Russia have simply grown worse, and I don't know what to expect from him next. Gina?
Sure, I feel bad. Did you want to have Cleo? Because I know Cleo's been waiting, and I don't want to jump the line too much here. I can wait to go after Cleo if you'd like.
Okay, Cleo, go ahead, please.
Hi. First, I really want to thank Gina so much, because she's such a great listener, really, and we've been sort of treating you like an emissary, telling you all the things that have bothered us about what the Pope said, and If only you could go back and actually go to the Holy See yourself and speak to him. I know that would help. But I have a different perspective. I really have a different perspective, because to me, a spiritual leader, I don't think we can expect him to always make the right decisions politically, because they don't they don't have as much training in some things. And until this war, I was never, I was always cautious about Russia, and I'm very much the sort of person who wants to maintain defenses, etc. I'm very much sort of a hawk, but in the sense of a Teddy Roosevelt hawk. Not trying to go and beat everybody up, but find the time when you have to go to defense, and then go for it. Absolutely, like Ukraine is doing, a very peaceful nation until it's threatened. And so I don't demand that he know as much. And the other thing is that I don't think any of us understood this imperialist instinct of Russia's, that it ran through such a deep vein. I really do not think that most people knew. The Eastern Europeans certainly knew, and it's one reason that John Paul. People often say, "Oh, only if John Paul were alive," et cetera, et cetera. But he was Polish. Of course, he knew. He knew very, very deeply what was going on with the Russian temperament and the Russian training. And if we don't know, those of us who read, who, at least I've always been immersed in a lot of politics, I just don't expect the Pope to know. I think that what he was doing was, and this is something that you can see why he wouldn't be able to take it back. I think his instinct was to, make the children feel better, and in light of their sense of what are they supposed what does all of Russia tell their children to look up to? They tell them to look up to Putin. Putin tells them to look up to Putin. They're starting to put military training into the schools, into even those sort of elementary level, what we think of as elementary level, before 8th grade. So I think that he was trying to point to something that they could be proud of, without his understanding all of the stuff, all of the baggage that has been attached to it by Putin over the years. Because in recent years, we, as we see it now, he has tried to attach a lot of ideas of empire. He's brought back how Stalin was, such a strong man, etc., and he has tied that to Catherine the Great, and he identifies himself with that and wants to be that kind of figure. I think all of that is just stuff that the Pope totally missed, because I certainly didn't know any of it until this year. So
Cleo,
in a way, I'm just pleading that we understand that there is another, that he's not, he's not being naive or evil so much as he. I know,
Cleo, I think you bring up very good points here. There is a lot of understanding that all of us have today about Russia that we didn't have before. I would never suggest the Pope is doing something evil, but I do think that he is naive. And Cleo, I was struck by something you said, that we don't necessarily expect spiritual leaders to have political savvy, but Pope John Paul II had political savvy because he was Polish. But you know what? Pope Francis has political savvy because he grew up in Argentina when there was a right-wing coup. He understands power politics in a way that some of his predecessors may not have. Pope Pius is a good example from the Second World War. I'd even say Pope Benedict, who, and I'm not Catholic. I simply happen to follow the Catholic Church because I'm an Anglican, or was an Anglican. But and Pope Paul VI, again, not a politically savvy pope in any means, and the times were so different in the 1960s,
Alan,
etc.
Alan, I think, let me go ahead and talk to some of the stuff you're bringing up. In the first place, Pius X has, often been condemned for aid that may or may not have been given to the Nazis. And knowing the politics of a country is quite different from knowing the politics of all of the nations on the earth. It's not that I'm saying he doesn't know politics, because any pope understands politics, because there's church politics. So he understands that, but he doesn't understand the politics of every country. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
And
well,
I don't
Cleo, if I could just get in here, if the Pope wanted to deliver a message to Russian children, he might have told them something that Putin isn't telling anyone in Russia, although it actually has been broadcast now, that 700,000 Ukrainian children have been taken from Ukraine into Russia. Maybe the Pope should have instructed these Russian children how to greet Ukrainian children who have been taken against their will into their country. Or maybe he should have talked about the biblical story of the slaughter of the innocents, because that's what's happening.
Okay, hold on a second, Alan, because I don't know how old the children were, and people do think about
Cleo, the children are of all ages, from infants to teenagers.
Okay, well that explains it to me, because people, there are two things going on. Let me go to the second one, because I've already mentioned the age, but the other thing is that these children go back to their parents. He's not trying to
Cleo, the Ukrainian children are not going back to their parents.
Cleo, you cannot just have a monologue here. If you're not willing to discuss this with Alan, I think maybe we should go to someone else.
I'm just trying to answer.
Cleo, you are actually broadcasting Russian disinformation. I'm sorry. I don't know where you get it, but I think you need to review your sources.
No, I think you're being very unfair. What I'm saying is that the Pope has a responsibility to keep everyone in the church because of the belief.
Let's move on to someone else.
I think we should move on to Gina.
Hi, real quick, I wanted to clarify, the Pope that Cleo was speaking of was actually Pius XII. Pope Pius X was a bit earlier. Pope Pius XII is the Holocaust Pope, and his legacy, of course, has some questions. The unsealed archives of the Vatican explore that, to what extent he was able to help Jews during the Holocaust or Shoah. But fast forward real quick, I have to go into an interview, but I wanted to just suggest that one way of making sure that statements like this don't get, perpetuated is what we're doing here on MriyaReport, which is telling the story and learning the story from Ukrainians and making sure that those voices, they already have voices. Like, I never like to say I give voice to people. No, I do not. You have your own voice. But what I like to do is make space for it. And I think that one of the things that we need to make even clearer is the level of persecution. To be very honest, the persecution of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church as a lifelong Catholic was something I was not familiar with. But until Archbishop Gudziak and reading Anatoly Babinski's book made this really clear to me, this is when we grow, this is when we learn. And, just as an example of how, yes, there is that chance that you could risk losing diplomatic relations. Babinski notes that in October 78, when the former, Cardinal Karol Wojtyla became the new Bishop of Rome, as the Pope is known, Vatican and USSR relations deteriorated because John Paul II was not willing to make those compromises. Not that his reign was perfect. No papal reign is perfect. And believe me, we've had some bad popes in our history. We were running around with 3 popes at one point. I mean, glory to God, we've had real doozies in this family. But I see you laughing there, Robin. It's true. But at the same time, I think that when you see the incredible persecution of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and certainly we know the Jews, we think of Babin Yar, the persecution that's been historically endured by the, the global Jewish community, the Tatars. I mean, the more we learn this, the less we're going to fall for the Russia has this great culture and can never fail. It always has to be part of the makeup here, not in this iteration, because that doesn't even help Russians, to be honest. That's not a culture with the future. And Timothy Snyder just said that so beautifully when he addressed the UN. The best thing that could happen to Russia would be for it to be fully and militarily defeated so it can start anew. So, and I'll jump off here with a quick thought. In the Catholic Church, and I know this is going to sound a little gory to people, but it unfortunately it is the truth. But Christ, the center of the Catholic Church, gave himself up in a martyrdom, in a salvific martyrdom. And from the ancient days of the church, it was always said that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church, not because we're into blood and gore and everything like that, but it's a question of when push comes to shove, we're going to lay down our lives in service of something beyond this. We've seen this reiterated time and time again every day on those battlefields in Ukraine. I'm getting ready to write a profile of a mother of a young man, Artem Dimid, who is very famous because he was covered widely. His death was covered widely. When he was dying on the battlefield, he actually, some of his final words were, "I'm alive. I'm alive," because he knew that he was giving his life for a greater vision and a greater future. In a war of unjust aggression and genocide, he could still look at it and say, it was worth it because I know that Ukraine and freedom will transcend me, and I'm willing to lay down my life for that. So the more we lift up the sacrifices that Ukraine is making for all of us, has made for us throughout history, the less hopefully we'll hear statements like this that we've heard that cause pain and hurt, and we can avoid these mistakes in the future. So thanks again. I'll be jumping on later tonight, and thank you for all that you do to just create this great space where we can all learn and grow. I have benefited so much from it, and I look forward to jumping back on tonight. So Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava. And Gina, thank you so much for coming up here spontaneously. And I will look for you later tonight with Prince sometime after 10 p.m. But I really appreciate it. I know that sometimes conversations here do get heated, but we do try to keep them civil. Sometimes I lose my civility, and that can be the intensity of MriyaReport. I think we have Chris, Dr. Nick, Joanna, and Masilius. Does that sound right, Robin?
I honestly have lost track, so I think that sounds as good as anything.
Yeah, well then, hi, Alan, and thanks for your calm attitude and everything. I really appreciate that. I think Cleo really may have been a Russian troll or something, Watnik style, and you did so great, just being patient, trying to appreciate what you're saying, and maybe we are too patient. And you checked her well. You checked her like in I don't know. She spoke like about 30 seconds, and we all knew where this travel is going. And of course, we don't want to limit anybody's opinion here on the space. And so I think we're really, really sovereign, going as I'm used to here on the space. And we had Gina, and she was like playing the Catholic tune a little bit more. And I always appreciate if people have belief in God, and I really enjoy all the religious varieties that are there on this planet. And I would never judge anybody for what he believes in, of course. So when we get now to the point where people are more concerned about the Pope, we have to protect what the people think about the Pope. The only thing at the moment, just my judgment of the times now, the only thing we have to carry or to worry about at the moment is what happens to the Ukrainian people every day. And the world looking at it like, no, maybe a little bit, we should help a little bit. You know what I mean? So just all appreciation and a little bit tuning down on what we think about the Pope. For me, I can say this also because I respect all religions. I can also say I don't really give a lot about what the Pope thinks about anything. And it's not just this Pope, it's this Pope before and the Pope before. So maybe Jean Paul, yes, of course, he might have been the only one that was really anti-Soviet. So he has some, I have to give him credit for that. And we know what happened to him. So, or what they tried to do to him. It may not be have just some Serbian thing there. So anyway, I'm talking rubbish and everything, so I better get off and may not step down. But if you want me to step down because there are so many hands, then you just drop me.
Thank you very much, Chris. Stay with us. I think it is Joanna, Dr. Nick Masilius. Joanna.
It was Dr. Nick first.
Dr. Nick.
So first I'll just say something, excuse me, address what Chris said just briefly. I understand that perspective, and I agree largely, even as a Catholic. The only thing I would say to that is that unfortunately there are a lot of people in the world who do care about what the Pope says and would be swayed by what he says. And so, from that perspective, agreeing with Alan that part of his job, unfortunately, is diplomat, that it's important that he gets these things correct. And so, just from that perspective, that's the only reason why I would care. And I'm saying that as a Catholic. You know, I can, and I hate to say this, discount these things for myself, and just focus on other aspects of what all that means. Um, as far as, like I said, feeding the homeless or doing whatever, and supporting Ukraine on my own. But there are people who take these things more seriously than I do. And might be swayed by these things. So that's all I would say about that. And as far as what Cleo was talking about, you know, how should he know, or, trying to give the youth somebody to look up to, you know, ah, again, as a Catholic, I would say that there are better people. That he could have pointed to, and I would say, specifically as a Catholic, he might have pointed to, say, Roman Orthodox saints, that he could have put up as an example. Like maybe Lucy of Syracuse. I don't know. I'm just pulling a couple people off the top of my head here. I think what gosh, who else? I don't want to say the wrong people. I know a lot of them, but some of them are also from problematic areas like Alaska and stuff, and I don't want to bring up those because those could bring up problematic issues and stuff.
Dr. Nick,
And
he
Saint
doesn't
Anne,
even.
etc.
Yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't even need to talk about the saints. He can just talk about great Catholics like Thomas Merton, who became a Catholic as a result of his experience in war.
Oh, right. Yeah, because he was talking to Catholics. My bad. Yeah, exactly. Just talk about, you know, good Catholics or Roman Catholic saints, or some that might have been from, the region or something. I mean, there's any number of people that he could have spoke to because, in Catholicism, the point of the saints, a lot of people misunderstand and think that the saints are people we worship, and that's not true. The point of saints is that they're supposed to embody Christ on earth in a way, or, God-like symbology, Christ-like symbology in humans, right? As examples that you can be Christ-like on earth. And so they're really just examples of that on earth. And so they're just kind of like people, role models, essentially, right? And so that's why I'm trying to think of saints, right? So if you want to give people, them examples of people to look up to, why not just bring up the saints or other, humans, like you said, Alan, right? Why give these people who are imperialists. I mean, that was completely unnecessary. So that's just my 2 cents on that, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. I think it is Macilius, then Ioana, then back to Chris, then to Cornelius, then to Karen. I challenge all of you to keep that order memorized.
Beforehand, it was Ioana. You mentioned. So if you want to speak before me, otherwise I will keep myself short. I just wanted. You want to speak?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to first to thank you, and I think the proof actually of her the rambling of beforehand was that she was arguing with that he must keep people in church. And what I said before, he actually probably has removed the lot of people from the core Catholic nation from the church. So it was like the obvious opposite of it. And the other thing, which I could understand actually, what might have led him to this decision was the meaning of the pontifex, which is someone who builds bridges. But there has been never a word to build those bridges to hell. So I don't see why the church should be building bridges to hell. And not realizing it actually, because they should reflect on such things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Macilius. And Ioana, please.
Perfectly said, Macilius. I'm so sorry I had to say that.
Thank you. So I have a few points. My first is that it's very late here, and at this hour probably the audience is more from United States, and I don't know how many in United States have a real experience of the proximity of the Russian mir, or a real personal experience of what this does to people. So being here in Romania, this statement, or practically there were two statements from the Pope, are really, really hurting, because he is not just the head of the Catholic Church, he's also the head of the state, and he is a speaker for Christianism. From his seat, he has a global reach, as opposed to Orthodox churches who are more fragmented and are not global practically. When the Pope came to Romania, he was greeted, he was met on the streets by hundreds of thousands of people who are Orthodox. He was loved in Romania. He was very much loved. Of course, it was the previous Pope. People in Romania look at the Pope with, hope and with respect, because it's about Christian values. It doesn't make much difference that it's Catholic or Orthodox. So that is one. The second thing I wanted to say is, you cannot excuse this kind of statements by ignorance. He's not a village priest that has some religious studies and some classical education, and maybe in this classical education he met some great Russian writers. By the way, the Russians are taking Pushkin out of the scholar curriculum because, Ode for Liberty, Exile, and so on. So this is the Russian culture respected by themselves. Another point I wanted to make is that he spoke to children and teenagers. Some of those, if the war continues, will be on the front. And I think he should be mindful, if not of Ukrainian lives, maybe of Russian lives, because, this exceptionalism and this idealistic idea of Russia is not going to help them. They will arrive there and they will die in trenches and they will be meat grinder, and this will not help them at all. And I'll stop here because I see there are other hands, and maybe I'll come back with some other points.
Stay with us, Ioana. What you just said about what the Pope might have recognized about some of the Russian youth he was addressing, I think is something we really need to keep in mind. And why it wasn't top of mind with the Pope, I have no idea. I think it's Cornelius. Chris, you might have put your hand down, but Cornelius, then Chris, then Karen. Cornelius?
Oh, beginner's mistake, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I've made that mistake too. It's painful. I'll bide my time for a second.
Chris,
That's
go ahead.
that's so kind of you. I just wanted to get to my point. And you know, when you start to put down your hands, they are all washed in propaganda. They are all washed in propaganda, and I was washed in propaganda too. We talked about Catherine a little bit. You know, when you grow up in I'm a special case, Eastern Germany, you don't really know anything about Russian culture or history until you reach like the second stage of your school education. And there was Catherine, and she was like the modernizer of Russia. She was like the good German influence that, you know, put a little more modernity into Russia and everything. So we are all washed into propaganda. But I also don't excuse the Pope for his comments anyway, because there is also a second layer to this all, and this is like the emotional layer. This is you just know sometimes when something is really wrong, and just there is no way to excuse the things that are happening. And I think we've reached this point, and it's been publicized. And I'm not saying that Russia is the only country that's ever reached this point, but I'm just saying you just feel and know. Be in this one dialogue with you. This is the curriculum, the Russian curriculum. You know what the Russian education, I think when you look back like maybe 20 years, if you judge Russian education, you would say, yeah, well, it's not the worst education. You know, these people learn what's necessary. And now, just imagine to put your child on a Russian school. What are they learning now? Are they learning like all atoms when they spin in a certain way, they form the face of Putin, or they form the face of whatever? It is really just so out of this world that if the Pope just attempts to understand the Russian side of this conflict, I'm lost of words. So that's it.
You know,
Thanks for
I
your
have the
question.
same feeling. I pulled out my old copy of Dante's Inferno to read as we've been talking about the Pope's pronouncements and the ramifications and such. And as you thumb through the pages of Dante's Inferno, there's so many punishments which apply to so many things that the Russians have been doing. It's interesting to look at it through the sort of Ukrainian view of Russian atrocities lens. You know, Angry Ants, I think, is one who commonly says, I think it's Angry, if you don't tell your representatives, they're not going to know that you care. And Catholics all have priests, and if they mount some campaign to really express to their representatives, it really should send a message upstairs. I know the Catholic Church is seen to be down driven, but it isn't. It's a two-way street. The upstairs, downstairs, all the stairs talk to each other, and it's really important that they talk when they go to church, when they do the congregations and such. They should talk this over with their people. Thank you.
Great suggestion, Cornelius. On to Karen and then to Michelle. Karen, please.
Well, I want to tread lightly here because I don't want to offend anybody, but I truly wonder how many people within Ukraine are actually well, it's one thing to be born into a church, it's another thing to practice it. And I know in the US, organized religion is not what it used to be. And a lot of us, including myself, have come to distrust organized religion in general. And I am curious what percentage of Ukrainian people, aside from respecting their heritage and showing respect for the beliefs of others, actually practice this in their personal lives. And I would also warn that religion or either supporting religion or banning it is a two-edged sword. In Tsarist Russia, the church backed up the Tsar, and I believe that's one reason the communists were so much against religion, is because they saw religion as backing the status quo. That was destructive, and now Putin is, it's okay to be a Christian again, and but now Putin is trying to weaponize religion and use it to guilt people into doing things they wouldn't do. And so, whereas I respect the contributions, the genuinely good contributions the Catholic Church has made and other churches have made, and, the Muslim population has made, I know and the rabbis, I know there are many different faiths in Ukraine. I wonder if it's really constructive to let religious thought play a leading role in dealing with Russia and dealing with this enemy. I know religion can be used to unify people. It's a great unifying force. It can be a very beneficial, to population. But I think religious convictions shouldn't be the center of attention in this war. I really do. And that's just my opinion. And I respect those people here that are people of faith. I was raised in a church family, not the Catholic Church, but I know that how deep these feelings go. But and I'll just drop it there.
Thank you, Karen. I'll just answer your first question. I don't have statistics, but I know anecdotally, I have yet to. Ukrainians tend to be quite a religious people in the good sense of the word, moral and attached to their church. I also think you need to be careful. There's Putin is not in favor of Christianity. Putin is using a small part of Christianity that's been co-opted to support his fascist ideologies. The same way the Nazis they co-opted the Evangelical Lutheran Church during the war, not because they supported Christianity by any means. In fact, the actual Christians in Germany really suffered, a lot of them, and Dietrich Bonhoeffer was one we know who was executed. I think that you need to be careful. You're mixing a lot of different categories together. There is nothing Christian about Putin. I would go so far as to say there's very little Christian about the Moscow Patriarchate at this point. I do think that in Ukraine, I don't think that religion is the center of any debate, but I think that Ukrainians, as a by and large religiously connected people, that this is an appropriate thing to come into the mutual conversation. In fact, President Zelensky makes reference to Ukrainian Orthodox values in his speeches, as well as Muslim and Jewish. It's religion is part of the vernacular in Ukraine, in my experience. Thank you.
I do have some stats on that.
I'll
Yes,
have Dr. Nick to have the stats. Thank you.
I have multiple. So what I'm going to do is right now I'm in the process of making a post that will link to those stats. I'm also reposting something about Ruski Mir that I had written that will sort of explain that concept, because as Gina noted, the Ukrainian patriarch of the Catholic Church there had responded to the Pope's remarks, and he had spoke about Ruski Mir, and some people may still not know what that is or had forgotten or whatever. So I'm going to link that article, and underneath that I will put information about those stats, and then I'll go ahead and put it up in the nest in just a minute. And we'll talk about that. And then after the hands, I'd like to respond to the other remarks about that. So I'll let others speak in the meantime.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. So I believe it's Michelle Macilius James for Everchild. Michelle, welcome, and go ahead, please.
Hi, Alan. Hi, Robin. I actually have a change of subject, so if you wanted to stay on this, feel free to go to Macilius first. You can always come back to me.
Thanks. I just wanted to add something to what Karen had said before, because it was not complete. I think it might be a reason for lack of a knowledge of us UdSSR, because as not everyone has faced it. There is one important thing in communism and in this communistic structures, that the leading party is out of any doubts. And now think about who is the other person who is out of any doubts. It's the Pope. So that's the church. So they are competing with each other. And in such authoritarian structures as the UdSSR and communism, actually the party has more to say than the church. So that's why the party decided to kick out the church of the landscape, because they has been their competitors. So in those structures, the party and the leaders are like the same, close to God, or at least the people should not believe in the God. The people should believe in the party, and they should believe in a common cause and things like this. So that's why actually the Russians, when they picture themselves now as Christian, it's laughable. They have been the opposite of Christian to the rotten. They have been the complete population which has been raised for decades without any connection to God and without any connection to belief and other belief than to the great cause of a party. So that's why there has been no church, and right now Putin wanted to picture himself as the similar to Western leaders. So that's why the church was allowed. But now comes the war. Agent. So it's a body of Putin. So now I see our Pope going there and treating this mafia church like equal. For me, it's a clear signal to leave the church. Thank you.
Yeah, Patriarch Kirill, who's the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, is a former KGB agent. It is important to listen to what Macilius just said. And, Putin brought the Russian Orthodox Church back for a reason. It was destroyed for a reason under Lenin during the Soviet Union, and even more so under Stalin. It was part of communist doctrine, religion being the great opiate of mankind, and atheism being the standard that the Soviet Union enforced. But why is the Russian Orthodox Church back inside Russia today? It's only to promote Russia imperialism and this genocidal war in Ukraine. That really is all they do. They are simply another arm of Russian propaganda. Michelle, and then, well, no, Michelle, you had to change the topic. So, James, Forever Child, Dr. Nick, tell me, are we staying on this topic?
On this topic.
Okay, James, go ahead.
Yes, sir. 56% of Ukrainians, and this is from memory, but accept Jews in the country, which is one of, if not, I think it might be the highest rate in Europe. And I think functionally speaking, when you talk about morality and what it means, that the tolerance of others is one of those kind of markers of it. And Abraham Maslow, a psychologist who did most of his work, I would say, no, yeah, I think most of it post World War II, and sort of was of that ethic that people had at that time, and had been a careful observer, like many others, of what happened in the world then. And he went to some length in his book, Religion, Values, and Peak Experiences, which is a tiny little book. So it's a good read because it's got a lot of stuff packed in a little bit of words. I like that. And he's really drew the difference between religiosity and kind of real morality. And a person could even get a good feeling about themselves from doing all the things that a religion asks, but it's other than that good feeling, it doesn't mean that it's moral at all. And we see the extremes of this in the way that the Russians are using the church as just another wing of the government, or of the corrupt power that's centered around Putin currently. So so I think churches come in, and that kind of thing come in because it is indivisible from the moral question about Ukraine, and about any time there's someone who's being attacked who didn't provoke it. We have to be either for those people, and if we're not for them, we end up working against them, and we want to be for Ukraine. And I think it's important to keep it in mind, because you can tickle somebody's conscience. You don't want to try to press that button, but if you can tickle it, sometimes they walk away really bothered, and that might be one of those fires that are catching in a person. So anyway, that was it. And Vasilius, Karen, everybody that spoke, it's great to hear you.
Yes, it is. Thank you, James. Forever Child, Dr. Nick, and then to Michelle for a change of topic. Forever Child.
Just real quickly, the Russian aggression made religion part of this discussion, and I'm so grateful it came up that the KGB is actually the patriarch is ex-KGB. Well, you would say ex-KGB, but it might be more accurate to say that the Russian Orthodox Church is in fact a spy agency itself. My humble opinion. But the other part of the Russian aggression making religion part of this discussion is by the fact of Russia bombing church structures. And that's all I had to say.
Very short. There is no such thing as ex-KGB agent.
I was just about to say the same thing, Vasilius. Once a KGB agent, always a KGB agent. And if you want to confess to a KGB agent in the Russian Orthodox Church, you better be careful what you're confessing. Dr. Nick, please.
Okay, so a couple of things. I'm going to add one more thing to that little tiny thread I made. In relation to anti-Semitism in Ukraine, Ukraine is actually the least anti-Semitic state in Europe. Turns out that they have the least, hate crimes towards Jews um, in Europe. So that is something important to note. I forget who it was who was speaking actually, but in relation to, so let me add this real quick. So I'm gonna put on situation of Jews in Ukraine and put the link, and then I'm going to hit post. Hold on. So I added that to that thread. So anyway, she was talking about organized religion and all of that. And for the most part, I agree. You know, again, being a Catholic, but I think at the same time, you know, we can all point to every religion, I think, has really awful things that are going on in them. Yet at the same time, we can point to good things. And, I, again, tend to focus on things both locally and globally that I can do, I guess. And look, at the end of the day, I really don't know if God is real, God is a thing. I kind of take the Jesuit approach to all of these things. The search for the truth is the most important thing, to look, to examine, to question, and to have some sort of framework to build these stuffs around, and the Catholic Church that I grew up in, was very much committed to social justice, and to helping others, and to be active in the community, and to be active in global issues of social justice as well. And so for me, that's what I tend to focus on. And sorry about that, got a phone call. And that's what I sort of teach my children to focus on as well. I think that having that framework works for us. I'm not saying it works for everybody, but again, I don't totally force everything on everybody. Like my daughter got her first communion and all of that, and she's very adamant she doesn't want to be confirmed. And maybe she will next year, I don't know, but we'll see. My son went through all of the things, and we did all of them. So we'll see what happens. But that's just what works for us. And we're critical thinkers here in our family, and we talk about all of these things. So, but anyway, that's just our view on it. And we try to focus on, being open and honest, and still helping Ukraine, and keeping it relevant to discussion here in this group here. Help those around us, but also, look, the Pope said this thing, it was kind of stupid. Let's talk about why it's stupid. And, let's also still help Ukraine, because that's within the framework of social justice, and, all of that. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. That is what we're going to do. Whatever the topic here at MriyaReport is, and here we are approaching the top of the hour, I want to ask everyone to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We have been here through 551 days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not 1 minute goes by when we don't try to focus your attention on Ukraine, how the Ukrainian people are defending themselves and resisting Russian aggression. Not 1 minute goes by when we don't focus your attention on the crimes, the war crimes, crimes against humanity that Russia is committing against Ukraine, and if against Ukraine, against all of us too. As Ukraine goes forward to liberate territory, we don't know what we will discover in Luhansk and in Donetsk and in Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts. We only know what we have seen of Russian torture and kidnapping and and barbarity. But I know, unfortunately, we will discover much, much more of that as Ukraine liberates its land and fights for its security and its future. Michelle, to you, and a change of topic.
Hi, Alan, and a big hello to Robin. Thank you so much for co-hosting today. You're absolutely right, Alan. We hear so many stories about children being kidnapped and a lot of the atrocities that have happened. And so a couple stories that I wanted to share, and one just came across my news feed a few minutes ago. And so I apologize if you guys have already mentioned this in the past. However, Yulia Kovalev, who is the ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador to Canada, she welcomed newborn Ukrainians today in Canada and presented them with their first vyshyvanka, which is the traditional embroidered Ukrainian shirts. And Robin, if I mispronounced that, please let me know. I was trying to do my best. And it's really cute because she has a few photos with these little babies and their parents. And I just thought it was so heartwarming because we do hear a lot of the really terrible things that have happened, and it's so nice to see these babies born in a safe area and that they have their first Ukrainian shirt. So that was the first story. And then the other one as well was just around Canada and Ukraine discussions. So the government of Canada met with their Ukrainian counterparts on Friday, and that was to discuss some of the long-term security commitments between the two countries. And so during that meeting, Canadian officials re-emphasized and reiterated Canada's commitment to using everything they can at their disposal to support Ukraine, as it obviously defends its own territory and sovereignty. And so they had discussions around their ongoing commitment to providing Ukraine with whatever they needed. And I think we talk a lot of times about Ukrainians and what they want versus what North American, Western countries maybe are giving them. And so that was a long discussion around some of the things that Ukrainians still need, and they just want to ensure that there's still that long-term agreement and cooperation as time goes on and for years to come. And so that discussion happened Friday, so that was good. And they're gonna also, what was also discussed in this one article that I was reading is that Canada is the third member of the G7 countries to launch bilateral negotiations with Ukraine. That's under the framework of the G7 joint declaration. So I just wanted to share that with everybody, just some of the things that Canada, Ukraine have been discussing over the last few days.
Vyshyvanka.
Vyshyvanka, yes. Beautiful, beautiful, well pronounced, and a beautiful garment.
Oh, I was just gonna say, did I pronounce it right? Did I say Vyshyvanka?
You know,
I
I
don't,
think,
I
go
don't
ahead.
remember. I don't remember exactly. I couldn't quite tell because you cut out a little bit for me. You cut out for me a little, like a couple of times throughout what you were saying. So I'm not 100% sure. I can't tell you. Robin, did she cut out for you?
No, I think it was pretty good. I must say it's a continuing source of amusement to me that people think that I have anything to do with proper Ukrainian pronunciation, but I try anyway. And with that, guys, I want to say good evening to everyone. I'm about to go off and walk the dog who should have been out a while ago. He's giving me the stink eye, so I think it's time for me to hand over to Ernest. And thank you, Alan. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Masilius, earlier. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you too. Thank you, everyone who came up for a really, really terrific discussion. I love Catholic Church discussions generally, so I enjoyed this. But anyway, have a good evening. I'll be listening. Take care, everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, Robin. And thank you once again. Absolutely a pleasure to co-host with you. And of course, we are here more and more often, which I really appreciate. And Sunday nights are becoming a really special night for us because that's when the Maria Report Book Club is happening. This Sunday night, an hour earlier, starting at 8 p.m., not 9 p.m., because we discovered how can you start a book club at 9 p.m. and end your discussion before everybody is sleepy? Can't be done. Ernest, welcome. We have a few hours to go tonight.
Thank you very much, Alan, for the lovely welcome. Good evening, Eva Cordial. Hello, my friends, and a special thank you to Robin. I hope your dog forgives you and you stick around in the speaker space, as I love to hear from you. And it was a pleasure to listen to you this evening and this afternoon, as it was earlier when I was listening. Masilius, thank you as well for being on and for co-hosting. It was a real pleasure to listen and to be here, part of Maria Report community. If you are listening, hello, you're very welcome. If you're here a long time, you know my speech. If you're new, you're very welcome. Please retweet, share the space, help encourage new people to find us. We're on Twitter. It's also been simultaneously shared on YouTube. So if your Twitter is on the blink, as mine sometimes is, if I don't take care and update my apps in time, I go to YouTube and I listen. And I can listen along there. You can also go to MriyaReport.org, find out about the previous fundraising initiatives and goods and training delivered and the ongoing fundraising initiatives. That's MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. It is a registered charity in the United States, which means you can get a tax receipt for your tax returns. And if your company does charitable matching, please do consider letting them know about your charitable giving to Maria Report, and they too might match and similarly get tax benefit if that is their thing. So with that, everybody, please retweet, share a space. It's lovely to be with you, Alan.
Let's take the hands that have come up, Ernest. It's Masilius, welcome back, and then Delish.
I just wanted to say thanks for the warm welcoming to Ernest. Glad to be in a team. It was a pleasure.
It's only a team when you're here,
Good
my
night.
friend. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. If it wasn't for all these other people, I'd just be on my own, speaking into my iPhone like a strange person.
Good night.
Slava Ukraine, Yaroam Slava.
Heroam Slava, Masilius, welcome, and look forward to seeing you here as co-host as often as possible, because it might mean I get a night off. Delish, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to come on and let you know that the new ambassador to Ukraine from Canada is actually a really good friend of mine.
What?
I'm not sure how I can benefit from this relationship, but it was the most funny announcement for me personally, because she and I had been DMing on Facebook. She's a career diplomat. Her husband is as well. He's in Berlin, and I didn't even know where Natalka was. Her name is Natalka Smontz. And she's a very good old friend of mine. We have photos of us doing tequila shots in university. It's absolutely amazing. And when she went one direction, I went to go the direction of law school. And then I actually dropped out and became a television reporter and a news reporter for years and years. And so Natalka and I stayed in touch over the years, and I've been DMing her just to let her know about various things that I've been working on with Ukraine. And she didn't mention it to me, the little snitch. And so when the announcement was made, someone sent me a still of a CBC radio or CBC news story, and I almost fainted. I couldn't believe it. So I of course DM'd her right away and said, "Are you kidding me right now?" So I've initiated the conversation with her to find out if she knows about NAFO. And if she doesn't, believe you me, I will be introducing her to it and to us and to what we're doing. So I don't know how I'll work my magic, but know that we have friends in high places.
That is great news, Delish. You know, there must be ambassadors who are NAFO fellas. There must be.
I'm sure of it. If nothing, she could be one of the first. I'll get her on board. I want to have her get installed and get comfortable. She'll be based in Kyiv, and so my trip that I'll take there eventually, I have lots of stops to make, but definitely I'll be seeing her. I'm very excited. I'm so proud of her. She's an incredible person. So when you see any news about Natalka, know she is one of us. She is an amazing Ukrainian Canadian, beautiful human being.
It sounds like a really great appointment that Prime Minister Trudeau has made today. Yes. Natalka, and her last name is what?
It's Smots, but it's CMOC. It's an unusual little last name. Smots or Smuch. When we were having our tequila shots, we practiced the pronunciation. It did not turn out well.
Well, you know, maybe that's what I should be doing with Robin, so I can improve my Ukrainian pronunciation.
There you go. I recommend it. Thanks for letting me come up and share that. I'm doing my dishes, so I'll pop back down and listen.
Thank you, Delish. Really good news.
That's tremendous to hear, Alan, isn't it? The circles that MriyaReport and NAFO, you never be short of something fantastic like that coming up, would you?
Well, exactly. And, you know, it also shows the, how would I put it here? It shows the common sense of appointing Ukrainian Canadians or Ukrainian Americans or Ukrainians who have lived in many countries around the world, appointing these Ukrainian citizens as ambassadors to Ukraine. Sure, you can be a professional diplomat and have a career in diplomacy in the State Department in the United States, for example, but there is a deeper understanding of what's happening in Ukraine and what it means to be Ukrainian and fighting for Ukraine and fighting for us if you are a Ukrainian citizen and appointed to represent your chosen country as an ambassador to Ukraine. I'm going to follow Natalka. I can't pronounce her last name, apparently without tequila, but I'm going to follow her and wish her good luck in Kyiv and Godspeed. Massilius is back with us, Ernest. Massilius, go ahead.
Hi. I don't think, I'm not sure if it counts, but Ukraine ambassador diplomat Mikheyev, based in Germany, is also kind of fella friendly and has also a fella icon from which he's using from time to time. So I just wanted to make a shout out for him because he is also very friendly and with a community and yeah, a cool guy. Thanks. Mikheyev is hopefully is the one which replaced Melnik, I think. That's quite known figure, and he's a really good ambassador in Germany and a nice fella.
You know, Ernest, we should try to get some ambassadors in Kyiv on MriyaReport someday. Maybe a panel, maybe Mikheyev, Natalka, maybe the American ambassador to Ukraine. I think it would be especially these would be 3 NATO countries' ambassadors. Could be a fascinating conversation. Ernest, what can you do to make that happen?
I wouldn't like to say so in a public forum, but maybe we can touch base later. I would just say that I love your ambition to get them all together, but perhaps we should eat the elephant one fork at a time. We should maybe have a series. The beauty of the platform and the community and MriyaReport, of course, is all you need is a connection. We don't need a stage. We can have our forum here, just a connection, get onto the app and chat away with us. So I think you're onto something, Alan. I think we should pursue it.
I believe someday, Ernest, MriyaReport will be reporting from a Ramstein conference, not while it's happening, but maybe just outside the door. And now that would be a spectacular MriyaReport hour or two. The next Ramstein conference actually is occurring in the middle of September, September 14 to 17. And this is going to be a particularly critical Ramstein conference, one that we're going to watch very, very closely. So it's just a few weeks away. Ernest?
I predict there'll be long and troublesome negotiations after this next meeting, just so that the crews and those who are doing the negotiating can ensure that their trips overlap with Oktoberfest, which traditionally starts in October.
That actually is a very good point. Let's go to Leda and then to James.
Good evening, gentlemen, Alan, Ernest. I wanted to just add to what I think it was Michelle, or no, I'm sorry, I didn't catch who that was who was speaking about the new ambassador from Canada to Ukraine, and point out that, and follow up to what Alan just said, actually the 2 previous ambassadors of Canada to Ukraine were as well Ukrainian heritage and Ukrainian speakers. So I believe I agree with you. That's a great way to go, and it helps a lot in meeting delegations, etc., and meeting with counterparts in another country when you're able to speak the language fluently.
Indeed, it does. James, go ahead, please.
Yes, I think there's all kinds of entanglements with sitting ambassadors, but I do think that, and I know I'm getting the name wrong, it's not Janet Ivanovich, is it, that was the ex-ambassador to Ukraine who wrote the book, was it something from the Edge or something like that? Anyways, she would be great. She's got a story to tell, and I think the other thing is even if Natalka could not come up and talk, because I think there could be some real barriers to that in terms of speaking at something like this that might, what I mean, politics. But it'd be great. Anyways, what a good idea.
Sure, there are barriers to what can an ambassador say and what can they not say. But you know what? They're going to be in Kyiv. It's worth getting their first impressions of being in Kyiv, being an ambassador, meeting President Zelensky. There are all kinds of things they can talk about that have nothing to do with policy that are actually fascinating for us to hear about. When we talked to Stephen Moore earlier today, here on MriyaReport, we talked to him about his first days in Kyiv. He was in Ukraine within 5 days of the beginning of the war. He was in Kyiv within 3 weeks of the beginning of the war. And as he said, that you could hear the artillery firing in the suburbs of Kyiv, in Bucha, Irpin, etc. So here is an individual who went to the sound of need, not to the sound of bullets. He's not a military guy. He's a humanitarian guy, but he was in Ukraine within days of the beginning of this war, 551 days ago. Leda, you threw up your hand, then it went down. What are you trying to tell me?
Oh, well, just real quick, a quick follow-up. What I meant to say is also the names of the two previous ambassadors, and that potentially we could see if they would be interested in speaking about their experience, which for Madame, Her Excellency Larissa Galadza, she just concluded her 4-year stint there, and before her, His Excellency Roman Vashchuk, who is now the business ombudsman of Ukraine himself.
Well, we've been very fortunate having some very high-level people who come here to MriyaReport. I mean, the very first person I
Such as
remember
yourself,
listening to
Alan, can I add.
is no, not me. Is Alexandra Commission, but also the deputy mayor of Kherson. So we've spoken to members of the national government of Ukraine, and we've spoken to local officials on a day of crisis. The deputy mayor was here talking while Kherson had been flooded after the Russians blew up the Novokhovka Dam. And so this is one of the reasons why MriyaReport is special, Ernest.
Right and correct. One of the myriad reasons. Very well put, Alan. Thank you. I'd like to invite everybody again. The time is now 19 minutes past 7 Eastern Time in the evening. Please retweet and share the space. Let the internet know you're with us on MriyaReport. If you're a long time listener and contributor, please come up. If you're a long time listener and never contributed before, please come up. And if you've just joined us and you'd like to say something or ask a question, please request to speak and come up. We'll be delighted to hear from you. And thank you to Michelle for being here and bringing us the wonderful news you brought us of the newly born Ukrainians in Canada. I thought that was a marvelous piece of information. So thank you for sharing that. I'd like to put a word out to anybody who's listening in Europe, particularly the heart of freedom and liberty at the moment, which rests on the east and south. In Ukraine, the front, where freedom has been won inch by inch. We are with you. And if those are, if there are people who are listening who are not on the front at the moment and they are somewhere safe and they want to call in and speak with us, we'd love to hear from you. And if you're not in a position to, but you can hear us or you hear my voice at some stage, know that we are with you as well, and that you are not alone. We are with you, beside you, and before you always. And we are fighting not only for the liberty and freedom and the dignity to choose your own and your nation's future, but for the very idea of it itself. So please retweet and share the space.
So, Ernest, I took the liberty of putting Chuck Ferrer's latest map up in the nest. It's the what's happening around Kyiv. And last week, Chuck said that this was, in fact, in his opinion, kind of the most interesting map that he worked on every day. I am certain he'll have a new Kyiv map up tomorrow as well. And of course, he will be with us again Tuesday night for bullet points. But this map, which is the first tweet up in the nest, will help people understand and keep track of the Ukrainian advance into Zaporizhia province, oblast, that is. And we can take a pretty close look at this map in just one moment. But if you look at it, Ernest, you may have some thoughts about it as well. It's this bite that Ukraine has taken out of Russian positions south of Kyiv is a salient. And so this is a bulge down into operational territory. It's a relatively dangerous operation, but one that Ukraine has so far pulled off expertly and with a lot of courage, and they are forcing Russian troops back, and they are forcing Russians to redeploy troops to reinforce this particular place on the line of engagement. Ernest?
Thank you very much for posting it, Alan. I appreciate it. I'd encourage everybody listening to go to the nest and have a look at the map, specifically what Alan has mentioned just now, the pushing back of the Russian invading line and the flowing in of Ukrainian forces into the space that they've liberated. And it has created a number of worrying decision points of which the Russians are finding themselves at forced, which is something which makes their command structure typically break. They're not really set up in their way of work to be able to be nimble on one's feet and to think laterally around a problem as presented without having been coached prior and solve the problem and save your art. This is not something they excel at. So the Ukrainians are forcing these decisions to be made. So now, do the Russians bother, or do they waste energy? Do they try to pull back their guns, or are they running hither thither? Do they leave their guns? Who knows? As for their supplies, we know they've been burning up at an increasing rate further back in the occupied territories. So what they're running back to may not even be that much of a safe haven or safer place to be, as the sky in that area is essentially under the control of Ukrainian artillery, or under the aim of Ukrainian artillery. I shouldn't say control, it's the wrong word in that context. So I think many things. I think Ukraine can choose to either pin the bull by the nose to the ground in this place, or use this as something the Russians, as you say, have to respond to and watch and see where they pull their resources from, and then make a calculation or recalculate, or should I say, implement their plan that they have pre-made according to the new information available, and strike elsewhere. Could this just be the distraction, a flesh wound, but that necessary drawing attention, and then somewhere else the punch lands? Who knows? It could be the beginning of many different things, but I always appreciate the notations on the maps, and I love a time when Ukraine are liberating their own land.
Yeah, I do too. I've learned so much from Chuck Farrer, and every Tuesday and Thursday, I have a chance to learn every single time I talk to Chuck on bullet points here on MriyaReport. But one thing Chuck says, and it's completely obvious, it wasn't obvious to me actually, I'll say 500 days ago, but it's totally obvious now. Chuck is always saying, follow the roads, look at the roads. Armies need to go down roads for quick deployment. And so that is something that especially pops out on this map of Orkiv. There are a lot of critical roads up there. And Chuck also last week said, watch Verbove. Verbove is the little town on the eastern edge of this map. Indeed, that is where Ukraine is attacking and meeting with success, as they also meet with success, continuing to drive south of Orkiv, south of Urozhane. And it is up to Ukraine's forces, of course, to secure the salient from Kopani in the west to Verbove in the east. And Chuck said, if Ukraine successfully cuts that north-south highway that goes up to Belohi, this will make Russian occupation of that city untenable. And you will see on this latest map Ukraine driving from the north as well towards Polohi. I would just point out there's high ground north of Polohi. So I think tomorrow we'll have an even fresher map here. And I cannot wait to hear what Chuck says about this map, which he called the critical map on the front.
Alan, you did ask, you directed me to have a look, and I've had a look at the map. And as I said, we're shooting in the dark, literally. We're speculating on information. So this is not indicative or anything that, might be important or anything like that, but just as idle speculation. Looking in the nest, the post that you shared, showing the Kyiv and all directions south have been liberated. Robotnia is now under control and liberated, and these places have been recently taken back by Ukraine. But if we continue looking on the highway, you mentioned 0815, the 850, the T815, T0815, it goes to Polohi, and we see, if you look at that part of the map, what is colored as pink, which is to indicate occupied Ukrainian territory where we know unfriendlies to be. There's now something of a peninsula, or what might turn into a peninsula, and that is a bulge being created, which is very bad news if you're on the inside of the bulge, and is something with which, when you're trying to close it, becomes easier the closer you become to closing it, because you're closing a small space. So I would look at that part. I think that the village named is Myrne, Mirn is what I'm going to go with, to the north of Ukrainska and Bahate, if you look at the same part of the map as I am. I would think that is a particularly dreadful place to be for an occupier, and that may be a location where, if not bottling up happens, surrenders, or indeed Ukraine might see a capitulation in that spot and just liberate the lot of that area as depicted in the map.
Well, neither Ernest nor I are military experts, but I do know that people are always interested in military news from Ukraine. Chuck Farrer is really one of the best sources and analysts of this information. So I threw that map up in the nest. I'm not going to attempt to analyze it. I'm just going to repeat what Chuck says. Follow the roads. Chuck loves intersections of roads, and there is a key intersection south of Polohi. It's the HO8 and TO401, but that's a long way to go from the west edge of this field of engagement, this salient that Ukraine is biting out of Russian forces. This is going to be a map we spend an hour on at least tomorrow night, is my guess, and I'm looking forward to it. Lily, welcome. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Alan, and the man formerly known as David. So I just want to pick up on how wonderful MriyaReport is, and that I've been remiss lately because sometimes you have to show up at a place that infuses your bank account, and it cuts in with my listening time, which is really a problem. So I apologize. And anyone here listening, first time or just always a listener, please come up. Alan and Favid, Ernest, Favid are wonderful people. So even if you disagree with what you've heard, we'd love to hear another side. And you will often hear the hosts, co-hosts going back and forth strongly. It is not fighting. This is how a debate goes, right? We become passionate, this or that. So please come up and also invite friends, family members, whoever. YouTube, you can go to YouTube and also get us all the time, which is wonderful. I wanted to comment on the word choice, which is really wonderful. I am not a war person, but have been involved in caring or treating with people from the aftermath of these events. So, geography, and I was born and raised on a peninsula on the Atlantic Ocean. And so if you grow up somewhere in a certain geography, topography, you understand what a peninsula is. And when I started paying a lot of attention to text being used here, words, I didn't know this thing, salient, but I had used it in writing, but in a different way. So I didn't know salient. So then, surrounding the target, 3 sides. So there's only one piece.
Ernest, I lost Lily's audio there. Is it just me?
I think Lily may have taken a call. Lily, I'm not sure if you're speaking into a muted mic or if you're on a phone call, but I think it kind of made an electrical noise and then died.
Well, hopefully Lily will be back with us.
Yes, it was really fascinated with the flow of what she was saying. I was kind of hoping she'd bleep back in, but it hasn't happened yet.
Lily will be back. So other news I've seen tonight, Ernest, we love to follow above
Yes,
this.
yes. What do we have in the terms of booms?
So in Ernohodar, which is in Zaporizhia Oblast, it's essentially where the nuclear power plant is located. Ukraine bombed. I'm not sure they took it out, but they bombed the headquarters of Kadrovites, or as I call them, cadaverites, because that's what they're becoming, cadavers. So this was a pretty important strike. These were barracks of this unit fighting with Russia, for Russia, inside Ukraine. And it was a big boom. Additionally, Ukraine took out another radar system in Crimea, incredibly important, because this really blinds Russia looking north and opens a window for Ukraine to send more and more drones to take out targets inside Crimea, because Russia won't be able to see them. So that the other thing I noticed, Ernest, was Ukraine's use of Australian cardboard drones. I think this is absolutely fascinating. I don't think you want to send a cardboard drone through a rainstorm or a thunderstorm, but if you have a good weather report, they can go a long way and carry some pretty sizable explosives. Did you see that?
I have seen it, Alan. Australia is a very innovative and wonderful place, it seems. When it comes to these things, I had seen it mentioned in the news months back that this was a platform available and was, probably on the way or needed to go. So it's wonderful to see it in action and having its designed effect. I think it is cardboard made and treated. I mean, I guess it's got some kind of lamination to it. It can get some kind of wet, but as you say, not through storms or not through like terrible weather. But I'm not sure if there are many other platforms of its ilk that would, in those circumstances, or similarly heavy weather. But the point is, as you say, it has a wonderful way of flying and weight distribution, so that it can carry an unusually large number of kilograms of explosive device, which, as we've seen, are generally either shaped or made to be released. So devastating in the extreme. What a wonderful delivery platform. I'd love to see a tweet of it. Maybe I'll stick it in the nest. I might go looking.
Well, Chuck took a look at cardboard drones yesterday. I'll find that and put it up in the nest. But just imagine that. I think when people think of drones, they think of uh, high grade plastics or metal, etc. I'm not saying a cardboard drone is a paper airplane, but it's pretty close to it. Uh, and again, this is uh, an example of Ukraine using what's available. They didn't develop the cardboard drones. Australia developed the cardboard drones, but Ukraine has them now. So a really important donation, or maybe it was a purchase by Ukraine. I don't know. Makes no difference. These drones in the hundreds are in the hands of Ukraine, and they've been used against Crimea, and I believe against the Air Force Base in Kursk. So that was an additional strike. Uh, We haven't seen final reports from the strike on the Russian air base in Kursk. It, uh, it apparently it hasn't done a lot of destruction, but maybe the point is Russia. This airbase is well within reach of Ukrainian drones. Maybe you want to move those planes to the rear.
Yes, indeed. The message is peekaboo, I can touch you.
Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, I can see the new map from Chuck. That's awesome. So they kind of started new offensive here towards Pologi. And yeah, it makes so much sense. Like that, you call it salient, right? Nia, engineer and all that stuff. So they are consolidating gains. It looks like I don't see where these lines are on this map, but it looks like there will be some awesome news soon.
Yeah, I
Chuck
think
will be
that
tomorrow.
Yep, Chuck will be with us tomorrow at 7 p.m. I think the key to this map, there are a few keys. Chuck can explain it all to us tomorrow night. But the first key is that Ukraine is widening the salient. So from not only from Kopani to Verbove, but north of Verbove along the HO8, the wider Ukraine can expand the salient, the safer its flanks will be, because salients are dangerous things to bite out. As Chuck will tell you tomorrow, every bulge on a battlefield wants to be bitten off by your enemy. It wants to be flanked and then taken from the rear. But I think that Ukraine doesn't face such a risk here.
Yeah, I think Russians will either have, depending on how kind of successful they attack this new line of attack is, but Russians will either have to pull this stuff if they have anything in like between Pologi and Novo. What is this? Novofyodorovka. There are like 4 or 5 villages here, so quite a few. Or yeah, I don't know how many troops they have there, but and where the line is, like where.
I think
Yeah.
it's impossible, Alex, to exactly place the line of engagement. It's just impossible to do that. Neither Chuck nor any other military analyst, including ISW, the Institute for the Study of War, really accurately places the line of engagement. I will say that from what we've read today and yesterday, this is one of the places that Russia has tried to redeploy forces, not reserves, by the way. Russia is not redeploying reserves. They are picking men off the line, in this case, as far away as 650 miles up in Kupiansk, and finding a way to bring them all the way across the battlefield, south of Orkiv, south of Velika Novosilka. But again, these are not rested reserves. These are Russian troops who were engaged for weeks, months, and months at another point on the battlefield.
Yeah, I wonder if they will isolate Pologi, or will stop. They'll probably won't stop there. Will try to kind of bypass it and isolate. But I don't know like how long Russians will be able to keep it. Yeah, tomorrow we'll listen to Chuck what he thinks.
Alex,
yeah, very interesting development.
Alex, I wanted to ask you. This is something I have been thinking. There is obviously an equation, there's a balance. At which point does it become so much attrition, so much bombing, and targeted missile strikes by the Ukrainians to these reserves, to these water reserves, that all these fronts wither? That point must be coming. I'm not saying we can bet for it, but it has to be there.
Yeah, it is coming. By you can even tell by the speed that like Ukrainians are moving much faster, and this is yeah. I'll have to watch, but and there is delay. They do not put new information immediately, just 2-3 days later. But based on how quickly, because even from here, from this picture, you can tell that they're moving much faster than they used to move like barely a dozen of meters a day. But here, this is sizable movement. So they probably passed these minefields, and Russian morale is kind of crumbling too, because I think I saw earlier, they again, they were, I would not call just running, but, when this infantry is kind of leaving they were trying to retreat. So they were marching in a column, nothing like mechanized or anything. So, and then they were attacked by cluster munition. So you can expect this is deadly. I mean, their morale, it's now probably going down through the floor. It's and they already know that there is no way, unlike something that a regular thing that a tourniquet may help. Here they do need real health care, which will not be available anytime soon. So most likely, most of them will be dead. So, yeah, good luck with that. They should really start surrendering. That's the best advice I can tell.
Well, surrenders are increasing, Alex. About 20% of Russian surrenders have been voluntary, and these voluntary surrenders are actually increasing. So I think we might expect more of that over the next week to 10 days. The other thing I want to point out is that in southern Kherson Oblast, and this is on the shore of the Black Sea in Zalizhnia, Ukraine took out a very modern over-the-horizon radar system that the Russians had deployed there, absolutely destroyed it. You put that together with the destruction of Russian radar units in Crimea that were taken out a couple of days ago, and suddenly you're able to see that looking north through Kherson Oblast, or from this latest strike that the Ukrainians did yesterday, looking north, east, or west, Ukraine is essentially blinding Russian radar in one of the most critical parts of the battlefield.
Yeah, and it's very important. They are preparing, really shaping the ground for their air operations, for the airplanes, basically. I do not know where is nearest, probably in Crimea is nearest Russian airport. But if you can't see the airplanes, if your radars are kind of down and you can't see the airplanes, then wow, then their airfield is really exposed. Just think about it, like if your radar is down and you can't see an airplane, then you know, what will be the most likely points of attack of these airplanes? I mean, you need some kind of alert to, unless you want to constantly monitor with your airplanes the air. But that's, I don't think Russians have that. So how are they gonna know if they are under attack? Say any place in Crimea under air attack. They need radars for that, right? That's what radars are for. So if you destroy the radar, that's why they are also fighting for those, how you call it? In the sea, they have these spots to gas drilling places, like platforms. Yeah, those platforms are also contested because you can put other radars there. So Ukrainians are really blinding Russians, and if they can do that, they can then attack any place in Crimea with impunity from air. That's okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm not an expert in any way, but that's what it looks like. Because they are clearly after those radars first, right? They. But yeah, it makes total sense. You totally blind your enemy first. That's what you do.
Yeah, I'm no military expert either, but Alex, you're right. The very first thing you want to do to prepare the battlefield to open a window of attack is to destroy the enemy's radar systems. In terms of the oil and gas platforms in the Black Sea, why are these contended points? Well, for one thing, Ukraine can actually use these points if they can be defended. And of course, an oil or gas drilling platform in the middle of the ocean is terribly exposed. But these can be places where Ukraine launches unmanned surface vessels, and coming soon, unmanned subsurface vessels. So these are critical points for the Ukrainian advance towards Crimea, and for honestly, for a country really without a navy. Ukraine scuttled most of its naval ships in the first few days of the war. That they have become a naval power again because they are innovative with unmanned surface vessels on the sea and unmanned subsurface vessels. pretty amazing for Ukraine. Ernest?
Thank you, Alex and Alan. It's fascinating to listen, and I think I can remember last week a similar occasion when certain radar installations were blown up from infiltration over ground, and then also like were targeted from the air. And following that, then there were deeper strikes. In fact, it was said that the entire western flank, western coast of Crimea was in the control of Ukrainians for that period of time, effectively. So to hear what you've shared with us this evening, that there are similar radar installations being taken out, and as a result, Russia losing visibility, I wonder what the morning will bring.
You know, Alex was talking about Russian surrenders earlier. There is a project run by the Ukrainian military, the I Want to Live project. And this is one way that Ukraine invites Russian soldiers to surrender. So they're dropping leaflets with QR codes, 1-800 numbers to call, and instructions of how to surrender safely and what you can expect as a Russian soldier when you do surrender to Ukraine. You will be fed, you will be cared for medically. So if you're wounded, your wounds will be taken care of. It's completely different, of course, than the way Russia treats Ukrainian POWs. But these leaflets, and I'll post something up in the nest so you can take a look at them. But since the I Want to Live project was started by the Ukrainian military, it was reported today that 24,000 Russians have expressed a desire to surrender. So it means 24,000 Russians have taken the opportunity to contact Ukraine on the battlefield to say, yeah, I want to give up. And I just need to be in a place where I can do that. But that's a remarkable number. 24,000 Russians have contacted the I Want to Live project. But what that actually means, not 24,000 surrenders, but 24,000 Russian soldiers who don't have the will to fight a war. They have no reason to fight.
So that's how much they recruit a month, right?
Yeah,
Roughly.
yes, that is a record number of soldiers, Alex. I may have misheard your question.
So I remember there was information that Russians recruit, like mobilize about 20,000 soldiers a month, because they continue this, crippling mobilization without announcing a major one. A major one will be probably announced later in September. But this crippling mobilization is going on, and the run rate is about 20,000 soldiers a month. So about 1 month worth of mobilization have already contacted Ukraine, indicating wish to surrender. That's a lot, you know.
Yeah, it is a lot. So here's a point I really want people to listen to. Putin is preparing for a long war. How do we know that? Russia is going ahead with scheduled mobilizations. There's one in the spring, there's one in the fall. but the fall mobilization has actually been moved up from October to September. It will begin very shortly. Russia wants to mobilize 350,000 additional young Russians. Also, Russia is continuing what has been called a ghost mobilization. And this is actually taking place in major cities, not mobilizing Russian citizens, but rather mobilizing migrant workers in Russia, largely Muslims, largely from Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, etc. These migrant workers are being rounded up in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Ekaterinburg, and given orders to report to military conscription offices. We've already seen videos of long lines of these migrant workers, and they are being mobilized is the wrong word. They're being pressed into service and sent into the army, given very little training, very little equipment, and being sent to the front lines. Again, a demonstration of how desperate Russia is to raise manpower in order to lengthen this war. Putin wants a long war. He wants to lengthen the war in order to find some way to freeze the conflict. This would be the worst possible thing. And this is why we are hearing Russian puppets like Orban calling for a ceasefire. Russia wants a ceasefire. They want a frozen conflict. They want breathing room to recover strength and attack again. This would be the worst possible thing. And of course, what we need to do, allies of Ukraine, give them everything they need to shorten the war. Ukraine's allies should never play into Putin's hands and enable him to lengthen the war. Rather, they should do everything for Ukraine to shorten the war and defeat Russia absolutely. Ernest, I'm going to throw it back to you. We really need to wait for our military experts coming later this week, Chuck Farrer tomorrow night. But what other news has caught your attention today?
Thank you very much, Alan. I appreciate it. But first, I'll do a little time check. It's 8 p.m. Everybody listening, please do me a favor, retweet and share the space. And if you're of means and you're of mind, go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Check out the initiatives that have been successfully delivered and current fundraising projects that are underway. And if you might like to get involved. To be quite honest with you, Alan, I haven't lifted my head today. I haven't really seen much in the way of news. I was listening to MriyaReport earlier on to the topics being discussed, but that was only from after late evening, I would say. So I must confess I am of no use to you, but I see we are joined by Bojar. Hello, my friend. Great to have you back. Alan, unless you yourself wanted to reply, I'll see Mr. Bojar's hand and we'll go that way. Alan, unless you want to say something, Bojar, it's you. Bojar, go ahead.
Thank you. So good to be back, guys. Nice to see you guys. Keep the pace going. Thank you so much. I was wondering if you have any updates regarding the cross of the Dnieper from the last bullet points, not the last bullet points, but two bullet points ago. Chuck talked about the crossing of the Dnieper and the bridgehead that the Ukrainians had made. Any updates on that, or any updates regarding the general offensive that you have that you can give? Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Bohar. regarding the crossing of the Dnipro, and this is in the Kozachi-Lahari area. Ukraine is still on the South Bank, strengthening its forces. There have also been strikes upriver around the Novakhovka Dam. And I think that the crossing of the Dnipro is a diversion. It is drawing Russians' attention to some other place on the battlefield where they have to ask questions. What is Ukraine intending to do here? What can they do here? Maybe Russia will redeploy additional forces all the way west to Kherson, to the south bank of the Dnipro. I don't know. Chuck will be here tomorrow night, maybe with a new Dnipro crossing map. But take a look at the first tweet up in the nest, Bohar, and you will see the success Ukraine is having south of Orkiv. And this, Chuck referred to last week, really is the most interesting place on the battlefield in terms of his analysis. So that doesn't really give you much help there, Bohar, does it?
It gives me something to chew on. That map looks very good, and the point you made about the Dnieper crossing being some sort of diversion, it would follow suit with what we have seen from Ukraine from now on. And yeah, thank you so much, Alan. It helped me a lot.
Good. Spend some time with that map, Bohar. I encourage everyone to spend some time with that map of Orkiv. You know, Ernest, the other thing that caught my attention today was something happening in Poland.
Do
and
tell.
this, well, it is it sabotage? It's certainly the
It may have been
interruption of,
fairies. It could have been the acts of the little people. We're not sure.
well, maybe little Russian people. But the interruption of Polish rail service over the weekend, Poland is investigating this. Some kind of sabotage brought dozens of passenger and freight trains to a halt over the weekend, and the indication is that Russia has found some way to disrupt Polish railway traffic, possibly by, and I'm not sure how this can happen, but by causing the trains to break and come to a halt through radio signals. Did you see anything about this, Ernest?
No, I didn't, and I'm sorry for quipping earlier. I should have listened and heard the news before you shared it with me. I have not heard. I would just, from experience, be always very cautious in these things. It's something that does bear itself out in time, so I wouldn't rush to attribute, particularly if it's something on the scale you've described, which I have no idea. Of course it is. You've described it to me. I would just be cautious not to give credit where it's not due, and to let investigation and due process do what it does, which has been found to find truth more often than not. And I would look to that process. Am I surprised? No. Do I think it was radio signals? Probably not. Does it sound good that these are big spooky Russians? It does. And so I'm hesitant to give it much more credence. If you wanted to mess with an electric train-based system, you could burn down a few signal boxes in the right spots. But I mean, yeah, I'm always slow to attribute in the early days, or the days just after an event or an instance of something happening, until time has played a part, and all the information that's being gathered, I wouldn't attribute it to something as ephemeral, as something as intangible as radio signals somehow mysteriously traveling through space and time. It sounds like Soviet, the best that a poor Soviet man could think of. But we'll see. We'll see with time if it is that they have these super radios and why they're only using them now in Poland. I don't know. I will be surprised if it weren't something as simple as setting a fire. Or, in the way of these things, you know, I hadn't heard of the news. I don't know how to respond, but I would just be cautious in my response or in attributing it, particularly something so large.
Well, here's what Polish authorities are saying, that these disruptions of Polish rail service are being investigated by the police and also by intelligence authorities. And this is what Stanislaw Zarin, a senior security official inside Poland, said. We know that for some months there have been attempts to destabilize the Polish state. Such attempts have been undertaken by the Russian Federation in conjunction with Belarus. So this is the report.
This is in. It's undeniable. This we know to be true. They definitely have been trying to destabilize the state. I was specifically speaking about the use of this radio signal idea. I think I need more information.
Let me see if I have that information for you, Ernest. So let's see. How does it do this? This is what Polish news is reporting. The trains were affected by several incidents between Friday night and Sunday, so yesterday, involving the unauthorized use of an emergency stop signal. And this is according to Polish rail authorities. So saboteurs exploited a vulnerability in the Polish radio stop command system, which automatically brings trains to a stop when 3 tonal signals are broadcast through the railway's radio network. So it's basically a hacking. It's a hacking operation, basically.
Well, it's like if we got on the subway and pulled the cord just to mess with the system and did it at strategic spots just to cause havoc and mayhem. Dear oh dear.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way they did it. That's exactly right. So I think what's of concern here is that because this stoppage affected both passenger and freight trains, a lot of arms headed for Ukraine obviously have to go through Poland. In fact, I think it's as much as 80% of Western arms being delivered to Ukraine must pass through Poland. So it's a pretty critical logistical place. And so I'm not surprised Russia has tried to do something here.
Well, thank you indeed, Alan. That is what I asked for. I appreciate you bringing it to me. I hadn't heard of it at all. I'm also experiencing trouble. I'm not able to bring up requested speakers, so I'm going to have to ask you to keep an eye on it. I'm sorry for the moment. I might recycle if that's something I could do.
Of course you can. I'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, Christopher, go ahead.
Hey, Alan. Good evening. Yeah, you are absolutely correct on the way that this hack was taking care of. One of the things that Polish rail system and I think others probably. I wish we say trains, somebody should pop up. But they run they run their radios on an unencrypted network. Right, so that anybody it's very well known, the frequency, the tones are known, and the pranksters, why they think it's potentially Russia, because the pranksters played some of Putin's speech and intermittently played the Russian national anthem in between the signals. So yeah, it's just another one of those things that just we're just as vulnerable sometimes here in the United States. So, but thanks for bringing it up.
Well, it also strikes me, Christopher, that the war is indeed a wide war. We might focus on the battlefield, but there are events taking place, for example, in Poland or in Romania, far from the battlefield, that actually affect what Ukraine is supplied with, what it can do. If this Polish investigation of Russian interference with the Polish rail network it develops, and I think it will, it's something we really have to keep an eye on. 80% of supplies to Ukraine from its allies come through Poland. That is a huge number of weapons and armaments, artillery shells, etc., also including humanitarian supplies. So there is a choke point in Poland that Russia could try to exploit.
100%. Thank you, Slava Ukraini. I'm gonna step down.
Herom Slava. Oyvind, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you and good evening. I'm looking at a tweet. It's from August 24th. It's a photo of Ukrainian prisoner of war that the Russians are marching in the street of Donetsk, and people around there throwing trash at them. Some of these so-called prisoner of war don't have uniforms, so I wonder if they are civilians or what they are. And this is despicable. This is not how you should treat prisoners of war. Marching them as a, what you call it, it's something they did 1,000 years ago. And I do hope that some who can look at these photos, because the guards that are guarding them, they don't have face masks, so it should be possible to identify them somehow and put them on the list. What do you think about this?
I think you're right, Oyvind, but I also think you're right in saying if this is a prisoner of war, I'll put that in quotation marks, being marched down a street in occupied Ukraine by Russian forces. How do we know it's really a prisoner of war? How do we know it's simply not some kind of staged event?
That's correct. We don't know. And this, some of them have uniforms and some of them have only T-shirts, but they all have hands behind their back. I think it is not very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. No, it's not very good. It's also in violation of the Geneva Convention. This is not the way prisoners of war are to be treated ever. And Ukraine, go ahead, Oyvind.
Yeah, I wonder what Amnesty and the Pope think about this.
Well, I would say that maybe neither Amnesty nor the Pope think about it at all, and that is the problem.
Right on. You nail it.
Oyvind, it's always good to see you. Always good to hear your voice here on Maria Report. Folks, do please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. That's MriyaReport.org.